Unforetold would lead us home. Our fates unknown, but time will mend our broken bones. I've held the weight of all these years spent in decay. These times are strange. I never thought I'd see your face again. I know the feelings always fade, sing you one last goodbye, and I won't think twice. So, ready or not, I'll go. I'm setting you free for sure right now. Don't ask me how. Thought I had her in a lucid grip, that I'd take my time. She keeps calling and she just won't quit, and we all know why. Screws tried to lure me right into an affidavit. Remind me as I'm falling in, I'm out of time. I'm caught up in your tongue, they say. You claim that you love me, but it's just another play. I'm stuck inside your room all day. You say it's for my safety, but I'm just one of you.
Good evening and welcome to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. You're watching our coverage of Missouri High School Scholastic Esports League today, and we are covering Overwatch. If you remember the course of events over the past year or so, we've seen many great teams fight and make their way through this season toward the finals, which start in April. And hey, we're just entering April, so we are right on the precipice of all of these teams' hard work paying off. I'm your host, Jacob Jim Mountain Palmer, and joining me to help call all the action, as you just saw, will be Artie Nerdy Rain. And the thing that I want to toss to Nerdy is going to be that the two teams that we are going to be seeing in the first Overwatch match of two tonight is going to be Blue Springs versus W St. Francois. And this is interesting because St. Francois is a new team that we haven't seen yet, whereas Blue Springs is not only a team that we're very much used to, but one that's at the top of the bracket. If my memory serves me correctly, Blue Springs was one of the undefeated teams in their bracket, or one of the top teams in their bracket. So give us a little bit of insight, or maybe some advice for St. Francois when you're going up against, what do you do mentally when you're going up against a team that's, top of the bracket or undefeated?
Okay, so I'm going to reiterate basically the exact same thing I said to the last school to go against Blue Springs, and that was straight up, don't get MTD'd. Their front line is insanely strong. They're super good at communicating. They don't int quite as frequently as some other Solpan Reinhardts do that we have seen here on the Boise State broadcast at all. So they are definitely a force to reckon with. And, even though the meta shift is kind of going more towards, your supports and DPS can start making plays now finally, especially, if some of the patch notes that are currently not the April Fool's ones, but the other patch notes that are currently in experimental go through, it's going to be shifting more towards way more balanced between supports, DPS, and tanks making plays. But right now, it is still definitely more tank-orientated, so you need to be dumping resources into your tank, making sure they stay alive and working with them as opposed to working against them, because that does happen. And so because this is a school we've never seen before, obviously they've made it this far. They have a name for themselves in some regard. We just don't know quite, what that name is within the comps that they play, who their star players are, and how they kind of operate together. But my only advice straight up, don't get MTD'd. Oh, I love those colors!
That is a very nice new graphic there to showcase this exciting match, which is Blue Springs versus W St. Francois in the Missouri Scholastic Esports Association. We can get to Doc's keys to the game in Overwatch, which is never take a fair fight, and that means to take fights in unexpected places when they are unprepared. And of course, the enduring words, don't take so gosh darn long. Doc's keys to the game brought to us by Count. Count Identity Trust Global Network delivers real-time fraud protection, account protection, and enables personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and accurate identity trust decisions deliver safe payment, account creation, and login events while reducing digital fraud chargebacks, false positives, and manual reviews. Count.com. So now we are ready to get into the first match. This is, of course, the Missouri Scholastic Esports Federation Spring Overwatch season, as I said earlier. Over this 8-week season, we've seen 14 schools play. We are right on the precipice of the playoffs, which start this month in April, and all teams will be seeded in those playoffs. And I don't know if we have the overall standings and bracket, but I remember last week when we did show the bracket, if my memory serves me correctly, Blue Springs was at the top of that bracket. So thank you a little bit for that insight into what to do when going off against Blue Springs Nerdy, and we're glad to have you back this week.
Yeah, I'm really glad to be back. I'm not at a 100% health just yet. I'm still dealing with a lot of physical pain, and I have a slight speech impediment from having fluoride poisoning. But other than that, doing a lot better than I was last week.
Well, if you ever, I can do a lot of fast talking. So if you just need to jump in and just start talking really fast during this match, I will be happy to do so. As we head into the first match, it's going to be starting off on Ilios and Lighthouse at that.
And then we're seeing Blue Springs choosing to go with that Diva Reinhardt pick. Diva's mainly going to be in charge of making sure that McCree and the Ana on the side, well, my apologies. I do believe Blue Springs is on the right. Yes, Blue Springs is on the right. So
right, I recognize Casey Bad and Red.
Diva's mainly going to be in charge of making Tessa on the side of West San Francisco County have a horrible time. Unfortunately, Junkrat has already gone down, as has Ash Doggy for the side of West. Going down 3, that's a lost fight. You got to reset, and now it's just a matter of taking the point. With the comp that Blue Springs is running, it's both these comps are very similar. Just the only difference is that Junkrat, that Mei that Blaze is running, allows for a wall and maul strat to happen. And when you play spread out like West did when they initiated here, it makes it way too easy for that Mei to pick them off. They need to make sure that they're grouped up and together, and just sending Junkrat mines all at one target.
So Blue Springs has captured the point first, is going past about 15%. We do see the Mei wall being brought up there. Now we do see West St. Francois County. It's now going to be taking a route through here, through the building. All going to be bunched up as the Reinhardt rounds the corner. You see the Mei is trying to do a lot of damage. A huge shatter onto West Francois, followed by the Flame Strike, is going to tear right through them, take out both their supports. We do see another shatter, it looked like, go through in retaliation, but that was way too late in that engagement. Not enough to stop that team kill. Yeah,
Red did go down, but they will have plenty of time to return to the point. For the side of West County, don't go through small spaces. That Mei wall will completely separate anyone so long as they just put it right behind one of your players. It takes up the entire length of that hallway. Don't go through it if you are not ready to focus one singular pillar. And if you haven't practiced that, avoid it.
And that Riptire isn't going to go anywhere. Well aware of that strategy. We do see a Deadeye being brought out by West St. Francois County, but more maybe of a zoning Deadeye. All that McCree's able to do is take out Immortality Field, and the real eliminations come through from Red and Ice-T, taking out Polly, Squeaky, and Ash Doggy as well. And 3 of the members of West St. Francois County going down. It's going to leave this Diva in a very tricky position, who probably at this point needs to just die and not risk a huge stagger coming out.
And yeah, but unfortunately for that Diva, their Junkrat was also there, so that stagger that was on Diva kind of domino affected into their other DPS. And they also did a fantastic job, at least for Blue Springs, staggering that Diva, which is something that even Boise State has notoriously struggled with.
Well, we do see the Diva Bomb heading out, as well as the Lucio beat just at the end there, as Blue Springs caps off their first round. And really completely controlling that map.
The difference was the Mei.
Yeah, that is true, especially in that closed space. That's going to have to, they're going to have to adjust what routes they take if Blaze ends up staying with Mei here.
Well, the one thing that I will give West County is that in this regard, Blue Springs, because they have played so many games live on broadcast for us, they can kind of, understand what type of comps they should be pulling out. What West County can anticipate what comps Blue Springs will be pulling out. and recognizing at least that this map is not a viable map to be playing May, they should be prepared for this Wrecking Ball strat that Blue Springs is pulling out and be ready to counter it. However, we do see that they're running a Pharah and a Genji with no Mercy Pocket for that Pharah and no Ana for that Genji Blade. So this is going to be a lot of surround and conquer and make sure you dive the same target coming out from West Francis County, and that means they really need to be on their comps and working together.
Oh yes, this whole comp from Blue Springs looks like a bully the backline comp for me. With both this Wrecking Ball and this Hog, they are just going to be going wild in the backline of West County, picking people off one at a time. Allows Blue Springs to be the first ones on the point and to take it. And we've seen how skilled Blue Springs can be on heroes. When you have a skilled Hog, that's going to be a problem. That could really get into your mind. And look at the Wrecking Ball. He was all the way toward the spawn diving down.
That is the whole point of Wrecking Ball. The amount of speed that you have on that little hamster is honestly ridiculous. And so getting in close, taking cooldowns, allowing your team to get poke damage right after you roll out because they're not going to have the opportunity to hit you with those huge E abilities is very viable. And plus you get to charge your support ults up the wazoo with how much damage you end up taking.
Well, Blue Springs tanks are certainly having a fun time here, and the hooks are just landing left and right. It is a Roadhog's paradise right now. You can also see Wrecking Ball having a bit of fun flying through the air. Speaking of flying through the air, Rugged Fish has the barrage available as well. The whole Hawk is going to be used right now. Minefield is also going to get dropped by Wrecking Ball, thanks to some DPS from Blaze 22 as well. It is just, West Francois County just can't even get out of their spawn.
Sometimes the map pool is just not in your favor. Ilios, I understand, is not everyone's favorite map. So for West Francois County, I will definitely say that if this is not your forte, GG, go next, do the best you can on this map, analyze this gameplay you see coming out. Obviously, KC Vet, we've seen you plenty of times. I know your playstyle. That flanky Hog is dirty and you know it. But if there was an Ana or Brigitte on you, you would not be as successful. So maybe to the side of West County, that's what they're thinking.
You see Blaze 22 on the point here, focusing down to this Lucio, who was actually taken out by the Hog hook. We see Valkyrie being used by Retcon as well, giving all of the team members. And at this point, you know, why not? You know, it's not like KC Vet and Bread need any more support at this point. They're just happy doing their own thing at this time. You see a copy is going to come out onto the Reinhardt, followed by the charge into the D.Va. Right up, from behind. That is, oh my goodness. That is just
playing with your food.
That is not playing with your food. That is stabbing it with the fork and doing target practice on the dartboard across the room with it. That is just insane.
Oh, that was a mental image. I did not. That was a very colorful mental description of what just occurred, Jem. That was perfect.
It just, you know, it's not even playing with the food, because playing indicates something happy, you know. It represents carefree fun. That was not carefree fun right there. That was like the most unpleasant.
I understand that, but we got to keep in mind that King of the Hill maps sometimes aren't everyone's forte, especially when you have a diverse team pool that we've seen come out from Blue Springs plenty of times. However, those comps aren't always as successful on situations such as payload, especially on defense. A Glass Cannon Wrecking Ball Roadhog comp does not sound like the most viable way to stay alive, especially when you don't have anything to counter major CCs. And for the side of West County, I would highly suggest running with that on a Brig and doing a double bubble comp to just counter all of that spread that's coming out from the side of Blue Springs.
Well, you are watching this match being brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard, proud sponsor of Boise State Esports, and they invite you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 positions offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is one of the best teams to join out there. Reach out to them on Twitch at iGuardGaming. So it's interesting that you said that King of the Hill is not necessarily everyone's forte, because we're going into now 2CP, which I wouldn't say isn't necessarily anyone's forte right now.
Okay, hear me out. 2CP actually is everyone's forte because, let's be honest, typically it's a roll-on attack and a roll-on attack followed up, and then it's just like this perpetual cycle, vicious cycle of overtime and mentally taxing yourself, and then that's when you start getting tilted. So that's why no one likes 2CP.
It's too much forte.
Yeah,
is what you're
it's
saying.
too much of the defensive side has such a, it's actually, the whole reason why there's no more coin flip and stuff is because being on defense first gives you a higher advantage of success onto CP points because you set the pace for the next round. And with that in mind,
It's everyone's fortissimo
yes,
instead of their forte. Those are those grade school
Every-
piano lessons paying off.
everyone has the opportunity to do well on this map, but with King of the Hill, he who wins the map first in most cases, wins that first fight, will win the entire map.
Now West County actually got the first pick there onto Polly with Farah. However, Polly is going to be rezzed. However, Guitar now is able to take out Rugged, and West Francois has managed to get a good hold here, at least on this first push. Blue Springs is holding back, waiting just to get back up to full power.
Hey, Guitar Gamer, do you by chance play Guitar Hero? Because if we do, you should hang out with me and we can play sometime.
You remember when every single store had the Guitar Hero demo?
I love Guitar Hero. I used that game to rehabilitate my left hand growing up after I had a brain surgery that kind of limited my ability to use my entire left side. So I owe my gaming skills to Guitar Hero.
Well, I wonder how much, well, with a name like Guitar Gamer, I wonder how similar his story would be to yours. His or her story would be to yours. But now, West St. Francois County, or as you say, West County, which is a lot easier to say, we actually see Amplification Matrix being dropped by Blue Springs, and the Shatter followed by the barrage as the Maywall went up.
Tessa.
That is a beautiful play by that Farah. I thought they were safe with that Maywall going up, but the Farah can just fly over that.
I am very glad for the side of West County. They decided, even though a Mercy Lucio comp is typically more viable when you're running some sort of wrecking ball, having a Farah is just enough to have your Mercy have a lot of mobility, especially because that Ashe as well with that coach gun has a lot of mobility. So Mercy, so long as you're doing enough damage amplification, can do a lot here, but unfortunately losing your front line there while your Farah was retreating to receive your Mercy was a little unfortunate. I think that was a miscommunication on the side of West County there. But looking at their comp, they have a major ability to sustain and prevent the snowball that Blue Springs is going to be looking to do. We see Casey Vet got that Graviton Surge. Of course, it's fight 3. KT always has it by fight 2. Bread's got that Shatter. They have it literally every fight. Polly's just got to be in Bread's brain and making sure that he does not let that Shatter go through on his back line.
You actually see a swap being brought onto Blaze, who was actually swapping over to the Widowmaker.
Oh, Tessa, no!
You do see the Graviton Surge also coming out from Blue Springs. At this point, he's just chasing down this Lucio here, who's trying to get away. Is he gonna?
Ashe, run!
Not quite fast enough. So that's gonna have to be a full reset for West Francois. You may not even have time for a full reset. You just got to get somebody to the point, and they're going to try to put the Diva Bomb out there. All it takes out is the Immortality Field, and they aren't able to get on the point soon enough.
For the side of West County, once you hit that point where the point, after that point had been captured, you needed to have retreated and set up and done. As Doc had discussed with the Orange Squad last night, you're taking inventory of what ults they have, what they're looking to do with them, and what ults you're planning to use to counter those ults. And do not forget, it is okay to give up a tick, even 2 ticks, on either of these points to allow you to have time to reconvene, be up 1, or have your full squad, and then touch the point. Yes, your spawn timers do get extended if everyone is on the point, but it's okay to give up a tick. You can still come back from that.
Now we see the loadouts are going to come through for West County.
Oh, Blaze is going with that Widowmaker, so that's a smart pick coming out from Blaze. For the side of West County, they did pull out that far two maps, almost 2 full maps, back to back. In this case, obviously, we do see them swapping over in favor of the Genji, and we have Squeaky going with that Ana to allow for that Genji Blade Nano. That win condition will totally work out fine, so long as... I apologize. Bagel is making weird noises in the background here. That Nano Blade can work out great, but they need to make sure that Glaceon's Inmore is either already exhausted, everyone targets it, and it melts within the second that it is deployed, and that Ice-T is either gone or Sound Barrier has already been used. And Icy is a Reddit Frog protege, I would like to say. They're very good at staying alive, so good luck hunting them down. But you can do it. Just make sure you make this Genji Nano Blade worth everything it possibly can be.
Yeah, we did see last week, if I'm not mistaken, some Nano Blades trying to be set up that didn't get full mileage for the team. And when you burn 2 ultimates like that to not get a payoff, it is not a fun time for anybody there. Tessa is going to be the first one to take out Red. However, Squeaky is also eliminated by Blaze 22. And Mortality Field's going to be taken out by Guitar Gamer. Red is going to have to fully respawn as the Mercy is not available for Blue Springs right now. We see Tessa being focused down here by this D.Va, who's just hiding outside the door. It looked like Blaze 22 also taking out Polly, and West County not able to really capture the point. Now we do see Blaze taken out by Tessa, trying to even it up just a little bit, but KC Vet doing a good job on focusing down some of these squishier targets by taking out the Ashe.
For the side of West County, what they're trying to do there basically was maintain the space that they had claimed despite losing their main support. Losing your main support is, I'm going to put it bluntly, it makes it really hard to be successful to win the fight because of how much utility they provide. Not as bad as losing, you know, a tank and DPS, but you need to make sure that you're playing softer and not trying to hard engage, which is kind of what we saw. And if you're being hard engaged, call your Lucio, use that speed amp, get out, get rid of the space. It's not worth losing more time off that clock.
Speaking of time on the clock, 2 minutes, 25 seconds left as the deep bomb goes through the choke, takes out 5! Oh, that is one of the hugest, that is what is that the biggest D.Va bomb we've seen this season, Ernie?
From the Missouri High School, that has to be the biggest D.Va bomb we've seen thus far. Polly, I am 90% positive you are mauling because you were right in front of your team, and that is the unfortunate truth that happens. This is why you need to track ultimates. You need to be playing walls, natural positions of cover, because once that D.Va bomb gets launched, you have 6 seconds to find cover. Have that speed amp ready, get into a hiding place. You should not be dying to it that easily. It is not just your Ryan's job to protect your team, guys.
Speaking of Ryan, 2 shatters are used from both teams, and eliminations being traded back and forth. Blue Springs and West County both have 2 heroes not available to them right now. We also hear the Deadeye coming out from the tree, as well as the Genji Blade is hit with the sleep dart, so he's not going to be able to use that Deadeye. But the Genji Blade sure is going to be able to be used, getting a 3. We do see KC Vet using a D.Va bomb to take out Ash Doggy on the point.
No.
So we only have 1 left on the point, which is Tessa, and is just going to have to charge off the point. Some reinforcements come in here, but is it going to be enough for them?
It should be more than enough, Gem. If they had focused down Glaceon first, called the location, made sure that he was taking out the sustainability that's occurring on point, would not have been able to happen. But we have Celestial dropping the D.Va bomb. The Immortality's going to come out, however, and save Glaceon just barely. And Reinhardt's going to go down as well. We are at the 44-second mark, and historically that means we are at last fight territory for the side of West County here, and they've only got a rip tire. Oh, guitar. Oh, why? Bread is now playing with their food. No!
Oh, no. And a shatter on top of that. Now West County is heavily staggered. Blaze 22 also focusing down. We also have a rip tire coming out from Guitar Gamer this time.
Get iced tea. Just get one of them. Get bread. You just need to get one. Make it worth it. It's okay. Just
going up the shield.
Yes,
He is able to get 2, but do they have enough time? 2 seconds left. Get to the point. Go! Go! They did manage to get it to overtime just a little bit, but
darn. That double kill, if only Lucio, I know it's hard, I know it's difficult, but that wall riding does boost your speed. Get a little bit faster at those rollouts. Those can be really quintessential for these overtime moments. I myself have had to practice them. A large bagel has had to drill me on them to the point where I actually got mad and said, my hands are numb, please leave, like my thumb stopped working, please leave me alone right now. I can't wall ride anymore. That is what you need to be doing, because that extra little bit of speed might have won you that point.
Yeah, it might have been the first step into at least tying it up and drawing it into overtime, but not today. Blue Springs capturing that second round. And if my intel is correct, or not so much my intel, but my general intuition, it would probably be Payload, which would be the next one, since we are not seeing 2CP.
Payload. What point are we going to go on for Payload then?
I think they want us to at least just see this D.Va bomb again.
Huge. Oh no! Polly didn't even have their shield on. I think the shield might have actually been down. And even more so, that would have been a time to, yes, Lucio, I understand you want the healing, you want that, you want your sound barrier, but Ash, you already had your sound barrier. That was time to swap the speed and run the heck away. If your Rhino Shield is down, that means your main resource for getting through that choke point is also down because of the comp that they were running. They needed to have retreated further out of line of sight of the side of Blue Springs because Blue Springs is notorious for going after those kills until the very end. It has almost been their undoing more than once, overextending, trying to finish off and chase kills because they do get spread out, and that is something you got to keep in mind.
Well, you are currently watching Blue Springs versus West St. Francois in this Missouri Scholastic Esports Association match. As we move on to round 3, Blue Springs is up 2-0 at match point right now. And we will be going on to Hollywood, which is going to be, I suppose, yeah, we've been following the normal map order here. It was
Yes.
first King of the Hill, then 2CP, now we move on to Hybrid.
And then the last one is Control Point not played, but we will see if we make it there. As we're looking at this comp that we have coming out from West County, we see that we've got Tessa on that McCree, we've got Guitar Gamer on that Reaper, Celeste is choosing to stick with the Diva, and we've got a Reinhardt, Lucio, Ana. Pretty standard for Blue Springs, we've got Genji, Monkey, Diva, Echo, Mercy, and Ana. So they're going hard dive, which is going to make the life of West County a little difficult unless they're well grouped up and Tess is calling every single stun and the team is using that stun to their advantage.
Well, I'm not sure if we will see that kind of team play from West St. Francois, but we have seen a lot of individual talent. Unfortunately, this Diva is caught out on the second floor, having all of Blue Springs focus her down. Now Rugged is going to be taken out by Tessa, Guitar Gamer, eliminated by Bread22, and KC Vet and Dread also getting 2 eliminations there, putting West St. Francois at a little bit of a disadvantage here. I'd say more than a little bit. The point is taken.
And we do see Bread has almost got that Primal Rage, which, by the way, the Primal that's currently in the April Fool's experimental is disgusting, as well as a couple other things in that are disgusting. So thankfully, we don't have to see that here. However, for the side of Blue Springs, they are not even running double bubble. They are running standard old school OG dive. And so for the side of West County, looking at that, they should know that there is a huge advantage to having CC ability and controlling the high ground. That is what they need to be taking advantage of here and making sure they're focusing KC Vet as when KC Vet dives in to protect their monkey and demeching Diva before the engage can happen, if possible.
But we do hear High Noon being used by Tessa, as well as the Primal Rage being brought out by Brett. Genji Blade is going to be used by Blaze, picking up 2 already. Guitar Gamer is able to take out the Doom Fist, but the Genji Blade eliminations stack up to 3. KC Vet also taking out Tessa, leaving Blue Springs plenty of room to keep pushing the point forward.
So one of the things that is currently in experimental prior to the April Fool's patch was the idea that Genji, every time you get a kill, would extend the duration of your blade.
Oh.
That is something I pray that does not go through because 6K Genji Blades will be the standard across the board. Full team wipes from 2 ultimates to be 2 OP. I pray that doesn't go through. There's already enough going out for Genji as is.
Well, here comes another Diva Bomb from KC Vet, able to pick up 2, as well as the Valve being used by Glacion. Blue Springs isn't breaking a sweat, just picking them off one by one. Another Diva Bomb used at the last moment by Celestial, only going to pick up Glacion. And at this point, it really just didn't get Francois anything.
Unfortunately, that is how some of these points just end up being that way. And for West Francois, right now they're getting the hard stagger out of those late spawns. Getting bad spawned is never fun. It's kind of like you're getting bullied. However, for as far as this map goes, the geometry within this indoor area allows for the opportunity to create a very bully-orientated comp for the side of West Francois, just laying the delay. And that would be what I would suggest to do here. Give up the high ground control with the Diva, switch over to the Zarya, get that Mei out, get rid of the Reaper, and instead, keep a McCree, get the Mei, just do as much as you can for sustainability and survivability, even if it's a slower pace.
In here, Death Blossom being used by Reaper, taken out by Bread, and Rugged Fish also also taking out the Reinhardt. Glaceon is also using the Valk, which means Blue Springs, if you count the Valk that's currently being used, has 6 ultimates available to them, but they're not even going to need to use one as KC Vet and Red take out Tessa and Squeaky. Ash Doggy also taken out by Doomfist. KC Vet also getting rid of Pilot Diva. And this looks like it's going to be a pretty easy parking job for Blue Springs. As Primal Rage and another Diva Bomb is brought out just to stop anyone from coming out onto the corn. Genji Blade also tearing into West County, and that is going to be it for Blue Springs.
And we do see that Squeaky had swapped over to that Brigida pick, which is totally fine. Brigida Lucio is a viable healing strategy. Yes, they're both flex heals, but so long as Lucio is keeping his aura on his team and Brigida is using their flail to keep their Inspire up as much as possible, especially in those close range fighting situations, it can be a very advantageous switch. So my only advice to West County would have been, once that point flipped over and they had gotten to this last stretch here in Hollywood, you needed to have swapped your comp over. Yes, you would have had one fight where you would have had way less ultimate advantage, but when there's this much of a steamroll going on and you just need to get control of the pace of the game, slowing it down and just making sure that that payload does not move, giving you extra time to charge those ultimates that you need, is worth it in the end. And so understanding what type of comps you can play based off of the geometry of the map itself is something that's very important. And Hollywood provides a great opportunity to switch things up per each objective that you take, because they are very unique with their typology and geometry.
Blue Springs sticking to this more divey composition. I was wondering in my head, with as cheeky as they have been in this match so far, if they would just go the full mile and pull out some sort of Bastion, cheese comp or something like that. But it doesn't look like they're that full of themselves today. So.
Hey, historically, Blue Springs is very respectful and does not pull out the cheesy bread and butter comps. I mean, let's also be real, they are fun comps to play, but they're also very easy to counter, even by, people in bronze. I'm gonna be blunt. All you have to do is tell people how to do it, and they will do it. And I'm 90% positive that West County could counter any Bastion strat that gets pulled out here on Hollywood, because they're a little bit difficult to actually fully set up. But unfortunately, Bread is doing what Bread does best and acquiring the gluten from the enemy team, and it's just piled through everyone on the side of West Francois County on their first attack. They may need to change some things up.
I am not seeing any swaps coming through from West County at the moment. Tessa is up to 32% on that sticky bomb. However, it was really, Tessa just kind of rushed onto the point last time and was really just kind of left on there, and Blue Springs really mowed Tessa down. So gonna see if they can't be just a little bit more grouped up here, as a Hog is also being used by 2 here for Francois. Trying to focus down this monkey here. Is going to be bringing out the Primal Rage, going right into West County. Deep Bomb also being used by KC Vet, going to pick up 1. So Tessa and Celestial both eliminated, followed by Ash Doggy, and the dominoes keep falling. No tick gotten on that point, and the Reaper is just dragging it out at this point. It's going to even put a stagger onto County.
A common misconception that I am still unfortunately seeing happen even in my ranked play games is the idea that Reaper is the counter to Monkey. That is something that went out the window a very long time ago, unfortunately. Reaper is not nearly as viable into this comp as I believe West County thinks it is, because of Moira going into a Diva. That Diva's taking all of Moira's orbs away. That makes it very difficult for this Moira to be getting as much value as they need to be here. I would strongly suggest swapping over the Roadhog in favor of the Diva to take the anti-nades away from Retcon, because that is going to be the undoing of West Francois' pushes at any regard, because they have nothing to cleanse that.
We have a mess of ultimates being used, including a Bob, which is going to pick up 2 from West County. We do see Celestial using that Primal Rage, but it might be just a little bit too late. It might have even just been, I don't know, maybe at this point, maybe more of a grudge thing. They're just backing up one of the members of Blue Springs into a corner and just wailing on them.
I won't lie, I myself last night had a Mercy that wanted to take an ego duel, and it was because they had played with some of these people and they're like, they were just playing mean, so can we bully them a little? And I was like, sure, and I straight up nanoed a Mercy. So if your team, if that's how you build your team morale, is to just, you know, be like, all right, let's have some fun. This one person's making my job like the worst it possibly could be. Go for it. Have some fun. Bully the side of Blue Springs if you must, because they can handle it. I promise you that. Casey Vets had their fun. Reds had their fun. They understand.
Yeah, talking about one person that's giving you a tough time, Blaze on that Genji. Oh, you don't want to be in a close, a tight little room with that Genji blade.
And you know, typically, if you want to kill a Genji, you bait them into a small space. But Blaze is just, I don't know how to put it. He's like a Reddit frog plus a Genji, and it's weird.
Well, West County, they have Coalescence that they're using right now, but I don't think that that's going to really turn it around for them. They've got 15 seconds left, so desperation tactics now is you just got to get someone to hit that point. Unfortunately, they are staggered with Squeaky and now Guitar Gamer, so one of them just has to hit that point, but we do not see any swaps, at least on the tank. No Wrecking Ball being brought out to even try to spin to win. It's just going to be over, and Blue Springs takes the match. I'm sorry, what'd you say there, Nerd?
I'm sorry, the googly eyes that are present on all of the character models and the various payloads, the googly eye positioning is unique to the payload type, so it's always funny to see them because the one on Hollywood literally looks like it's Doc from Cars.
Well, unfortunately, the Hudson Hornet is not going to be taken out for a spin today, just stuck in the museum to look at. So that is going to do it for the first match of this Missouri Scholastic Esports Association game. We are going to be taking a short break and then moving on to game number 2. But speaking of Overwatch, you are not going to want to miss the 3v3 Army National Guard Showdown, which is going to be from April 16th to 17th, brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard. And just the thought of it brings such joy to Nerdy.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I have a team that's in this tournament. It consists of myself, Basilisk, whose real name is Jackson. They are a very good friend of mine. They were once a player on the team with me when I was still playing for the Blue Squad during my undergraduate career. And Coach Shifty. We are the team You Need Healing, or Boise State Carry plus Baz are the two names we're toying with right now. And I am in that tournament. And I don't know, it's either going to be just a complete meme fest, or there's also a team name that I came up with for the one that Bagel is on, and because it consists of Kel, one of our recruits, and a large Bagel. Their team name is Kel Likes Bagels. I am just very intrigued as to what comps we're going to see coming out in these 3v3 tournaments, and how it's just all going to go down, because I feel like at the end of the day, it's going to be a huge meme fest in some regard, just to see who can do, like, the dumbest thing in the world to get, like, the biggest and flashiest kill. And that is something I would not put past anyone on either my team or Bagel's team to be trying to do.
Well, you are definitely not going to want to miss whatever happens on the 16th or 17th, but you're going to want to tune in, because something, and I assume something big and flashy and a bit nonsensical, is going to happen during that tournament. So,
oh, yeah.
But right now, we have got to get to the second match right after this break, so you're going to want to stay tuned for the second match from the Missouri Scholastic Esports Federation. welcome back to today's broadcast. We are covering some high school Overwatch matches from the Missouri Scholastic Esports Federation. I'm still your host, Jacob Jem Palmer, joined by Artie Nerdy Rain. And now we move on to the second match, which is more well-known teams. We have Wellington Napoleon or Wellnap versus Ozark.
All right. This is Tigers versus Tigers, so show me what you got.
Yeah, see which pack is the true ruler of the jungle or the savannah or whatever biome these tigers would prefer to reside in. So
I won't lie. I wish my my high school mascot. Well, actually, my high school mascot was a knight, but the most memorable one was my grade school. We were the University Unicorns.
hey, why not?
Can we get a high school with unicorns?
You
as
know
their
what
mascot?
I'm surprised we don't see more dragons. Like if we're talking mythical creatures, you know, we already have,
Chimeras,
carnivores.
dragons.
Yeah, I know.
Like let's get some cool ones out here. Stop with the realism. Let's bring in the fantasy, make it more fun, please. Like, come on.
Well, you are watching the Boise State Esports broadcast brought to you by their very real and very herbivorous mascot, the Broncos. So we are going to continue on with Wellnap versus Ozark in this match. It's part of the spring Overwatch season for the Missouri Scholastic Esports Federation. 14 schools in a 4-week season. All teams will be seeded in the playoffs, which start April, which it just turned over to April, so we are right on the precipice of those playoffs.
So, is this the last rounds of this round robin?
I'm not sure, but we will. We know that the playoffs are very soon coming down the wire. We do get some matches a little earlier than others, so. But right now, we are just covering what is available to us. And Doc's Keys to the Game is what's available to both of these teams right now in Overwatch, which is never to take a fair fight, and that means to take your fights in unexpected places when they are unprepared and don't take so gosh darn long. That is Doc's Keys to the Game, brought to you by Count Identity Trust Global Network. They deliver real-time fraud protection, account protection, and enables personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. Quick and accurate identity trust decisions at count.com.
I don't know. That last key to the game, I'm little hesitant on. I think the wording needs to be don't take so gosh darn long with the fight itself, because there has definitely been situations where my squad sat on one side of the point and just poked at the enemy team for literally 90 seconds until one of them decided to make a misplay.
Well, I'm sure there are fringe cases.
Yeah, well, I'll consider that outlier data.
Well, we start right now. Speaking on the fringe, we are right on the precipice of a cliff as we start out in Nepal.
And looking at it, neither team is going with the Symmetra strat, which, though makes me sad, it also makes me happy at the same time because there is no Symmetra cheese happening. For the side of the Ozarks, Silent Storm's going with that Moira pick. Thankfully, Wellnap's not choosing to go with Hammy on that Diva, so Moira's going to get a decent amount of value here. However, the Ozarks are choosing to go with the double shield comp. I'm very interested to see how this goes because it's a very slow-moving comp notoriously, and they don't have Lucio speed. We do see they've already lost their soldier. However, Reinhardt for the side of Wellnap's also going to go down, so it's even, but the side of Wellnap needs to stabilize a little bit because a lot of those players are pretty low.
Wellington Napoleon is struggling to stabilize right now, and a Riptire is just going to go right into two members of Wellnap. And so any trouble they were having stabilizing before, that is going to force them right off the point and allow Ozark to be the first ones to capture it.
I'm not gonna lie, that Riptire came online a lot faster than I thought it would have, and also the ability to get it in that location so close to the fight and not go down as Junkrat. Very, very surprised, very proud of that Junkrat. But Nispara is now going to come in and have a free opportunity to get off their rocket barrage. Yes, they will sacrifice themselves in the process. If only Hammy had put a bubble on them for sustain, that might help them out a little bit. But it does look like Wellnap should be able to clean up this fight and turn the point over just before the 40th percentile mark.
And if we're looking at what Wellnap is going to have available to the next fight, both above 90% charge. It's going to be the Shatter and the Valkyrie. Ozark Tigers only having the Nano Boost available, but they will have a Shatter of their own. So if they could survive Wellnap Shatter, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of a retaliatory Shatter being brought out by them. Ozark is going to have to push forward now.
In this case, for the side of Wellington Napoleon or the side of the Ozarks, it is now the he who ults first and most advantageously wins, but it does not matter when a Fire Strike goes through. It completely wipes out one of the supports, and then your boy 420 also gets taken out, followed by Ninja, and there is no need for ultimates to even be used here for the side of Wellnap to clean up this team. Unfortunately, that rotation that the side of the Ozarks was trying to do was just too slow. When you have a comp that has a Pharah that can literally poke damage right behind your barrier with no one punishing them except for Bubbles, it'll make well, sorry, not Bubbles. With no one punishing them except for the Soldier 76, it makes it very difficult for your team to stay alive. That Pharah has free range so long as Marine is pocketing them. They need to acknowledge that and ult first.
No,
that's a dirty tire. Now I understand how you survived that first time. But now it's probably not going to happen again as we hear the Rocket Barrage coming out, taking out the Pharah. Well, taking out the Orisa, and Pharah herself will go down to the Soldier. Mercy's going to go down, so is Reinhardt, but Step for the side of the Ozarks will go down, and it looks like Wellington should be able to hold this fight.
Well, as much cues as I heard being pressed there, Riptire, Barrage, Shatter, really it was just standard eliminations that really dominated that one. We also see a bit of a stagger being put on there to end Magic. Unfortunately for the Ozark Tigers, that is the last time that they will, this is not the point where you want a stagger being put onto the team, especially one of your tanks while push. We do hear another Shatter being used by Wolfie King, and Bubbles is going to be the one to take out Wolfie King, but this Junkrat is firing back here, being able to take out two members of Wellnap, but it is not probably going to be enough as the only one left from Wellnap. It might actually, yes, it is enough, as Wellnap only has this McCree left facing down this full strength Orisa here.
Unfortunately for Bubbles, I would have chosen to not fully engage on that Orisa and just stayed alive and either kited off, but when you bring the point all the way to 99, it really doesn't matter. You could just and reset, which is exactly what Wellnap's doing right here. And we do see they've got 3 ultimates. One of them, if Fish were here, he would say is not really an ultimate, but it's not. We have the High Noon, we have the Nano, we've got that Mercy ultimate. So long as they are used properly, we do see an opportunity for a retake as the Reinhardt charge goes in, taking out Wolfie. The boy's gonna go down as well. So no Echo, no Junkrat, no Moira, no Orisa, no Ana. And that is a full team wipe of the Ozarks, so Wellnap will get this first point.
Alrighty, as Wellnap is able to get it and uses just a celebratory zoning Deadeye, I do want to bring up something with the Deadeye. I am more convinced than ever now, Nerdy, that Fish is a bad luck charm to Deadeye. Not in his opinion of Deadeye, but just in his presence of being here. Because last week, which you unfortunately couldn't make it, but last week, Fish was here in the broadcast studio to watch, and none of the Deadeyes never seemed to land.
No!
And so really, and you remember the week before that and the week we've seen some amazing Deadeyes, but the 1 week Fish shows up in the studio, the Deadeyes just don't work. So there is some sort of bad luck charm between him being in the studio and that particular ultimate.
All right, Michael Fisherman, when we want to have a McCree on our team, I hate to say this, I think you need a broadcaster from home.
Just step out of the studio for like 20 seconds.
I don't need that bad juju here.
Just like 20 seconds. Just say across, hey, someone's using a Deadeye, step out for 10 seconds. Okay, you can come back in now.
It's really interesting for the side of the Ozarks to be running almost the exact same comp that they ran last time. They don't have that Lucio speed boost. They're sticking with the Orisa Reinhardt. Silent has chosen to go in favor of that Baptiste, and Ninja is choosing to go with the McCree as opposed to going with that Junkrat. But their movability and sustainability is not very present with this comp in comparison to what Wellnap has. Wellnap in the form of that Doofus plus an Onanade has the ability to just basically dive in and out freely at will unless Bubbles can land a perfect stun on them. And putting all that pressure on one person is a little bit rough. We do see Hammy swapping over in favor of the Roadhog. However, if the side of, well, my apologies, Wellnap is the one with the Roadhog and Doomfist. I am speaking backwards.
And I wasn't exactly sure what I saw from your boy there. Really just kind of charging into the fight alone as that Echo is now swapped over to the Soldier, but just never really want to be going in one by one. Is going to be trying to get a little bit of a pick now, and this Doomfist is just going to not even care and just go right in with the Meteor Strike onto the backline, but Ozark Tigers do put up the Immortality Field. Oh my.
Dang! Doomfist! That Matty Ice straight up, that was a flex, a hardcore flex. Typically, when you go in that deep and you get Meteor Strike, you use it to get out. You don't drop right in front of the team like, here I am, still full health, guess what, I'm going back, because that's exactly what Matty Ice did just there. Huge flex. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite you in the butt.
Well, it might just, as Ozark Tigers are still pushing. Shatter is being used by Wolfie King. Also, 2 ultimates available to Silent Storm and End Magic. Kwame is going to be the one to take out Wolfie King as well as Matt East. And with that whole hog, that is able to put Wellnap at a much better position against the Tigers.
We are now at the point where you need to be making the speed swaps, and I do not see the Ozarks doing that. This would have been at like even 85% health. Bubbles. At 85%. Oh my goodness, someone is on point. Okay, cool. Nicely done. Thank you.
They've managed to get it.
Oh,
and with the Riptire too, as this Junkrat turned it all around, as Wellnap is now rushing back to the point and can't get their footing. This might just be what the Tigers needed to continue, and they do manage to capture that point.
That was beautiful. This is, you know, when you're not first person in it, you're not keeping track of everybody. We couldn't see where the Junkrat and Mercy were, so it's not our fault. That was planned on the side of the Ozark. We weren't supposed to know. However, I would have highly suggested swapping over to a Lucio at this point, so you have the extra speed, because now losing one is going to lose you the fight here, and you need to make sure you can get back as quickly as possible.
Well, Tactical Visor and Meteor Striker both being brought out. Tactical Visor able to eliminate Marine. We also see Bongo being placed down from Ozark Tigers. That is allowing damage to be pushed through from Ninja, taking out a double and an environmental onto your boy. Jesus is also going to be taking out Ninja. Jesus, that name sounds very familiar.
Yeah, Adam.
Yeah, Adam. Wolfie King also got an elimination there, but Ozark Tigers managed to keep control of the point as they now push up to the choke to make some space for themselves.
Making space is great, but you're not full force right now, so this is really, oh my goodness, do you see that? Do you see what I'm seeing right down there? The Junkrat that is in position to do some sneaky things once again.
This Junkrat.
Yep, there it is.
You know,
there's the Riptire from close range. I don't know, that was always risky as we
and the whole hog pushing all of them off.
Pushing multiple players of the Ozarks off the map. Even the Fortify didn't save the Orisa there. That's always unfortunate. And now at 99%, I do not think those staggers were early enough for anyone to touch the point for the side of the Ozarks.
Victory.
Well, that was a huge environmental kill from Wellnap that allowed them to get it. But I got to tell you, this Junkrat, what we're seeing, I don't know what this Junkrat is doing, but the fact that they're managing to turn their Riptire into a coalescence in terms of how often it's online is something to behold. And we will probably see a lot more insane moments like that at this 3v3 showdown brought to you by the Idaho Army National Guard, which will be happening on the 16th and 17th. You're not going to want to miss it, because any crazy plays you see being brought to you here this week, well, I'm sure these 3-player teams are going to want to have their own insane moments that they bring to us. So
come watch me int.
So Wellnap getting the first victory there and are on to a good play, but I can't count the Tigers out, especially with this talent that we see on the Junkrat. You know, that was another thing. That was a theme of last week to bring you up to speed, Nerdy. You know, not only, you know, so lesson 1, fish, bad luck, charm for Deadeye. Lesson number 2 was the Junkrat trap last week was insane. I have never seen Junkrat traps be used that often in a match to turn the game around. So picture this. Numbani Reinhardt in narrow doorway, uses Shatter, gets 5 to 6 members of the other team with that Shatter, steps forward to follow up, Junkrat trap placed in doorway, stops Reinhardt from following up and other team members from getting through narrow doorway.
Oh my goodness, that's some big brain Jay silly play coming out right there. I like it.
So with Ninja, who knows what we could see. And coincidentally enough, Temple and Ufus was one of the maps we saw last week where the Junkrat traps were filthy.
All right, so what you're saying is Ninja might have the opportunity to pop off more than they already have. Unfortunately, though, for the side of the Ozarks, they've decided to go with attacking first. I never like to attack first on 2CP. It's it's not as advantageous as defending first. It's okay to get rolled on defense first. It's not okay to get full held on attack first. That is why I always choose defense. Anyway, as we look at the side of Wellnap, we do see that we've got the Moira Ana, so they're just planning on rolling through and doing as much sustain as possible. The Moira and the Ana actually, coincidentally enough, don't really have to worry about the Sigma ultimate being their undoing, because Ana can sleep a Sig and Moira can fade out of it because it's an omnidirectional ability, it's a little OP. So, you know, there's no need for a CC counter ultimate here so long as the side of Wellnap does their push organized and well.
And you see the Junkrat trap is going to get one of them, but the Brine Shield is going to be able to save them as Wellnap manages to get 2 eliminations and stop that flank from both the Junkrat and the Mercy. And now in comes this Hanzo to push some damage onto Ozark. We see Ender Dragon managing to get 2 and Bioshock following that up with ya boy. And now this poor Reinhardt is not going to be able to retreat, and Ozark needs to regroup really fast to stop any additional staggers. But I think we're seeing the emergence of, you know, this Junkrat flank strategy coming out from Ozark.
All right, so Ninja, I have some words for you. You strike me as one of those, and I'm not trying to insult you or anything. You strike me as one of those hard-stuck master Junkrats, and the reason why is because at this rank, you are underestimating the ability of the opponents you're going into. These flanky strats from Junkrat are not meant to happen and are really not easy to pull off at this rank for a reason, because Junkrat's insanely loud. He is not meant to flank. All of those landmines.
He doesn't strike me as a stealth character.
Exactly. Those landmines immediately give away your location. If Wellnap can hear you, they turned around and took you out for a reason. Yes, that trap that you dropped on the Zarya was pretty slick, not gonna lie, but the follow-up from your team wasn't there, also because they don't have the Lucio speed to amp around and jump onto that target. You don't have the correct comp to be trying to pull off such a weird flanky strat.
Remember, he was the one who ripped off his mask to announce that it was Junkrat. Stealth isn't one of his strong suits, but a strong suit for Wellnap is going to be all the eliminations that they pound onto Ozark, and an unfortunate Riptire being used right there is not going to change the tide of battle. They did manage to get to the point, but no ticks on that point.
And we do see going into this next one, we're going to have a Shatter coming online. Valkyrie's going to come online probably mid-fight. And we do have that Attack Visor. Attack Visor is great. However, there's a lot of shields from the side of Wellnut. They'll have a Mei wall to get through, 2 Zarya bubbles, and a Reinhardt shield. And if not everyone's behind the Reinhardt shield, it's going to be very difficult to take it down because you're only targeting 1 of 6 people behind it. So it looks like your boys choosing to try and go into a weird flank position behind the enemy team. We see Reinhardt charging Reinhardt, taking out Bioshock, so Wellnap is down their main tank. However, a nano boost onto any of the heroes of Wellnap might be able to sustain, but oh my goodness!
The Junkrat.
Wolfking, you did some nice work there, but the Junkrat and you were not enough because you don't have healing. You need healing.
And now, oh, he managed to take out the Hanzo, though, so that Junkrat is still up there. And your boys now managed to get back to the point with the Mei wall going up from Wellnap. Actually, given.
Why did your boy just stand there instead of walking to the left or right? That Mei wall wasn't completely across.
I don't know. Maybe he just wanted to break it. I don't know.
You just want to up your barrier damage percent stats? Come on, homie. Get the kill.
Well, by some miracle, it looked like Ozark has managed to take to the first point, although I wouldn't discount it as a miracle. That was some great play there by Wolfbeaking, extending it out and allowing your boy to be able to rush in afterwards to pick up that point.
Yes, however, for the side of Wellnap, if you look, they have all but Anklio's ultimate online and ready to go. And for the side of the Ozarks, yeah, they're going to have Amplification Matrix ready.
Oh, and we see the combo of the Graviton Surge
Yep,
and
and it
Dragon
should be
Strike
enough.
going through to pick up 3. Your boy does bring out the Tactical Visor to take out the Ana, and they are on the point, and the Junkrat is going to try to take out with the Riptire, manages to take out Bioshock, but there's no one left on the point to get it to that first tick.
And with that, we do see we've still got Shatter, Nano Boost, and basically, if Ankle can land 2 logs before the side of the Ozarks make it to this point, they will have their ultimate ready to go. For the side of the Ozarks, though, they've got Amplification Matrix plus Lift. I foresee Lift not working out in their favor. They don't have anything to combo with it. It's really going to be targeting just the squishies, so Ana needs to be careful. They're playing a little bit too risky right now. Moira should be okay so long as they have their Fade ready to go. And May honestly could just cryo out of it. It's not that big of a deal. And then Hanzo just jumps to a nearby location so she don't drop nearly as far. And we do see Ankle trying to go in right now, getting behind. Are we going to see the Blizzard drop? There it is. The Immortality is also coming out. It's getting taken out very quickly. Nicely done. And I do believe that that is going to be a team kill just as soon as they get this little Hanzo off the point.
And there goes the Hanzo, putting the Tigers at just under 90 seconds left. The thing that really is not good for the Tigers is they've really just been using their ultimates as they've been coming online, and it's really staggered them out. You know, Wellnap now has used all their ultimates, but the Tigers really have only one ultimate because halfway through the engage, they decided to use the Riptire, and maybe that's going to change it around. They haven't been managing their ultimates that well. But now here comes the Flux, and that is going to be able to take out the Ana as the Sigma comes in, and now here comes the Riptire just as it comes online. It's going to go right into the Zarya and take her out. The Ozark Tigers might have found what they need to take the point here, but it is still contested as Ankle and Matt are both taken out. And now your boy taking out Jesus as well. Wellnap is staggered out pretty well here as the Reinhardt is being focused down on the point. In comes the Diva to try to bring it out and keep it going again. And with Ankle being able to take out Ninja and a Dragon Strike, that is what Wellnap needed to turn it around. And their Sigma is very low on health, being focused down by this Hanzo fresh off the Dragon Strike. Mercy is hovering with her Valk right above the point. And we also see a Dragon Strike being brought out by your boy as soon as it comes online. Bioshock does manage to take out your boy, so nothing gained off that Dragon Strike. Just one tick, and with 5 seconds left, Ozark is not able to hold this second point as Wellington Napoleon stabilizes and keeps them to 1.
All right, Ozarks, we have seen you more than once. My advice, once again, is going to remain the same. You need to take stock. You need to take inventory between fights. Acknowledge what the enemy team has. What do you have? What ults are you going to use to counter their ultimates? Or what ult are you going to use first so they don't even have the chance to use their ultimates? You need to get your pre-fight target focus figured out as well as your pathing. You can see clearly through the way that you guys are working that a lot of it comes at the last final seconds when it pulls together by the skin of your teeth that you are able to win out these fights. It should not be like that for you guys. You are highly skilled players. Get that pre-target focus down. Understand your win condition. You can draw this out. It should be much closer than you guys are letting this happen right now.
Now we see Ninja still sticking on the Junkrat. Now it was on defense last week where the Junkrat traps came in and were such a major factor, so we're going to have to see where Ninja places those, but Ozark now is going to be going with an Orisa Reinhardt composition, while as Wellnap are going to be going with the classic Rein Zarya.
Rein Zarya with a Genji Ana, so basically Mercy's damage boosting, both DPS all of the time and healing them up. Ana gets to pocket the tanks, gets early nano boost. Genji should have been enough damage boost from the Mercy in order to have Nano Blade, so that's probably going to be the first ultimate combo we see coming out. Bioshock might have their Shatter coming off basically every fight depending on how much damage they're taking and how much damage they are doing, but they'll need to be careful because Ninja is going to not allow them into any small spaces, so Bioshock, keep that in mind. Don't go into tiny spaces.
And right now, Wellnap is going with their first push here. Your boy looked like he was trying to get up to a higher point to take out that Genji, but going to reposition. It is Ninja with the first pick onto the Mercy there, putting Wellnap down as they are going to find themselves in this point, but they got to look behind them because the Genji is coming in from behind, trying to get in on their back line. Immortality Field is going to be thrown down as Wolfie King is able to take out that Genji, putting Wellnap at the disadvantage again. Now comes Ankle with the Junkrat, just flinging those bombs into that tight enclosed space, and eventually one of them is going to hit, and there goes the mine onto Jesus as well. And a res coming onto your boy, putting Ozark at an even greater advantage now. As the amplification matrix came online for them, they use it right away.
Hold up, what did I just say? Don't go into tiny spaces. They have a Junkrat. Just rotate right side high ground. Junk won't be able to fire bombs up there until you're at the very last cusp of it, and you can spread out enough to dodge them. Just don't go left. I understand there's a mega pack there, but not everybody can use it at once.
Now Ozark just waiting for Wolfie King to come back. They're gonna go left again.
They're doing it again.
Let's try. Let's see what happens now. Well, we do hear the Riptire being used. It's gonna take out two. She told you not to go left.
I did. I said it, didn't I?
And now they see a Junkrat trap being placed in the doorway there. Your boy is res as well, putting Ozark back up to their full strength. All right, place your bets. Going left a third time.
I hate to say it. All right, we're going to see it again. We're going to see Matty Ice dive in with no support as his team rotates, not in the right time because he needs to be diving in late so his team can charge through. Instead, actually, Ankle. Yes!
Oh.
Yes, they're listening! They aren't going left! Thank you! Now the Nano Boost is coming out. Ankle's popping that Deadeye. Junkrat's gonna go down. We see the Immortality get taken out. Orissa's gonna go down. Valkyrie's coming out. This is no holds barred. Pop every Q. Get this point. We need it now type of situation. Junkrat, Mercy, both going down. Genji almost dies to the Junkrat P. Thank goodness you did not. That would have been just a head kind of bang your head on the desk moment. And Wellnap gets the point finally.
It's just they didn't go left.
Just don't. Junk tires junk bombs do a lot more damage than people give them credit for.
All right, they're going to be pushing on to the second point, and they only need to get a little bit past one tick to be able to pull out the win here and push them to match point. And through the choke is the Dragon Strike that's going to be pushed through. Excuse me, surprised that wasn't used in combination with excuse me, Nervy, can you take this? I need a drink.
So I was thinking it too. That should have been in they could have used it with the Amp Matrix. They could have used it with a Shatter. They could have used it in conjunction with a Pull. Instead, they just chose to use a zoning ultimate and send it right down the mid. It's okay to choose to use a zoning ultimate, but try to get as much utility out of it as possible. That does not always mean you need to combo another ult, but simply saying, hey, Orisa, call out your ult in mid. Or say, hey, I'm sending my dragon down mid. Orisa, can you hold the team? Hulting them into that dragon would have forced them into it, made them take damage, possibly killed one of them, given you extra time, as opposed to wasting an ult and just separating the team and not doing anything with it.
That is not a wasted ult, though.
Okay, Ninja, I see you, I hear you. You got the jump tire. You picked up both of the supports and the Orisa. Now go clean up. Don't let that Reinhardt just sit there.
Yeah, the Reinhardt is going to be charging back and did take a little bit of health, but is going to manage to survive. We do see the Genji going off to the side there.
Man.
Hanzo is not going to let him, though.
Oh, Maddie.
Now the team is still going to push up, even though, they're going to res the Genji, so they're back at full strength. We do see the Junkrat trap right in that door. It's going to be taken down, so they at least don't walk into it. And Ozark is going to have the Supercharger and the Shatter available to them. Here comes the Nano Blade coming out, as well as the Graviton Surge. It's going to tear through Ozark. At 3 combo is going to be just what Wellnap needed to push onto the point. We do see McCree caught in the Junkrat trap, but is going to survive through that. And there you go. That just shows the power of comboing.
First wins, honestly, like both teams in that regard had very equal ultimate advantages going in. Yes, there were some that were online, some that weren't quite online, but across the board, it was about even. So at that point, it literally is who can act first, and unfortunately for the side of the Ozarks, Wellnap acted first. Ozark should have pushed up into that tiny space. I know you don't like to, but you have a Junkrat. You could have done it. You did it plenty of other times. You need to ult first and call the fight where you want it to happen. for the side of Wellnap, they wanted it to happen on point, and you let it happen on point, Ozark, unfortunately.
I couldn't say it better myself as I take a drink to alleviate just a little bit of coughing there, but I am fine, I assure you. As we go on into the third map, now here's one thing that I find interesting is that we see the pattern coming out from Ninja. You know, you were talking about it's very. Which the pattern is just same hero again and again and again. And like you were saying, you know, sometimes you just get a really good hero that you just want to stick on because that's your main. But in this particular map, what do you think could be some heroes that if Ninja wanted to branch out and, you know, have more of a hero repertoire instead of just picking Junkrat all the time, what would you suggest?
Honestly, Junkrat is very unique in the way that he plays and the type of damage that he does within regards to that playstyle. There isn't quite a hero that can match that currently in the meta. However, as opposed to constantly going with the Junkrat, I would highly suggest learning to pick up the Mei, another very disruptive style player, someone who also has the ability to stall out enemies. I'm not saying you have to go full projectile and learn the McCree, but you know, Junkrat, Mei, Sombra, and would be some heroes that you should try and check out, especially if you want to be on that flanky. You should be going with the flank heroes like a Sombra. That's the whole point of Sombra. She's a flank, not Junkrat, who's just like, hey, let me drop these concussion mines, literally called concussion mines because they're super loud and can cuss you upon impact, to try and jump behind people.
Say really mean words to you. Okay, I'm sorry. That was a lame joke, I understand. But what isn't so lame is going to be Wellnap here, who's going to be on the defense, getting the first pick onto your boy, and then Hanzo follows that up by getting rid of Ninja. So both DPS is now gone for Ozark Tigers, as their tanks are going to find themselves stuck in this choke point. Going for a bit of a soft reset here. It's actually going to be pushed right back into this building here. I don't know if they wanted to be split up like that.
Your boy, I'm not going to lie, I understand you're trying to play off of your Junkrat here and keep that frontline damage. Yes, Reaper is great for frontline damage, but I hate to break it to you, Bubbles is playing McCree, and even my teammates do not like playing Reaper into a McCree. His sole intent is to shut you down. Your boy, we've seen you on that Soldier 76. Honestly, I think you could be a great Hanzo as well, and guess what? Having magic on that Sigma, you use gravity for Flux, and as soon as they're all the way up, pop dragons. When they hit the ground, everyone's gonna touch dragons. Even an immortality can't save them. So, your boy, show me your Hanzo. I know you can play it. You need that shield pierce damage in order to get past Bioshock. You gotta be the one to be that piercing charge for your team. Come on, man.
Instead, looks like he's going to be taking another bit of a flank route again. There's nowhere near that Death Blossom to go into the backline, so instead is going to go off to the right where the main tanks push through the main route here.
Oh, no.
It's instantly going to be found out by this Hanzo, and that is ugly. Well, now Ozark finds themselves one down. The Hanzo is just going to continue with the Ana there with another great headshot. Is now going to be focusing on this Junkrat, who's actually taken up by Bubbles instead. So Ozark is going to need to make some swaps, and September is the first one to do a swap, now pushing over to the Lucio instead.
I love that September has chosen to go with the Lucio Silent Storm. I know you have Coalescence, but we've discussed it here before. As a fellow Moira main at one point, we all know Coalescence is a cooldown ultimate. It's one of those ones that can be sacrificed, just like Valkyrie, just like Shatter. It's time to swap over to the Baptiste, because I say this because Whammy has Graviton Surge almost ready to go. Yes, you guys are probably just going to have to quote-unquote take it because you don't want to swap off your tanks right now, and that's completely fine. But having Baptiste able to use Immor for possible sustain, plus using your ability, your shift ability, Booty Fight can give you more live ability in these cases.
Well, there goes the Dragon Strike combo with the Graviton Surge, picks up 2 from Ozark. And a bit of some answering, though, from this Junkrat, who is going to get a double of his own. But he's going to be focused down by Bubbles, and no tick is going to be found on the point there. I do hear a res coming out onto Matt from Wellnap, so they are going to be back up to full strength. Going to have under a minute left to defend this. They only used half of their ultimates.
And we
Gonna take out September as well with a nice placed headshot.
We do see that Ninja has chosen to swap in favor of the Genji. Actually, that could be a smart play if he's able to dive onto bubbles and take them out. They did just use their concussion, so if Magic managed to communicate that, Genji could have dove in. However, I do not know if any of the players from the side of Ozark are going to be able to touch the point. Your boy is very close to that Reaper ultimate. All he needs to do is get in, sustain, get a couple face shots on people with those shotguns, and then pop it. However, Hanzo with that Mercy damage boost is just destroying anyone that's coming in with remotely low health.
Just short of that point. No tick is going to even be gotten by Ozark, which means Wellnap now in prime position to take this match.
Show me your shield-piercing damage, Ozarks. I would, in this case, I would love to see a Mei, a McCree, a Zenyatta, a Baptiste with a Ryan and a Diva, or a Ryan Zarya. It's it's sustainability. It's going to play off of a lot of rotations, but the ability to surround, conquer, get discords on players, and prevent their ability to get value strictly due to the fact that they know that if they peek with that discord, because it's basically putting infrared sights on that one player, for 3 seconds when they pass behind a wall, you could still see them. It's going to slow down Wellnap enough that you honestly could hold this point for a lot longer. But I don't know if this is our wish being granted or not here. We are seeing your boy pull out the Bastion. We see the Mercy Pit come out. We've got Ninja over here on the Junkrat. However, Silent is going with their comfort pick of the Moira. I understand Silent. I understand it's a lot of healing, but it's limited healing unless you're attacking, because your goal is to not do damage here. It's to support your team and keep them up. Honestly, it's time to pick up the Baptiste for the side of the Ozarks and figure out how to play him, because Mercy Baptiste is the way to go for this comp. It would allow a lot more sustained. And instead of the junk, go for a Symmetra. TP your Bastion on the high ground.
Well, it is going to be protect and boost the Bastion, but Wellnap, like you said, you can counter the Bastion. I mean, once you learn how to counter it, like you said, it's going to be easy to do it. So Wellnap, after 1 or 2 engagements, I wouldn't be surprised if they manage to find themselves on the point. And Hammy's going to be the first one to take down Wolfie, actually going to pick up a double as this Bastion struggle is going to mow down Bioshock. Now that is getting very close. The Tracer trying to take him out is not going to be able to do it. The Bastion still survived, but now is stunned by the Reinhardt, and that's all you need to be able to get on the point. And
Did
now
that
just
Ryan
dance as...
What? I thought that Ryan got killed. I think that Mercy rezzed the Reinhardt right in front of the Bastion, because the Bastion turned around to focus the Tracer.
Well, that's the thing with Bastion. You can only really mow down one at a time.
I mean, that is fair, but...
Rez on the point for the win, which is going to do it for Wellnap and get them the victory. Going to be putting them in great position as they enter into the upcoming finals for the Missouri Scholastic Esports Federation. Well, that is going to do it for the second match, and now we just get into a little bit of review and overall general takeaways there. And I think the biggest things that could be improved for Ozark are both hero selection and the ability to swap off of heroes, and also ult management for them.
Yes, and I feel like the understanding of win conditions per your team, per the enemy team, is the biggest thing that you guys need to focus on, because that'll help you understand what areas you shouldn't be going to and why, because it'll play more into the other team's win condition or your own win condition. And understanding the type of comp that you are playing and how rotations play to make it actually make the comp work are important. And that is something you'll have to focus on, as well as understanding what type of heroes you are playing and respecting the skills of the team you're going into. Ninja, you are a fine Junkrat, but for the side of Wellnap, they were ready to take that on, and you needed to have respected that more. I myself have been very guilty of not respecting the team I am going against, and no matter the skill, you always need to be ready for them to jump onto you, and in that case, you were better off supporting your own team and supporting the front line and going with them. And I really hope to see you next week and possibly see you picking up more heroes than just Junkrat. Like I said, I feel like you'd make a pretty gosh darn good Hanzo, and that would have been one of the missing pieces to your team's comp.
Well, please follow up on this channel if you're here for the first time. We are going to close with a lot of great plays, but today, not a top 5, but all of the good plays from this game. And for all of us here at Boise State Esports, thank you for joining us. Be kind, wear a mask, and stay safe.
you be happy here in the end? So is it all for nothing? Was it all for nothing? Those memories. Was it all for nothing? Was it all for nothing? So is it all for nothing?
welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. Today, we begin another journey to crown another Black Box champion, this time in the VR Spring Invitational. We have had some changes since the fall, but it's still going to be a very exciting performance, and I cannot wait to see how our competitors adapt from our last bracket. I am Michael Fisher, joined, as I was last time, by Amber Super Mom Bomb Parker to call all of our action. And Amber, we've seen some major changes since the winter that I think these competitors, they've had a couple months to practice for, but it's totally going to change what we saw from our last tournament with the conserve your energy elixir and then just throw it all at the boss at one time.
Yeah, there's been quite a few changes that have been made since then, which has changed up people's play styles and strategies.
Yeah, you even told me about some of the competitors, they've gone out on, they put their own little limitations on themselves, but we'll get to that. But before we start the process of crowning our Black Box VR Spring Invitational Champion, we do want to make sure we officially award the championship to our Winter Invitational Champion. That was Barrett Law, and to help us do that, we'll throw it down to Black Box VR GM and Tournament Director Jim Bradbury with our trophy presentation from the winner.
Well, I hope everybody's doing well. We want to thank our sponsorship partner, Bang Energy. I'd like to congratulate Barrett for winning the Winter Invitational. It was a fantastic experience for us and an awesome performance for him. So he gets this awesome trophy here, first of its kind. And want to check in with you and see if you have any comments.
Yeah, it was a blast. I mean, we had a lot of great competitors. There at the end, I went up against Preston, and I knew watching those brackets the whole way through, Preston was going to be a tough one, but all the way through I was challenged, and we had just great competition and a lot of fun, and loved doing it. Thanks for letting me be part of it.
Well, can't wait for the next one.
Well, I cannot wait to see what Barrett will bring to the table. He will not be here tonight, but he will be joining us to give the champion's thoughts on what he sees in our first event. We'll start off here with the Spring Invitational with 8 competitors. If you have not seen Black Box VR, it is a sight to behold, combining gaming and serious fitness. It is a ton of fun as well. You want to make sure you go check it out. They're just located in downtown Boise. It is an awesome place to be, and I cannot wait to see how our competitors handle tonight's event. We also have a boss that we saw in the winter in the first round that we are somewhat familiar with. We'll see how the competitors handle her as we see a little bit of a lower level and some minions, Amber, that are, we've seen the minion crew not work for some of the bosses, but that Shield Maiden and the Rock Dude are something that the competitors are going to have to watch out for with those high health tank champions.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, Shield Maiden, just no matter what level, she's a lot of work to get through.
Yeah, a lot of lightning attacks that you're going to have to throw at her, and it's going to be interesting to see how – I'm curious personally to see how the boss handles it, because I know in the winter they tried the minion crew strategy, and it was almost a disaster. The boss kept spamming minion crews, and it wasn't too scary for our competitors, so I'll be curious to see how the AI handles its repertoire of champions, because we saw that in the winter. We saw, sometimes one guy gets a ton of tanks, the other guy just gets a minion crew, and it was kind of easy for one player. As we see our bracket here, we'll start on the top left with Adam Sippy taking on Darby McBride. And do you have any insight on these competitors who you might think come out on top, Amber?
Those two work really hard all the time, and I honestly am looking forward to seeing how this goes for them.
And if you've talked to them, how have they handled the new format where you're only allowed to have a cap of 2,400 energy elixir? If you watched in the winter, we saw guys like Barrett, they would just build it all up. They get to like 3, 4, 5,000, then they dump it all at once. How have these guys kind of handled this change down to you can only hold 2,400 at a time, and totally threw the tank and Scotty kind of meta right out the window?
Well, that's not the only change that we ended up throwing as a curveball towards our competitors. We also changed our slice patterns. So what I saw was people adapt, change up their strategies, change how they're deploying. At least they had some time to practice with the new elixir cap.
And what has been your strategy with? I mean, because I know you're there all the time. What have you gone with the? Because I still kind of go with the tank and then the Scotties. I just kind of stall it out. Do you still do that, or do you have a different strategy now that we have the energy elixir cap?
This actually kind of caters towards my original play style, which was to get enough elixir to deploy the champion I wanted to deploy. Unless I went ahead and just did a total field clear. I just would do reps to get XYZ out onto the field to keep them off my gate. And so far it's working, because I think my last 20 matches I haven't let the AI get any points.
you've clearly figured something out. But you know what? Let's ask the reigning champion, Barrett. I mean, how have you handled these changes? Because, I mean, you were one of the guys who we saw get a bunch of energy elixir, throw down some Scotties, use the Berserk, and then you can kind of take a break. What's your new strategy with these new changes?
Yeah, it's presented its own bunch of challenges. So my brother and I have gotten together, put our heads together to come up with some new strategies that seem to be working pretty well. I'm curious to see what everybody else is doing and how they're what's successful for them, and maybe I'll get to steal some of that. I'm actually coming off of a back injury, so I haven't gotten to mess with it as much as I would like recently, but I'm coming back strong, getting right back into it, and I'm excited to attack it again.
Yeah, I do remember from the winter, Amber always said that maybe you and your brother had an advantage because it was 2 versus 1 because you guys would always work together. So I'm really excited to see what you guys do because I watched you guys go at it, and that kind of influenced my strategy. There's a couple things you pointed out. You know, the AI won't retarget if you throw down a champion. So I'm really impressed. The other competitors now have to worry. At least it's sort of a 1v1 now that you haven't been able to participate as much. But you and your brother were incredible competitors in the winter. I can't wait to see what you guys are going to do. And what do you have advice for our first competitors here? I mean, you've won one of these things. So what's your advice to Sippy and Peach Pit that we'll see here in a little bit?
You got to just go after it, and don't change up your strategy. Figure it out. Figure out what works, and don't freak out. The trouble is everyone gets up against a difficult opponent, and they think, man, I got to do something different. But often, if you just stick with your strategy, go hard at it, push hard, you're going to win if you can keep that without freaking out and losing it.
Well, I'm sure they wish that they had the champion giving them their thoughts before that, but we will have Barrett with us for our first match. As we mentioned, it will be Darby McBride taking on Adam Sippy in the first match here in our Spring VR Invitational. And before we hop into it, we have some correspondence down at the gym. Sterling Wood had a chance to get Darby's thoughts before she jumped into tonight. And let's see if we have that interview, and we can jump in now and see what her thoughts were. Looks like maybe we don't have that, so hopefully we'll be able to get that.
All right, folks, I'm here with Darby McBride heading into the Spring Invitational, first round of the tournament here. A few questions for you, Darby, before you get started. How long have you been a Black Box member?
I've been a Black Box member since I think the gym started here in Boise, so a while, yeah.
One of the OGs then here, huh? Mm-hmm. All right, well, what's been your favorite thing about Black Box? I'm sure there's a few of them, but can you pick one?
I think the streak is my favorite because it really motivates me to keep coming to the gym. So I think I'm in the top 10 of streaks.
Awesome.
Not right now, but
overall.
Before the pandemic, I was like at 70 or something like that.
70? That's insane.
Yeah.
Nice. I think my highest is definitely less than that.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Good deal. Well, going into today's tournament match, is there anything that you've done in preparation for it? I mean, this isn't just your regular coming in for a workout on a weekday. This is a tournament battle. Is there anything you've done to prepare for this?
I had a big breakfast this morning.
Right,
I try to get a good night's sleep. I tend not to do pre-workout, but I did it today, so I'm like really pumped, ready to go. Yeah.
Well, we better get started soon then, huh?
Yeah.
All right, well, one more question here. Kamiko, the boss today you'll be going against, let's talk a little bit about her. She's a level 17 arena boss. We've noticed that her chest press and her squat are a little bit lower levels than the rest. What's kind of your strategy going into that?
Well, my squat is pretty high. I think it's like at 22. So I'll probably rely pretty heavily on that. That's what I tend to do in battles anyways. But I've also kind of customized my deck to take advantage of those weaknesses a little bit.
Okay, fantastic. So you do have a strategy going into today. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, let's get you in there and get started. Thanks for the interview today, Darby. And back to you guys. All right, folks, I'm here with Darby McBride heading into
Ready to go with that pre-workout. Sterling was lucky he cut that interview short because that could have, I know what that could do to people. I've heard people get really jacked on that. So, I mean, do you know what ranking level these are, Amber? Because I know, like, in our winter, it was Diamond. We had the bosses around in the mid-30s. What level are our competitors here tonight? Do you know?
We pulled from our gold and platinum, and if you were in gold, you got pushed up into platinum. So you're going to see predominantly, I think there's only gold in here that are artificially inflated to platinum currently, but they have the types of scores and volume that we knew they could hold their own.
And where does the level 17 boss sort of fit in? Is that a little bit tougher than they're used to seeing? Is that kind of around the range they might be seeing in platinum?
I would say that for some of these people, it was a little bit higher than they were used to. But we have one platinum person in here, and so it's probably right about where they're currently at normally anyways.
Well, before we hop into it, let's hear from our other competitor, Adam Sippy, also preparing for his event tonight. He had some thoughts, so let's throw it down to Preston and get his pre-game thoughts going into this matchup.
Sippy heading into the first round of the Spring Invitational Tournament. A few questions for you, Adam, before you head into the booth for your battle. How long have you been a Black Box member?
I've been with Black Box since November 2019.
Okay. So been around for a little bit.
So a little bit, yeah.
Right on. Well, what's been one of your favorite things about Black Box?
I think just the algorithm and everything, where it's never an easy day. The computer identifies what you need the most, what you can improve on, and pushes you in a way to push that. And just the gameplay moves and is adapted for you.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I've come in like, oh, today's going to be a light day. And then as soon as the opponent sends out a champion, it's like, not today.
Nope, yeah.
Nope. Well, let me ask you this. With today being a tournament match, I mean, there's a lot on the line. Like, this isn't your regular come in on a Monday morning, no one's watching. This is a tournament match.
Oh, yeah.
Anything you've done special to prepare for this?
I think, the biggest part is just try and train as much as I can, and then also just make sure that I was eating well today. I mean, there's no burgers or fast food or anything going on today.
Yeah.
And just try and edit my cards as well as I can with what I have.
Yeah. Well, let's get into that a little bit with the strategy. I mean, you're going against Kimiko today. She's a level 17 boss. And we looked at her stats. Looks like she's a level 15, I believe, on chest press, 14 on squat. So those are her lowest direct damage exercises. Knowing that, is there anything that you're doing from your end of the field, strategy-wise, going up against, Kimiko today?
There's not a whole lot of things I could do per se. I was at a slight disadvantage because right before the invitationals, I actually reset my account.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So all my cards are very base levels. I haven't unlocked a lot of those things you might see other people using, Spark Crow, just ones that other players might be using.
Yeah.
So there wasn't a whole lot to play around. I think the biggest thing I'll just be doing is trying to confuse the computer, sending out a lot of close range, mid range, and far, just so it doesn't know what to target.
Right.
But most of it's just going to be sheer willpower on my part.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think the Kimiko has a level 8 rock dude, and we'll finish on this. What level is your rock dude, Adam, going into this battle?
Level 3.
Well, good luck in there, Adam. Thanks for the interview. And back to you guys. Let's do this.
And before we hop into it, don't forget the Black Box VR Spring Invitational supported by Bang Energy. If you're looking for something to fuel your next workout or hike, if you want sustained energy as well as peak mental and physical performance, Bang is the energy drink for you. Bang Energy, potent brain and body fuel. Going to hop into our first match right now. We just heard from the competitors. Any final thoughts you have, Amber, going into this after you've heard their opening statements as we kick things off?
I do feel a little bit bad for Sippy right now.
Yeah, that was... Do you think there's any advantage to him resetting his account for this, or anything he might have that maybe the competitor doesn't?
Well, if he completely reset, there is a chance that his tower weights might be a little bit lower than other people's, so he could be able to build towers faster. But other than that, no.
Yeah, we'll see how that pays off. Looks like they're both going to start with the squats, as there's at least one rock dude on both sides. A couple of lightning tigers coming down, and we still do have Barrett with us. Barrett, what would be your strategy here in these early minutes against this box?
Yeah, I was going to say, too, about Sippy resetting his account. Sometimes when you reset your account, your exercise levels are lower, and the more reps you can get on heavy, the more of a multiplier you get. When you get into supercharge, you get double the damage. When you get into hysterical, you get 4 times the damage. So he might be able to capitalize on that and maybe turn that weakness into an advantage with him. But yeah, this is going to be a rough one with the Rock Dudes and the Shield Maidens. Looks like Sippy's facing the Shield Maiden, and Peach Pit's facing the Rock Dude. It's going to be a tough one.
We've got a Shield Maiden on the right side being put out there by Peach Pit, and it looks like Sippy for now has deployed a couple. It looks like he's got his own Shield Maiden out there as well, just to try and help him defend against that onslaught. As we talked about, they can only hold 2,400 energy elixir now, Amber, so they can't just, run through the tanks and then just kind of deploy whatever they want. They've got to be strategic on when they deploy versus when they do exercise attack.
That's very true, and it does change up your play style, especially when you have an onslaught like Kimiko's going to end up giving them.
Here's the supercharge. He's got one more to deal with on that left side there, and then he'll have at least cleared off the early minion wave. But we see that energy elixir, it's already stacking up, so he's got to be careful. He might waste them. Right as he gets the max rep, he's able to get that last hit on. That's pretty huge, and we talked about maybe resetting his account allowed him to get all 25 reps.
One thing I'd like to point out with the gameplay change here, the minions are worth a lot more than they used to be. In my tournament, minions were only worth 5 energy elixir, and now they're worth 50 apiece. And so doing those area of effect attacks and killing all the minions really pays off.
Yeah, it looks like Sippy has a big group of enemy minions right on that left side. So yeah, as you mentioned, Barrett, he gets an area of effect attack off. He could get 300-400 energy elixir right off the bat. But looks like for now he's going to go. Looks like they're both on the SWAT, so nothing to worry about. Looks like he's got his Rock Dude chilling. Got to deal with a Lightning Tiger that we've seen how deadly those could be. And it's always unfortunate, Amber, when your tank turns around and thinks he has to deal with the Lightning Tiger and just wastes a bunch of time.
It's true. Nobody wants to waste the reps on that one. And as you can see, our slice patterns are a lot different than they were in the Winter Invitational. We made it that way so that people were hitting them fully like they're supposed to. They do have to slow down a little bit and be a little more cautious, so there's a little more mindfulness going on. So that is one change that you're seeing right now, too.
Yeah, and depending on how long they've been going, I know for me, the muscle memory for some of the champions, I deploy them, I do the whole thing, and I'd be like, wait, well, why is it still telling me to slice? Because they aren't, you were a little bit more lenient in the last ones. And we do see, we've got a lot of supercharge here. We got another minion crew up for Kimiko. We saw how sometimes that works, as there's a couple of big tanks down there on the left side for Peach Pit, but I don't think they've gotten down the gate just yet. Meanwhile, looks like we've got a deploy here from Sippy. He's got that gate only at 92%. He's staggering behind here a little bit, but he's trying to take care of that Sunbird, and he's got no range champion to deal with it, so that's going to be a little bit of an issue.
At least Sippy's got some space off of his gates right now, so he can get a little breathing room and then just take care of stuff at the other end of the field.
I think we'll see probably a lot more Lightning Tigers. They're those nice, just 300 elixir champions. You can just get out there. They'll soak some damage since they do go all the way to the front, and it kind of prioritizes who's closest to your gates. But 5 minutes in, we've got power-ups and sidekicks available. Haven't seen anyone pick up any points. And Barrett, what have you seen from the first 5 minutes? You have any side that maybe you think has a little bit of an advantage early on?
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting how much they're using tanks out there. I think Peach Pit fielded 2 Shield Maidens, and then Sippy also fielded a Rock Dude. So that's a pretty interesting strategy with this new gameplay, where it's a lot tougher to save up energy to really put archers behind those tanks. But you'll notice that it seems like Sippy is getting those archers out. He's got the Sunbird, he's got the Sky Eagle, but no tank in front of him anymore by the looks of it. So they're going to be able to get killed by the AI fairly quickly.
Yeah, they are sitting ducks right now.
Looks like he's looking to play something. It is double damage mode, so both of them have taken down a gate. And if they had a favored exercise, I know Peach was talking about the level on the squats. If you have a good exercise, you could just rip out. We've seen competitors just destroy crystals with double damage. So I'll be curious if either of them want to kind of maybe just try for the all-out, just destroy a crystal while we're still in double damage.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if they're going to utilize that.
Rock Coming down on the right. Looks like there's another Shield Maiden coming towards Sippy that he's got to deal with. His Sunhawk did avoid it at least because it's in the air.
He's trying to take that thing down with deadlifts too. That's a big workout there. They're not weak to the deadlifts, the Shield Maiden, so ideally you do lightning, but when you're getting tired, the gripping the handles and doing those back exercises is brutal. My worst match during the last tournament was a battle where they kept fielding Shield Maiden after Shield Maiden, and I just couldn't keep up. My back just, the back exercises were so rough.
This is true. Shield Maidens are definitely an intense workout. I've actually just given up and just put my squats on heavy and taken them out that way. It's a little slower, but once it hits supercharged to hysterical, they're done. But I just like my back's toast.
Yeah, now Sippy has to deal with the Rock Dude, who is weak to the back exercises, so he's going to have to go right back to it. We've seen, one competitor, Mr. Mojo, he has no problem with all the back exercises, but that is not him. So it's going to be interesting to see. We're not even 10 minutes in. We're not even a third of the way through the battle, so Sippy's got to make sure he paces himself here. And he's already got multiple hysterical reps, but you guys both mentioned maybe since he had said he reset his account, that maybe it's a little bit lighter and a little bit easier for him. You see the Shield Maidens coming out for Peach Pit there, and neither of them were taking down that crystal despite it being exposed for about 3.5 minutes for both of them.
Oh, and look at that. They've got a Shield Maiden on deck too, so not only is he facing down a Rock Dude, but he's got a Shield Maiden coming. It looks like, I think what Sippy was trying to do, he kept fielding those Lightning Tigers, and those Lightning Tigers will run down and start attacking that crystal. I think he was just hoping they'd stay alive long enough to maybe take out that crystal, but they're so easy to kill that I think he did that, but the computer just wiped them out before they could do enough damage.
Yeah, especially with those lower levels, with him not having a leveled up Lightning Tiger. I think in the AI is doing 1 to 2 shots to take him out, so he's going to have to take that crystal out himself.
He did get a little bit lucky for Sippy that all of the tanks have been on the left side. He could, and he did for a little bit, just stay, you know what, I'm going to ignore the tanks and just take out the crystal because there are no enemy champions in the way, just a couple of minions. So yeah, he's just going to prioritize that right lane and just take them out. Looks like Peach Pit is starting to clear away, has at least one archer and a Shield Maiden down there, but there is a minion crew that's been deployed right on top of those archers, and unfortunately, they do not have enough health to survive on their own for very long.
This is true.
Yeah, Peach Pit looks like she has a great strategy going. She's working down that crystal, but man, it is tough. This is this new mode. A big focus that I had in the last tournament was maintaining momentum, keeping my guys alive, and it's nearly impossible to do it in this new mode, and so you have to go about it completely differently.
Yeah, and you mentioned that with the minions being worth 50, because before you could kind of just starve out the computer because they couldn't kill your tank units, they couldn't get any energy elixir. The computer's going to get enough elixir just passively killing your minions as well, so it's a lot harder to starve. I think that was, I know, one of the goals that Amber had told me when I walked in, and they handed me the sheet. They're like, hey, everything changed. Hopefully you didn't spend all your money on stuff because you're getting reset. Is they want the computer to not just be starved out. And that has been really prevalent when I've gone in. It always feels like the computer has an answer as opposed to before. It was like, okay, the computer's out of stuff. They'll never deploy anything except maybe a Lightning Tiger the whole rest of the round.
Ooh, Sippy got the crystal.
Yeah, he did.
We got a couple of archers here for Peach Pit. She should be able to take out this crystal pretty quickly. The computer's also building the Tesla coil. That's going to buy her a ton of time to whittle out that next 40%. These two are pretty close so far through the first 10 minutes.
I am worried about their gate, though, being 10% and only having some Scotties in between the AI and that gate. So that's making me a bit nervous.
I think they still have a Shield Maiden down there at like a sliver of HP. I can't quite tell, but it looks like there might be something down there, but they've got the squads going. They're doing about 2 to 3% per crystal. One more hit.
There we go.
There we go. So only about 30 to 40 seconds behind, and depending on what gets thrown at her at the start of this round, if it's more Shield Maidens or more Rock Dude, she could get right back in this because, she is not too far behind Sippy, who's just now trying to deal with a Rock Dude, and he's going to go at it with, looks like the chest press here, which is a very, as Barrett mentioned, that's not any sort of strong combination. You're not using the water attacks on the Rock Dude, so that's going to be a little bit harder.
Yeah, you don't want to go after a rock dude without using deadlifts or squats.
One of the nice things about the tanks, especially Rock Dude, he has a ton of health, but he really doesn't do a lot of damage. And so what a lot of people will do is kind of let him go for a little while. He's not going to take down your gate too well. So if you can kind of focus down a gate or even focus down through the gate and possibly the crystal, you can kind of leave him alone. But if they start putting any kind of archers or like Scotties or Sunbirds behind it, that's when you really got to worry.
Unfortunately, Peach Pit did not get as lucky. They got the Shield Maiden that they're dealing with right now. They do have a Lightning Tiger on the left side, just kind of taking down the gate. I'm sure that's next on the priority list, but already supercharged. Oh, just unfortunately the max rep means that Shield Maiden's going to live a little bit longer. That's always unfortunate.
Yeah, that's the dilemma right there. Is you have a Lightning Tiger beating down your gate, but it's not weak against the lightning attack. She had that lightning attack so she could take down the Shield Maiden, and I'm sure she didn't want to waste any of those reps killing off that lightning tiger. But man, she's taking a lot of damage on that gate.
She threw down Winja there, the lightning champion. That'll help with the Shield Maiden, but the Shield Maiden just attacks so fast. They do so much damage. The guy never sneaky tanks. They're almost at times opposite of the Rockies. I know they've killed like 2 of my Winjas, and I'm just like, how is that even possible? They're supposed to be tanks, but looks like they took care of at least the Shield Maiden. Didn't see if they got the Lightning Tiger. Nope, not quite yet.
Oh, and it looks like Sippy's starting to work on that rock dude over there and getting him out of the way. Yep, and he's cleared both sides.
A couple of Lightning Tigers for Peach, but we haven't seen any of them. Doesn't look like at least Peach Pit's too close to a tower. I know that was a big strategy in the winter where we get a tower come out and it would be really tanky. It does look like Kamiko on Peach Pit's side used the Firehawk to just clear the whole field. Maybe you want to respond with your own, but it's always nice to save it as well for that last-ditch effort to maybe get a crystal. So, unfortunately, the boss using a power-up that it's kind of hit or miss, Amber, if the boss actually uses that or not.
It is true. I have noticed that in the higher arenas, it's more consistent. Just about every single match, I get a Firehawk, but at least you know they don't have another one. And whatever they spend all that elixir, you can just take it right back and then just even the playing field.
Haven't seen a power-up either. I know when in the winter, Barrett, was all Berserk. Is it still Berserk? Or have you maybe gone to the grenades? What would you like here?
The grenades can be effective, but we're still typically using a Berserk. The main thing is keeping them alive enough to get the whole use of the Berserk. That's the challenge. Because right now, it's really difficult to do a tank and more than one Scotty. A lot of times you can do a tank and a Scotty, but ideally you want to Berserk 2 or even 3 Scotties if you can. So the real challenge is getting enough of a shield in front of them so that they can get the full use of that Berserk. But man, these guys are facing some uphill battles here. Just a ton of minion crews or just minions out there, and then there's a tower out there against Peach Pit. It's this is a battle right now. It's rough.
These bosses are not going easy. It looks like we have gotten our first tower deployed by Sippy on that right side. He's just trying to handle those Lightning Tigers very slowly as they're starting to rip through that gate. You see his slowest on the right side is at 37. Unfortunately, Peach Pit's at 16. So it looks like Peach Pit might be the first one to lose some points to the boss, but that was because, unfortunately for her, Kamiko decided to use the Firehawk while Sippy hasn't had to deal with that yet.
This is true.
Double damage. That's pretty important there. That'll help him clear. That should allow Sippy to kind of clear everything out with ease here. He's even gotten actually a gate down thanks to that double damage through the turret, or through the tower. That's kind of impressive. And like I said, he could just kind of go right after the crystal. He's already got it down to 62%, so he had a little bit of luck on his side that time.
Yeah, I think it really worked where he kind of ignored that rock dude for a little bit, and Peach Pit, like you said, after that Firehawk came out, the Kamiko just got a ton of momentum, had all those champions out there, had that tower out there, and you can see right now that both gates are still at 100%. Part of what's been difficult is she's not been using the area of effect exercises quite as much. So a lot of the time, she's been trying to use chest press against a whole bunch of minions out there. And you're only able to kill one minion at a time when you're doing those chest presses. You got to really try and use those area of effect. But she's just pushing forward. It's amazing to see how she's pushing through the pain right now.
Yeah, she did just get the double damage, so that should allow her to hopefully kind of rebound here, clear out any minion crews. It looks like a whirlwind down there as well, and maybe start working on those gates. Meanwhile, Sippy's trying to deal with the minion crews that are in his way on the right side. He does have that crystal at about 50%, so he's getting pretty good damage thanks to that double damage. Unfortunately, gonna have to give up there, but 1 or 2 more attacks and Sippy should get his second crystal this battle.
Yeah, it looks like he's right on track to keep his gates here, possibly, and also get that crystal. And like Barrett said, with Peach Pit choosing to do those direct attacks, it's just not the way to go at this. Unfortunately, the AI is choosing your hand for you, and it's definitely a battle of deadlifts, lat pull downs, and overhead press no matter what.
Did end up losing her first gate, so she will give up those 500 points, though. Points not the preliminary elimination factor. We do go based off of crystals destroyed first. Then if there's a tie in that, then we will go to scores. So the gates might not come back to cost her too much, as we do see Sippy's got quite a lot in the way. It does look like he has a Sunbird down there, and it's going to start helping him deal with that crystal. But right as he clears everything out, another minion cruise comes down, and he's got to figure out another area of attack exercise, and he's going to go back to those deadlifts. So curious to see how long he's going to be able to maintain this pace.
And with that gate at 4%, that's making me super nervous.
Yeah, he's got the opponent's crystal down to 18% now. Somehow that Sunbird has just kept surviving and doing damage for him. We call him champions, and that one for sure is being a champion for him. With this new mode, it's so difficult to keep your champions alive.
Yeah, if he had the grenade, it might not be a bad time to use it, just kind of clear out the crystal, but it does look like he's finally cleared out that right side. Should be able to take down this crystal here, only a couple more reps. Looks like he gets it now, so that's a nice little second crystal for him, and Peach Pit still has the enemy gates both at over, or it looks like 199, so starting to run out of time with only 10 minutes left here, and now down a whole crystal.
And with those Shield Maidens having to battle it out right now, their levels aren't different enough for Peach Pit to have theirs, really do that much more damage.
It does have the row going. It is already supercharged. So should be able, just maxed out the reps once again. We talked about, that's where the heavy mode might have come into play, but when you get down to these final 20 minutes, we see less and less heavy mode because it just really starts to take a toll on these competitors. So that's going to be really difficult, but if that Shield Maiden lives, she's going to have a ton of energy elixir to stack up archers right behind her own that's still sitting at about 70% or so.
Yeah, if they can get that Shield Maiden out of the way, they'll be in a lot better spot.
One of the tough things, too, she's faced with is both of her gates are down. So she has to worry about her crystal being attacked from either side and still be trying to take out the opponent's gates and crystal. It's a real struggle right now. I wonder if the AI starts using more tanks, if she wouldn't be wise to use that Firehawk herself and wipe him out and get some momentum going on her side.
Yeah, the Firehawk would be great for her. Still only have about 10 minutes. I do think I saw once she does have a Berserk, so if she gets enough energy elixir, she can definitely do that Archer Berserk strategy. We saw in the winter guys destroying crystals in like 35 seconds, so it's definitely very powerful. And here comes at least one Archer, so maybe a chance to get back in this and start on that gate. But as you mentioned, Barrett, yeah, crystal fully exposed. She's going to have to protect it on both sides now instead of kind of ignoring it like we saw Sippy do. So it's going to be a really tough task. Sippy's just handling this incoming pressure pretty well right now on his side.
Yeah, and one thing, so they didn't nerf the Berserks, so the Berserks are still just as powerful, but what has changed is it's so much more difficult now to stack up those Scotties. So you need at least 2 Scotties when you use that Berserk if you want to see the results where it'll take down that wall and then, or that gate and then that crystal. You can still get it, especially if you have the hysterical Berserk going. It'll do the job for you, but you have to have your setup just ideal.
Looks like that archer has at least still a tower protecting it for Peach Pit on the right side. Maybe built in the tower to try and defend that left side. Can't quite see the gate percent, unfortunately. The tower is blocking it with its giant wall of flames. So she's gonna need quite the comeback here. But Sippy's still got a shield main charging down his way, so he doesn't look too close. And gonna be curious if he can get a third crystal, because that might go a long way to winning than if he can get one more crystal for Sippy.
That'll make a huge difference. And having a tank on the field right now is probably going to help him out a lot.
Other side, he avoids the shield maiden, and the Rock Dude will appreciate that. Looks like the gate for Peach Pit's at just about 40%. Does have both power-ups and the sidekick available, so if she gets the crystal, I like to personally do the Firehawk right as the round resets when the AI is spending all their energy elixir, so she could have that way to kind of snowball back in the next round if she can get this next crystal down and tie things up in terms of crystals destroyed.
Yeah, she's definitely not out of this yet. She could come back and make a good showing of it, especially where you see Sippy's having a hard time with those gates. He's still got a shield maiden wailing on his gate. There's opportunity here if she can capitalize on it and get some momentum going to finish off this crystal on her side.
Just got the gate, and she's kind of, you know what, she'll just use the two towers to tank things there for the archers, so the Scotties are protected by her towers, and now once she takes care of the opposing turret here, she should be able to just kind of gun this crystal down with ease. I don't know how much energy elixir Peach Pit's Kamiko has left in the tank right now. Like it's deploying a whirlwind, but the AI sometimes, and I mean, you can speak to it, Barrett, as well, doesn't always know the right place to put it. It'll put it on like the wrong side, and sometimes the AI will help you out a little bit.
Yeah, the interesting thing about the whirlwind is it's actually invisible to your champions and your tower. And so them putting out a whirlwind there, Peach Pit has a bunch of stuff already out, but they will not attack that whirlwind. You have to kill that whirlwind yourself. And if you just let it sit, it's going to keep attacking and killing off all of your stuff.
Would you agree, Barrett, that a direct attack is usually the best way with a whirlwind?
Definitely. It doesn't have a lot of help, but it's just enough to be annoying. It's similar, it's an archer. It has some ranged attack to it. So its health isn't super strong, but it's definitely more than a Scotty or a Lightning Tiger.
And that invisibility that it has does make it indeed very annoying.
It does look like she threw out a Winja at one point. It does look like he met a very quick fate. Trying to protect those archers. Has the crystal for Kamiko at 38%. Unfortunately, the turret goes down. Both those archers will just fall because they like to stand really close together.
Yes.
Yeah, and that was unfortunate timing there. She just barely put out that Scotty right as it was finishing off, right as the AI was finishing off that attack. And so right as she got that Scotty out, it died. That's rough.
And now there's a shield maiden on deck for, luckily the shield maiden for Peach Pit's Kamiko is going to go on the wrong side, so she doesn't have to worry about getting through that shield maiden to be able to destroy the crystal. And only 5 minutes left. If she can take down this crystal, she'll tie up Sippy, who's been just kind of dealing with this onslaught. He did just take a gate down, though, so he's sitting in a very nice spot in terms of points, if we do get to that tiebreaker.
That is true. He does have a shield maiden on his gate over there, but it looks like he's keeping things managed pretty well.
One tough thing I'm seeing, when you get into the game and you're under this kind of a pressure, especially being part of a tournament, but in the game in general, you feel pressure to make the right choices. It's just like in a sport. You really do have to think about it and make choices. And you'll see that on Peach Pit's side, there's 38% on the crystal. So she was focusing on killing all of these other things, building a tower, when maybe she could have just focused on finishing off that crystal, and she would have been done and out of this round and have more to show for it.
And that's true. And with Sippy's use of the Firehawk actually right there, I think that was actually a really good choice to make at that point. He didn't want to lose that gate or lose those points. And now he can just kind of push through these last 4 minutes.
Yeah, we do see that Peach Pit, and you can see at the top left there, still has the Firehawk available in the sidekick, has used one of her power-ups. Does look like the Berserk still will be available if she's able to line up a bunch of Scotties in a row. But she's right now got an onslaught. We see Sippy here. He's Going to use all that spare energy elixir, try and take down that crystal. One more crystal for him might put him in a good spot here, but who knows what Peachpit can do if she gets this crystal, has the Firehawk, has the Berserk. Maybe she can put together some string of archers and just tie this thing up. I'll be curious to see in these final 4 minutes what happens.
Yeah, if she could just push through with these deadlifts. I didn't see if it's on medium or on heavy, but man, if it was on heavy and she could push through to hysterical, she could have finished off that crystal just with that lift. But it looks like she was on medium. She got to the supercharged, but not quite to the hysterical. It's so aggravating to see a crystal at, under 40% and just have to keep working and working and working to finish it off. That's where you really want to take your best lift, your highest damage lift, and just focus it down.
That's what we actually just saw from Sippy. He did lose a gate, so the enemy points are tied now. Unfortunately, Peachpit is 2,500 points behind. Should be able to get this crystal, though.
Yep. It's almost gone.
Oh, she got it. So now 3 minutes to get through a gate and a crystal. And she can tie it up. And I'd be curious to see if Sippy might have, I don't want to say go easy, but I mean, 3 or 4 crystals is kind of what we saw in the winter was usually, besides when you were playing Barrett and you needed 10,000 points, 3 or 4 crystals was usually how you won a match. So maybe he just goes easy here and just defends his gates and doesn't push for 500 more points.
Peachpit, if she did everything just right, she could take a gate and a crystal. If she has that Firehawk still, she has that Berserk still, so she could use that. They're putting out a Shield Maiden right now. She could use that to take out that Shield Maiden and then put out her own Shield Maiden, put out a couple of Scotties, use that Berserk on those Scotties, and she could have a crystal very quickly. So I'd be interested. I'm interested to see if that's something she's going to do. There goes the Firehawk. Awesome.
Looks like he's going to get the tower down. That'll help protect the Scotties in case the Shield Maiden falls. And yeah, here comes the Scotties. She's got...
Ooh.
Oh, she's 51 short of a second one, which means she's going to need 2 more minions, unfortunately. There we go.
There it is.
She's got a chance.
Come on.
Zippy's out of he's out of power-ups, he's out of sidekick, so he doesn't really have a great way to maybe burn through a gate.
I just love seeing him pushing so hard. Sippy's still going hard there. Look at him just go with those chest presses. They're down to the wire. This has been a long 30 minutes for them, I'm sure. It's great to see him competing.
Yeah, Peachpit even maybe gets the double damage mode, then she really has a chance. Yeah,
there we go.
Got the gate. She might actually be able to tie this in the final 4 minutes, which would be crazy. And of course, Sippy has no idea this is happening. He might think he hasn't made the shade, think he's feeling good at 3 crystals. And he's just got to hold on now because I think Peachpit's going to get this.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It's looking good, though. She's got those 2 Scotties left, got that power left, putting down some good damage with that lift.
Yep, it's always best to go with your strongest exercise and just melt the crystal with it.
24%. Scotty will do a good number there. She'll put 1 more out for good measure. We're thinking unless, something crazy happens and her tower just falls over, she should have enough damage to kill this crystal, tie it up in the final 30 seconds, which is awesome to see.
Yeah, that's amazing. I mean, this late in the match to still be pushing. Look at her doing those deadlifts. Oh, that's grit right there.
Going to be able to get it, so we will be all tied up in crystals destroyed. We'll be tied up in points as well, which means unless Sippy can get a gate here, and he's got one at 10%, he actually has a chance to win it if he can get that gate. Unfortunately, there's a Shield Maiden in the way.
Oh, those champions, it's not going to give him a chance. That's rough.
Yep, there's just not enough time to get through those.
Oh, man, he had a chance, so they'll end up tied for our first one with crystals. They'll end tied in points as well, so that means we have to go to the double tiebreaker, which is overall volume lifted. Sippy wins that one 6,000 to 4,800, so he will win on the tiebreaker. But honestly, that was an insane effort by Peachpit to get that final crystal and tie everything up in the final 3 minutes. I didn't think he'd be done, but you said exactly what the strategy was, Bear.
Yeah, that was amazing. Props to Darby to pull that out at the end, going to pushing it to a double tiebreaker. Oh, that's awesome. It's a great start to the tournament.
Don't forget the Black Box VR Spring Invitational, supported by Bang Energy. If you're looking for something to fuel your next workout or hike, if you want sustained energy as well as peak mental and physical performance, Bang is the energy drink for you. Bang Energy, potent brain and body fuel. We just saw Sippy win our first match on a double tiebreaker. Great way to start out this Spring VR Invitational. And Amber, we'll start with you. What were your thoughts from that action-packed first match we saw?
I have to say that was an amazing push through to see from Darby there at the end. Like, you're tired. The last thing you want to do is just push through with a bunch of deadlifts and squats. That hurts.
Yeah.
So, props to them for pushing that hard. An amazing performance from both of them. And with Sippy with kind of the handicap of having lower level champions. But in a way, it worked out that some of his exercises, his weights are probably a little bit lower. So interesting how it all ended up playing out. Just great effort from both.
And before we throw it down for the post-game interviews, Barrett, your thoughts on that match that you finally got to watch instead of being in the tournament?
Yeah, you got to love that. I mean, as a sports fan and a video game fan, competition like that, when it's that close, neck and neck, and a comeback, too. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to pull it out, but that was impressive.
That was awesome. Well, let's throw it down. Back to the battle arena. Let's hear from Sippy with his post-game interview.
All right, folks, I'm here with Adam Sippy. Man, it sounded like a grueling battle in there. How do you think, how was your performance in there?
It wasn't up to what I would like it to be, but in the end I did win the battle. As far as winning against my competition is another story. I don't know.
Well, let me ask you, did you stick with your original strategy throughout the battle, or did you have to adjust, accordingly based on what Kimiko was doing?
Honestly, I had to adjust so much. It wasn't the rock dudes that ended up kicking my butt. She was throwing shield maidens, which are my arch nemesis. Their defense is unlike any other.
Yeah.
So it just went into trying to take them down.
Yeah. Was there anything that you would have done differently, like looking back at what you did do against Kimiko?
One of my biggest things is after, had been at it for a while, you start getting a little tired and your mind starts getting fuzzy. And there was times where I would see an enemy coming towards me, so I'd switch to take them out when I was already targeted on the shield or the crystal, which I should have just kept going that and let them do their thing and just kept hammering the actual shields and crystals.
Yeah, I feel like it's real easy to get distracted by a champion when you could just be taking down a gate and getting 500 points. Well, we'll finish on this one here. Is there anything that Kimiko did, like her strategy, that surprised you? I mean, I know you talked about the Shield Maiden, coming at you. Is there anything else that she did that took you by surprise?
Honestly, it was the Shield Maidens that were the big one.
Yeah.
She did use a lot of minion crew, which you have to use aerial damage, or else you can throw out 20 squats or little single attacks, and you're through the whole rep and haven't even got through the minion crew, and that's kind of their advantage point.
Yeah, that's something we've seen is those minion crews that she's been spamming out on the field. If you're not using a area of effect damage attack, then it's kind of like you're saying, it's an uphill battle. All right, well, yeah, that was a great battle. It was fun to watch, Adam, and thanks for the interview. And back to you guys.
I'm sure Adam will be happy to know he did advance on the double tiebreaker at the very end of the day. And I mean, it kind of is harder. I feel like we heard that a lot in the winter too, Amber, where we go in and they'll say, well, yeah, my strategy fell apart in the first 10 minutes because the boss just totally surprised me.
Exactly. You go in there and you think you know what you're going to do, and then you notice what's happening. And, but Barrett's right. If you did have a strategy when you go in, it's best to just stick with it, because when you start to panic and flail around, you lose your edge. And so it is interesting to watch people kind of find that balance in between that.
Yeah, we saw that a couple times where both of them would have like a gate really low or a crystal really low. And Tippy kind of mentioned it. You get distracted. You're like, oh, now I got to deal with this shield maiden. I got to deal with this rock dude. And it's just totally not something that I was ready for. When Barrett pointed out a couple times, you could have just focused down the crystal. You would have been able to advance. So it is one of those things where those last 10 minutes, you just kind of lose your mind. The energy ramps up. You're like, oh, I got to do everything at once. Well, let's throw it down to Darby, who has to be totally happy with her performance. Let's get her interview and see how she felt after the battle.
All right, folks, I'm here with Darby McBride. Just finished her arena battle. Looked like a good one in there. You won.
Yes.
How do you feel about your performance today, Darby?
Good. It was honestly a lot harder than I thought it would be, but I'm really proud of how hard I pushed. I feel like I pushed harder than I normally do. Especially that last round was really awesome.
Good deal. Yeah, it looks like you pushed through it regardless. Well, is there anything, let me ask you this, anything you would have done differently looking back?
I think I got a little bit flustered that second round, and I wish I would have paired my exercises a little bit better with the units that were on the field.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, what about the boss? Was there anything with the boss's strategy that surprised you?
I think I was just surprised about how many units they were sending out, and they were kind of lower level units, but they really kind of threw me off a bit, especially all those minions that they sent out. So.
Oh yeah, all those minion crews. It seemed like they were spamming there at the end.
Yeah.
A little bit of area of effect attack. Looks like you were getting onto that. Takes care of them pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you for the interview. Is there anyone you want to give thanks to or shout out while you have some camera time?
Oh, my partner Colby. He's the best, and he's also the one who made the game, so he's great.
Colby's the man. Well, you heard it here, folks.
Him, yeah.
All right, well, thanks, Darby, for the interview, and good job today. And back to you guys as I rip my paper.
Well, Preston deals with that. I mean, let's get our final thoughts. I mean, yeah, huge shout out to Darby for that awesome comeback. So, yeah, Amber, we'll start with you. Your final thoughts from our first of 4 matches here tonight, and that one probably couldn't have come any closer.
I think they nailed it best. A little flustered in that second round, but then really just drove it home in that last round and tied it up. Love the shout out to Colby, and love to give him another one. Without Colby, there would be no game. So thank you, Colby, for all of your hard work and making all this craziness come together. But yeah, it was just great to see those two push that hard. It was an awesome match.
Well, we'll get one final thought from our reigning champion from the winner, Barrett Law. Your thoughts on this? You got probably maybe the best match of the night. Maybe you're a good luck charm.
It was awesome. I loved watching that. I hope the rest of the matches are equally competitive and exciting. And I'm excited to see the rest of the tournament, and it's going to be a good time for sure.
Well, it was awesome to see the winter one. I cannot wait to see where the spring one takes us. So we started out with a bang with a double tiebreaker for our first match, but you don't want to go anywhere. We still got 3 action-packed matches left here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our match number 2 on the night. Yeah, he was. welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We just saw a double tiebreaker in our first match of the night in the Black Box VR Spring Invitational. We also had Barrett Law, our reigning champion, giving his insight. It could not have been a better start, but we're still going on. We'll see, Amber, if anybody can match a double tiebreaker. And honestly, I mean, despite the loss, you have to say Darby might even have the performance of the night. Of course, competitors don't know what they're going up against, but to get that crystal and force a double tiebreaker in just 3.5 minutes, that was absolutely insane.
That was insane, and hands down wins the performance so far.
Yeah, that was just, I mean, we talk like, okay, maybe if you use your Firehawk right, everything has to go your way, and she did it perfectly. So, unfortunately, the double tiebreaker at the end didn't quite get it done, but that's still an incredible performance here. So we will get to take a look at what's going on here in our Black Box VR Spring Invitational. Here is our bracket. We started with Adam and Darby. Adam advancing there on that double tiebreaker will now advance down to the bottom left side. So we'll have Graham and Alejandro taking on each other. And any insight you can give us about these two competitors?
I know that they come in, they work hard. They are very familiar with the game. So it's going to be a good match.
Do you think either one of them will be ready for at least what we saw in the first batch, that sort of Shield Maiden spam? Or do you think, because I mean, like, we know there's competitors like Mr. Mojo who would be, you know, not having an easy time because he's always using water attacks against them. Do you think either of these competitors might be favored in terms of dealing with Shield Maiden after Shield Maiden after Shield Maiden?
I don't know. I think we all complain about Shield Maiden. Nobody likes doing Rose.
Yeah, no. No one. And I mean, with the minion crews as well, sometimes you maybe even got to go in the lap pull down so you can deal with the minion crew and then deal with the Shield Maiden. So I think it'd be really interesting to see what their strategies are. We just saw Adam advance despite maybe resetting his attacks, which you even mentioned did make the towers a little bit easier so you could get those out more often. So I'll be curious to see which one of those, if maybe one of them have an advantage. We here see the win conditions. We'll start with most crystals destroyed. If that is a tie, we will go to higher score differential. And then, as we just saw from our very first match, if that is tied, we will go to total volume lifted. And both those numbers, honestly, 60 and 48,000 we saw in the last match, are both insane numbers. But here's our boss. It is Kamiko. We talked about it. You want to keep an eye on those Shield Maidens. Despite being the lowest level champion in her deck, they are very, very frustrating to do with it, as well as those minion crews. And we didn't see too much in terms of the exercise attacks from Kamiko, but we did hear both competitors kind of talk about, and Preston even sort of mentioning that it was the Fire Beam and the Ice Shard being kind of low, that maybe you can take advantage of somebody who's weak against those types living longer. So maybe something like a Big Sue, who we haven't seen, might be a good tank to use against her.
I would recommend a Big Sue in this match, honestly. That would be what I would take in there with me.
Well, let's throw it down to Graham. We had a chance to get his thoughts before he jumped in, and let's check out the interview before he heads into his match.
All right, folks, I'm here with Graham, getting ready to head into his battle here in the first round of the Spring Black Box Spring Invitational. A couple questions for you, Graham, before you get started. How long have you been a Black Box member?
I've been a member, I'd say about 6 months now.
Okay, so half a year. Nice. Well, what's one of your favorite things about Black Box?
One of my favorite things, I think, is the extra challenge. So it's just not just a physical workout, but it incorporates a lot of gameplay and personal drive with a kind of like a unique moment-to-moment decision-making experience.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it should be interesting, especially with the boss you're going against today, Kamiko. It looks like she's a level 17 arena boss, and from what I understand, her squat and her chest press levels are the lowest out of the direct damage exercises. With that being said, you knowing that, what's kind of your strategy going up against Kamiko today?
Yeah, so I keep my strategy simple. I mean, I think a lot of people can put definitely best foot forward with, exercises they choose. But for me, today's just going to be keeping that mental strength and giving it all I got.
All right, Graham. So bonus question for it. Where do you get your motivation to compete?
Yeah, so it all comes from my home planet, Kepler 22. We're really short on energy for at least 10 years in energy drought, and every battle I win, gets us a little bit more energy to survive.
Thanks for the interview, Graham. Good luck in there. And back to you guys. Graham, if you could step down. Thanks. Okay, we'll cut it up.
Wow. He's fighting for his home planet, and then they just do a little dirty there at the end. He's got a lot more pressure than some of our other competitors.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, big shout out to Graham. He works on our dev team. He does a lot of effort, and I love the lore. So if you don't know the lore of our game, you need to come down, check it out, go through the story, and see what he's talking about. You've got to get that elixir to save your home planet. It's important.
Yeah, you do not want bad things happen when your home planet runs out of energy elixir. That's all I'll say. But yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, down to the Zion's Bank building, check it out, get through the intro, get kind of the story, what's going on there, and I like Graham has a little bit of fun of it. Well, let's throw it down to his competitor and see what his thoughts are, and maybe he's fighting for somebody else here in his game tonight.
Hey, what's up, everybody? We're back to the Spring Invitational 2021. This is our first round. We got one of our longtime Black Box members here, Alejandro, who's ready to represent in his first match. So, to start off, man, how long have you been a Black Box member?
November 1st, 2019.
So, how come you remember that date so vividly?
I remember taking that's when my transformation started. I was ready for change. I took a picture of myself, and ever since then, I've just been progressively working. I got about 165 battles underneath my belt now. So, love some Black Box.
Yeah, and I mean, coming from here over at Black Box, he's telling the truth. He has had quite the transformation. He's an awesome dude. He's half the man that he used to be, but still bigger than most of us. So what's one of your favorite things about Black Box?
I like the community. I like, the environment. I like talking strategy with members. It's different, and I don't have to create a workout plan. I come in here and I just play the game, and the results come.
That's awesome. No, man, we really appreciate you, and you've been on an awesome journey with us, and now it's great to have you in this tournament, so we're excited to see what you can do. So, obviously, this isn't your typical match, right? I'm sure if you were like me when I had my first match, you got the adrenaline running, you're ready for that competition. So, my question is did you do anything differently to get ready for today's match that you don't normally do when you're doing your regular Monday through Friday or Monday through Sunday matches?
Not really. I mean, treating this battle the same as any other battle. I am a little bit nervous because I don't know what I'm facing. I don't know if I get my same characters. So, the battle deck might be a little bit different. So, I'm just going to go in and just treat it like a normal battle.
So I know you like to run, and you do that in addition to your resistance training with Black Box. So did you feel like you needed to run today before coming in, or was energy conservation a big deal?
I wanted to conserve my energy because I want to be able to get those hysterical reps in.
Awesome. That's a good strategy. So today you're going against Kamiko, and she's level 17. Her weak areas seem to be her chest press and her leg press, and then she has 2 tanks inside her deck. So she's got Rock Dude and she's got Shield Maiden. So knowing kind of what she has in her deck and what her strong and weak points are, is there anything that you have from a strategy standpoint that you might do to counteract those?
Knowing that if I'm going against Shield Maiden, I'll go hysterical lap pull downs. I can't reach the hysterical back rows. It's hard. And then Rock Dude, I'll throw out some deadlifts or squats, hysterical. I'll try to get some hysterical so I can take them down fast.
Right on. So is there anything you want to say to the audience before you get started on your match today?
Honestly, I just want to say you guys can do it. That's my message. Keep coming in, stay consistent, eat healthy, and the results will come.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you in the booth. We're going to be watching you, so best of luck. We'll talk to you after the match.
Thanks, bro.
I like Alejandro's confidence. He's like, yeah, I'll just hysterical rep. It's that easy.
Right.
It's like it's no problem for him, which is not how at least I approach it. I'm like, hysterical, woo, I did it. I did one. I'm like, okay, no more for me.
He's just acting like he's got a whole pocket full of them, just ready to go.
It's like, the Shield Maiden, 15 minutes in, hysterical, it's fine. 25 minutes in, it's fine, I'll deal with it. And, I mean, I'll be curious to see because, I mean, unfortunately, he's maybe expecting both Shield Maidens and Rock Dudes. If Kimiko treats these two competitors like she treated our first two, it's going to be a ton of Shield Maidens to deal with. So I'll be curious how long Alejandro can keep those hysterical lap pull downs. And it does technically do less damage. I don't know how his levels work out since the AoE one does a little bit less. So maybe it takes him a little bit longer. And we saw, unfortunately, in our first match for Peach Pit, a couple times those Shield Maidens got left at like 10 to 20%, and the max reps were hit. So that could be something to watch out for if he's doing the AoE attack instead of just a single target back row.
This is true. So we'll have to see, how well he can melt through them.
Well, let's get ready to go in. Let's hop in to match number 2. It's Graham and Alejandro here. Curious to see which one will be advancing to take on Slippy, who just won in our last match. And I'll be curious to see the early game, see who figures out the Shield Maidens as we get right into it. There's a Shield Maiden already for Graham, who's on the right, and it looks like Alejandro's just going to have to deal with a Rock Dude. So a little bit of a different start for both these competitors to start out.
Yeah, a little bit different, but definitely they're going to have to not slack here at the beginning, especially before heavy mode's even available and you don't have your power-ups. This is just all exercise.
Yeah, you don't have the power-ups, you don't have hysterical mode activated quite yet. They both went with the Rock Dudes. Unfortunately for Graham, he's not going to get the Rock Dude on the right side. With that Shield Maiden, probably a good thing because that Shield Maiden would have the super effective damage against the Rock Dude. And we'll see here, they both wanted to maximize their energy elixir, and Graham's kind of doing what we saw from Sippy. He'll just kind of ignore that tank for now and take care of the Lightning Tiger because he's on the fire attack, and that's not going to be very good against the Shield Maiden.
This is true. It did clear out the Lightning Tiger on that side, and it looks like he's just trying to clear out as much as he can with this overhead press while it's loaded up and ready to go, but it is not the way to go with the Shield Maiden.
The one good thing is the overhead press does load like really, really quickly. It's one of, I think, the fastest loading exercises in the game, so it's nice to just get some damage. And he's kind of going with this full, ignore the tank strategy. Okay, I was like, is he going to go with squats against that? No, he'll go with the back row. Looks like Alejandro dealt with that Rock Dude a little bit easier, and so he's now working on that game.
Yeah, it looks like Alejandro's got a lot less in his way right now.
Does he have? Looks like he did bring the big Sue that we maybe talked about.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good strategy. He actually ignoring the Rock Dude. I didn't see it on the right side. He's just going to go with the ignore the Rock Dude for a start. Now he'll go with the squat, and now he'll start some Lightning Tigers. Seeing a lot more Lightning Tigers with this new energy elixir change than we did in the past. I think it's a really cool strategy. Just kind of send them down there and let them do their thing.
Yeah, it doesn't take long to get to 300 elixir, especially with the minions, with the cost that you get with them now. It's easy enough to get enough reps and just keep spitting them out and hopefully drive the AI a little bit crazy.
We've got Graham starting to slow down on those back rows. He's got him supercharged. He's got that Shield Maiden about 20%. He should be able to take care of her here in a couple more reps. Hopefully he does not run out of reps. Meanwhile, we've got Alejandro. He's just pumping out those squats. Couldn't quite get the Rock Dude down before he had to take a break, though, but it's pretty low. He should be able to take care of it. Both of them actually going to leave that tank with just a sliver of HP after their first exercise on it.
And this is a good time to get warmed up in the game. I'm not even, I think heavy mode is like just now available anyways, so now's the time to start bringing out those hystericals.
Alejandro put an archer down. I don't think there's anything protecting that archerer, though, which is a very scary feeling. And now he's not only got to deal with the remainder of this Rock Dude, he's now got a Shield Maiden charging in on that left side. That's one, going to make quick work of that archer, and two, going to kind of shrug off those squats there.
Yeah, that was not the most ideal setup over there.
Wow, looks like Graham has dealt with that Shield Maiden. He's got the gate already down to 20%. Got a Rock Dude and a Lightning Tiger beating on it. And looks like we'll get some a Winja coming out here from Alejandro, a Lightning Tiger, and then we'll probably, I would assume, start working on that Shield Maiden over there.
That's a pretty good combo. The Winja's going to go straight for the Shield Maiden. The Tiger's going to go straight for the gate. The AI is going to be forced to target that Tiger. So that should help the Winja stay alive a little longer.
Waiting for heavy mode.
Oh, it's almost there. There
it is.
There he goes.
What's that gonna do? Ooh, he said he's just gonna, It's just that easy, just hysterical lap pull down. See if he can pull it off. He'll power through that Lightning Tiger. Doesn't have a lot of health, so even though it's not double damage, it still is going to work out for him.
You know, as long as he doesn't wear himself out in this first round, you know, that's what counts.
Yeah, he's already on hysterical. That was 2,500 damage.
There he goes. Oh, he's going to keep going and use it on the gate. That's a smart move. It's tempting once you get the tank out of the way to just want to put the handles down. But it's best if you've already got hysterical going and you can power through. Use it on whatever you can around you.
Oh, yeah. I like to put that chip damage on the gate. He's going to get a ton of energy elixir as well. Looks like he's going to throw a rock dude down there. Does look like Graham did take out the first gate, though, and now he's just going to go, you know what, supercharge, double damage. I bet you Graham's just going to try and burn down this crystal, but Alejandro could do the exact same thing. I love that strategy. You get double damage, like, I don't care about anything else in this game. I just want to burn this crystal and get myself a nice 10-second break.
Yeah, if you're targeted on there, you just keep your focus on the crystal, and it's not going to target anything else that gets deployed onto the field. And as long as you keep your head there, crystal's all yours.
It's just like one Lightning Tiger he's got to deal with, actually 2 Lightning Tigers for Graham on the right side. And he's just going to pump right on that crystal. I think there's a couple minions in the way. But it's always annoying when a minion spawns right before you can hit the crystal and you just got to take him out.
Yeah, it's a waste of supercharge, and for sure.
Didn't get too much damage on that crystal, though.
The red team did it!
Should have the ability to take it out here.
Oh, man.
See?
All of
I didn't see the, he's already needing a break for Graham. That's unfortunate. That crystal's at 45%. Meanwhile, Alejandro took down his gate. Unfortunately, he's got a rock dude now in his way. He's gonna go for the Lightning Tiger spam and just try and have them help out on that back crystal.
Now he can get through that rock dude. But now he's gonna have minion crew in his way.
Yeah, the minion crew with the squats is not going to be very much fun because each squat's only going to hit one of them. They're just like 4 or 5 of them that are just going to be really annoying. So he's unfortunately going to have to deal with those as well. But I mean, Graham also took a break, and that allowed Miko to put a rock dude in his way as well. So both of them going to have to deal with a little bit of rock dude. Ooh, he's actually taking down that Lightning Tiger. Surprised he wasted so many squat reps on a Lightning Tiger. That's kind of weird.
You know, it was an odd thing to target, but with his gate being at 40% and him not having anything on that side, I see the temptation.
Now he's going to have, he actually I think might be energy elixir capture. He's already at 1,900 for Graham, so he's got to be careful that he doesn't maybe just deploy like 1 or 2 things. Otherwise, he's going to waste a ton of that energy elixir the rock dude's going to give him. Meanwhile, Alejandro's dealt with that rock dude with short ease. He'll throw it out in the Winja. The AoE attack he does should help with those minion crews, and now he should be able to start working on that crystal depending on where that enemy minion crew goes. Unfortunately, right in front of that crystal he needs to take down.
Yeah, you definitely you're going to see the AI being a bit more clever with their minion crew deploying. It's going to get right in your way every time.
Looks like I'd like to see Graham spend, I mean, it's always frustrating, but I'd like to see him spend some energy elixir. He's already capped.
He is. I'm not. Oh, there we go. No.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Making me nervous.
I was like, come on, you don't want to keep wasting this energy elixir. Now he's got a Lightning Tiger coming down his way. I would have liked to see him just spam Lightning Tigers, honestly. So the crystal's only at 45%. I think that might have been a better play, but instead he'll kind of go with the tank, Scotty. He'll just go with that strategy.
Right now, the Scotty's going to be targeting that rock dude that's on his gate and not anything on the enemy side until he gets that out of the way. So that rock dude's got to go.
Yeah, it's really, oh yeah, his Scotty was actually closer to the enemy, so it just got one shot by that wind blast, so that was kind of a waste of energy elixir. Meanwhile, Alejandro's got a wide open field. He's got a minion crew coming in, but as you mentioned, Amber, if he can start attacking that crystal, your attack doesn't reset, so if he gets one more in there, he might be able to take it down. Meanwhile, it does look like Graham took care of that rock dude finally, and unfortunately this leaves that crystal at 21%. Here comes another minion crew.
Yeah, that is frustrating. I'm not sure if he doesn't have it on heavy or if he's taking a break there, but he's pretty close on that crystal though.
Heavy mode is it can tire you out in a hurry. And
oh yeah.
I mean, in a normal battle, you build a 3,000 point lead, you can kind of chill out. You'll beat the boss. But in this one, when we have Crystal Destroyed as being the main win condition, you don't want to just burn yourself out in the first 10 minutes and then have nothing left in the tank for those final 20 minutes and kind of just survive. So both of them working on the Crystal. There's a Shield Maiden now coming down against Alejandro, but if he can keep up this lat pull down, he can just kind of ignore her.
Yeah, he's got to keep his targeting and he
actually wanted to take it down, I think he reset for it on purpose.
Which is an odd choice to go with, I'm going to have to say, because when you're locked onto that Crystal, nothing else should exist.
Yep.
So, he'll get the elixir for that, but the Crystal could have also gone down too. So it's a tricky thing when you're in the heat of the moment of what you're trying to go for, but I'm sure if we all watched our battles at the end, we'd be like, oh, right.
Yeah, we don't have the ease of watching other people. We're just and we talked about it. You get lost sometimes. You're like, oh well, I can't deal with the Shield Maiden. And then if he didn't take down the Crystal, it actually could have been a little more punishing. So he did kind of work through that Shield Maiden. I didn't see it as we saw Graham take down his first Crystal, but he so far kept his word that he's just going to go lat pull down and just kind of obliterate the Shield Maidens. Probably one of the few people who maybe is insane enough to actually like going against Shield Maidens.
He could be, especially if he's going to just be able to pump out hysterical lat pull downs like that. That's intense.
Does look like he's got a tower he's got to deal with.
They released a lightning tiger.
Looks like he did get the attack onto that Crystal before. One more. There we go. Absolutely annihilates that Crystal. So he's only about 20, 30 seconds behind Graham, that we saw in our first match. He can be behind, by multiple minutes and still have a great comeback here. So these guys are pretty close, and a lot of it will depend on who gets stuck with a Shield Maiden. It looks like it's going to be Alejandro, and he's already ready to go with those lat pull downs.
Yep, he knows exactly what to pull out for this. And he gets to avoid Rose. So this works out that just in case he gets tired from lat pull downs, he can always resort back to the good old fashioned, lightning attack.
Yeah, avoiding the Rose is the tricky thing, because those just wipe you out in a heartbeat. Curious to see. Looks like he's going to have a couple of winges down there, maybe have him help out. And here we go with the lat pull down. And meanwhile, he's only got to deal with the rock dude, so that does make it a little bit easier. But he's going to go with the chest press. I think he might be going for that strategy where he just kind of ignores those rock dudes and just focuses on the gate. Yeah, he's going to do that actually.
With the rock dude not doing as much damage, there is a lot happening at his gate right now, but none of that's going to be too worrisome right at the moment. So you can do the gate race at this point.
He's almost winning the gate race. He's 4 or 5% behind. Does have a lightning tiger coming down his way for Graham, so that'll be something he has to deal with. And Alejandro looks like he burned through that Shield Maiden pretty quickly, and be curious to see. Doesn't really have too much in his way right now. Just a couple of minion crews that he's got to burn through, and an Aqua Fist coming out. Not something we usually see from a lot of our competitors.
It's true, but I think Aqua Fist doesn't get the love that he deserves. He is very tanky. Him and Shira actually suck up a lot of damage and are pretty good at giving it back too. So if you need a damage sponge, Aqua Fist is your guy.
Oh, Alejandro's going to be the first one to use his sidekick. He'll call that Firehawk in on it looked like a rock dude and some minion crews, so that's going to give him a ton of energy elixir, and he can maybe parlay that into taking down this gate pretty quickly while Kamiko has to deal with all of the champions going to throw at it. Meanwhile, Graham has saved everything, and he's already got that gate down to 45% in this sort of gate race we've talked about.
Exactly. It's going to be interesting to see what Alejandro goes with all this newfound energy elixir.
So he did get at least one Scotty out.
I don't know what she's protected by, though.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like a whole lot, and now she's got a whirlwind coming her way, which, as we heard in our last match, totally invisible to your champions, your towers, so he's got to deal with it, the squats. And
yep, and Scotty's done.
I feel like even when you try and protect Squatty and you start to attack something, the moment it gets deployed, she still just dies. She has such little health, she's so hard to protect when she's the last thing standing.
Yeah, you don't ever want to have her out there alone.
Your tank dies, and you're just like, no, please, no, don't do that. Just only use on the lightning tiger spot.
Yeah, and again, that whirlwind, she is super annoying. I get super frustrated when I see one of those coming at me.
It's like Grant's going to throw down another rock dude. He's content to just kind of base race. Does look like he's not super far ahead. It's 26 to about 31. So, oh, he thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to go for the Firehawk?
Yeah.
No. Wow. I thought he would go for that for sure.
I would say deadlift at that point would probably be a good thing to clear out everything on his right side, his right gate there.
We see Alejandro, as you mentioned, now with the new flash pattern, struggling there a little bit. Your muscle memory will sometimes get you. You're just like, oh, yeah, it used to count. What do you mean? You start sitting there deploying, but he did end up figuring it out.
Yeah, Lightning Tiger is now quite the reach. It is a good stretch because we want you to hit every single one of them. Some adjustments have been made, so it is flowing a little bit better, but definitely these competitors in this tournament, a couple of them were thrown for a little bit of a loop.
Yeah, the Lightning Tiger was the one that I actually was a big fan of the new pattern. I felt like it was a bit more responsive than the old one. I actually kind of use Lightning Tigers now. You do see Graham, he has double damage. He's going to take down that gate. Looks like he kind of used those AoE attacks just to defend his own gate, so he's now setting up here for maybe pick your best attack and just go to town with double damage. We see there maybe some squats, maybe the chest press at level 24. Those at double damage mode, even just in medium, can just wipe through a crystal really quick.
Yeah, with him having those, that level 21 and that level 20, that's what I would go with right now.
Alejandro's still in all defense mode. Just look like he got a tower out on both sides to just kind of soak up some damage. He's now going to go into double damage mode. So we saw how powerful that could be. Maybe he clears away some of these minions, throws down some archers behind the tower, and he might be able to get through a gate pretty quickly as well. He had that other gate at 20%. I couldn't quite tell from his point of view.
That looks like Graham's going to go with the dreaded Rose to go for the crystal right now, but he was locked right on it.
Did retarget, unfortunately. Can't quite tell what that is down there in his way. It's not one of the tanks though, so that is a positive for him.
That is true. It might have been a whirlwind. She's really hard to see, and the best thing to do with her is just a chest press.
He's got the chest press ready. This is his best attack too, so I mean he can easily do 42% damage. Alejandro's taking down a gate of his own, so it looks like they're all tied up at 2,000 piece, and he's got those archers. I mean, you can see how fast that crystal is going down. He might have, yeah, it looks like he did berserk something down there because that crystal is just falling incredibly fast for Alejandro.
It really is, yeah. Yeah, that's something's taking care of it for him very quickly.
Just, I mean, he is down one power-up, so I'd guess he did use that berserk to take care of it. And, yeah, he's going to be able to get that. Does look like...
I think we heard a Firehawk on
we did hear a Firehawk. We'll have to see who it was from, either Graham or his Kamiko. But Alejandro, hey, he used that berserk perfectly.
Yep.
Gets the great water break in there, and he's setting himself up in a good spot here, maybe to get down one more crystal and put himself in that 3 to 4 crystal range that we always talk about as kind of that sweet spot.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to shoot for.
What's he going to have to deal with? At least one Lightning Tiger. He's got the Big Sue prepped.
Big Sue's my favorite. I love him because he's just a giant walking bomb. So as long as I can get him down on my enemy's gate, sure, kill him. He's going to take the gate with him.
He actually does. I've been caught off guard. I'm like, oh, I'll just take care of some champions. And he just kind of, as you said, he just blows up, and you're like, oh, well, there go all my champions. And Alejandro's going to get, I think, a little lucky here. He's going to get double Lightning Tigers. I mean, he shouldn't have to deal with the tank on his side.
Yeah, he might luck out here.
Keep going. You're doing a lot of damage.
Looks like he used another berserk on the Lightning Tiger of his own. Meanwhile, that was Graham's Firehawk, and despite having that crystal so low, he just now takes it down, so he's the one falling a little bit behind, and he's only got one power-up left as well.
Yeah, it's not that far behind, though, so it'll be interesting to see what they do here in this last bit of the match.
That gate going down really fast thanks to that Berserk. There's a whirlwind down now that Alejandro will have to deal with. And well, for Graham, he's got to start his defense. Unfortunately, he will get a tank. He's going to have a rock dude coming down his way. So hopefully he's got some squads left in the tank. I know those spots, when you get into like those mid-20 levels, they can take a ton out of you in a hurry.
They really do. Speaking from someone who's got max level squats, like
I don't envy you at all.
it sucks and it's great at the same time. It's a great secret weapon, but at the same time, my legs are just jelly.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my squats are that 21, 22 range, and I only use them when it's double damage on a crystal. And then I'm like, okay, we're not going to do squats today anymore because that's just no fun.
Exactly. I use it just for crystals.
But unfortunately, Graham got a couple of towers ready, but he's probably going to have to maybe go with the deadlift. That might help take out those minions and that lightning tiger, or maybe go with the just ignore it strategy, and he'll put his 2 turrets down and has enough elixir to almost deploy 3 Scotties if he wants.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what he goes for here. Oh, going for Scotty 1.
As a Berserk, this actually would work really, really well.
It could. Absolutely.
Does look like Alejandro, meanwhile, he did take down that first gate with his own Berserk, I think on a lightning tiger, but now he's got a lightning tiger in his way. He's got a couple other things in his way as well. He's got to make sure he protects that gate. Yeah, there's the Berserk ready for Graham. He could just kind of burn down the enemy gate in a hurry here if he wants to and kind of ignore it. That right side disaster he's got to deal with.
Exactly. I would like to know, though, how many reps of lap pull down that Alejandro pulled out during this whole match. Every time I look over, I'm like, it's more lap pull down.
I mean, in the pre-match interview, he's like, yeah, you know what, Shield mains, no problem. I'll just go, hysterical lap pull down. So he's sticking to his word. He's got a Winjin now on that cleared up space. Another Scotty coming. Is he going for 4 Scotties? That's really greedy for Graham. I think he could just stick with 3 if he really, really wanted to.
But if you could do it, you might as well. Honestly, yeah, I would.
Yeah, the game will die in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, yep, there he goes.
There's the Berserk on 3 Scotties. He's got a couple towers in the way to protect them instead of tank, which works really well.
If he puts down that lightning tiger, yep, there he goes. Perfect. This is a great play. I mean, I don't even care what's happening to the right side right now. Like, what he's doing right now is just genius.
Yeah, he
yep.
Got the gate. Oh, look at that. Crystal's already dead.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
Yeah, that strategy was kind of why they nerfed the energy elixir, because that strategy was just way too easy to pull off in the winter, where we saw 3, sometimes even 4 Scotties. So props to Graham for kind of base racing the Kamiko there and making it work pretty well, put himself back in the lead.
Yeah, that was a nice use of strategy, which also lets you recoup some of your own physical energy, and then you can keep pushing on. So props to him for using it.
Yeah, looks like Alejandro's got a Scotty out there, and she's taking quite a beating from that mini crew. She's unfortunately going to get taken out.
Oh, yeah.
So he's now got to figure out a way to get through those minion crews. I think he throws a lightning tiger down there as well, and then take down that last 89% of the gate. No power-ups left for either side, so I'll be curious if Graham can get something. I looked over his screen, I was like, what is happening? It looks like he was adjusting.
Yep, he was untangling it there for a minute.
Yeah, they do get kind of tangled up. It limits you from going down, so I feel him.
It also shows you, too, just how much you're focused on playing and winning. You're not even realizing that maybe you aren't spinning back the other way and such. And these people are people who play all the time. And they are very focused right now on what's going on in front of them.
Yeah, I would love to see like a heat map of like the path I take. I feel like I end up just doing like infinite circles, just like turning around, deploying champions, and all that. We do see, there's another shield maiden, and there's Alejandro once again with his lap pull downs. If he gets the hysterical, I'll honestly be impressed 25 minutes into the battle, because that is incredibly difficult.
He's using decent form too, so I'll even give him that.
But protecting that right gate, maybe he would have just wanted to ignore it and focus on a crystal, but I understand the point differential matters as well, so maybe he's got that in the back of his mind, that if he holds the opponent to 0, he might win on a tiebreaker.
It is hard when your gates get that low to not worry about them.
He got hysterical, so that's insane to me. putting out insane damage. I can't quite see what level it is, but I did see it hit the shield maiden for 5,000, which is crazy damage on it.
It really is.
If he can get this crystal down in the final 5 minutes, he might have a chance to force us to a double tiebreaker like we saw in our first match, but he's got to worry here a little bit because both of his gates are under constant siege. There's a lot happening on that left side he's going to have to deal with in short time. Meanwhile, Graham actually was able to get down another gate. Didn't quite see what, so he's sitting pretty good in this nice spot there.
Yeah, it looks like he just loaded up some chest press, so... Oh, water break.
Lundberg will just get obliterated there. He did have those towers, which are really nice. One nice thing about the towers is they do stay over the round reset. So if you have a couple towers in the way, you don't even need to worry about deploying a tank. You can just deploy Scotties right behind the tower.
Exactly. They are very useful.
He gets a lot of pressure on Alejandro because he's not only got to get a crystal, he's also going to have to get a gate as well to keep us in a point tiebreaker. We'll have to see if he's able to do that. He's got a big Sue walking down into that crystal, but it's still at 87%, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, and even if that big Sue blows up right next to it, it's not gonna bring it down more than like 15-20%.
One Scotty coming down to help him out. He's got enough energy elixir for a lightning tiger. Immediately grabs that one. Might have enough here in the tank. I think he's already got a lightning tiger down there as well. He might have enough here to take down this crystal. That other gate, though, in the final 4 minutes is going to be, I think, maybe the more challenging part.
Oh, if he... yeah, he is targeted right on that crystal. Well, he was.
Just a little bit. And it's so hard when you're tired to keep your head straight.
It really is. And it's just that much will retarget that, and you'll lose your lock on the crystal.
And then if you try and like cheat it a little bit, and you stay looking left, the AI will yell at you, and they're like, keep your head straight. And like, look, I'm just trying to focus on the right lane here, you know?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Maya gets sassy.
Yeah, she gets really sassy sometimes. And, you know, you're like, I know what I'm doing, Maya. I've been here. I mean, these guys said they have over 100 battles. I feel like at this point, they're just like, Maya, please.
Several times I yell at her to shut up. Just like, yeah, I know what's happening. Stop.
Like you're waiting for the boss's hysterical rep to stop. You can hit this button to deploy a champ. Like, I know, Maya. I don't want to deploy my shield vein into hysterical lightning damage, please.
Yeah, we're just gonna wait a second here.
He's doing the squat tactic we both talked about, the save it for the crystal.
There we go.
3 minutes to get a gate. Definitely doable here. I mean, Graham's not in a great spot, but that double damage is going to help him quite a bit.
Yeah, he should be able to clear out a lot of these little things off his gate. He'll still have to deal with that shield maiden, but he'll get through these minions, no problem.
He gets supercharged. Even doing, 1,000 damage a hit, that might have been enough to take a dent in that shield maiden. But he just wanted to protect that right side. And points could potentially be a tiebreaker. Graham's just got a 500-point lead, but as we saw from Darby, anything's possible in these last 3-4 minutes. Unfortunately, there's no power-ups for Alejandro to work with, but he's got a nice little lineup down there with the Big Sue, and he can just ignore that shield maiden because she's not going to put out enough damage in this last 2 minutes to really threaten that gate.
Nah, she won't. You can completely ignore her at this point.
We're looking. Alejandro needs a gate here. Graham, if Graham gets a crystal, he would pretty much guarantee himself a victory. But he's really not in a great spot to do it. I think he accidentally deployed a Scotty on the wrong side.
I think so too. I'm not sure he meant for that to go there.
Yeah, because now that Scotty's just going to have to just beat the gate down. Or maybe he's doing it, there might be a tank down there as well. Maybe he's going for one to protect that right side, and maybe he feels like destroying a gate easier than destroying a crystal?
Could be.
I think that's what he's trying for, actually. Yeah, he's deliberately, I guess he realizes he can't get through the shield maiden and decides, hey, those 500 points from a gate might actually matter in the long run.
This is true. He might lose a gate while he's trying to do that, though.
He's gonna lose the gate,
Yep.
so we're tied in points now. Graham has that gate at 10%. So if he can get through that Lightning Tiger, he also has that Scotty still who's doing quite a bit of work. He should be fine to get that 500 points. And probably the first time we've ever seen anyone prioritize double gate over a crystal, but it's actually going to be the difference maker in this battle.
I think there definitely was some strategy to that. He looked at what was in front of him, and he went with what was probably the best choice in the moment. Over here, it looks like Alejandro is just pushing still really hard.
Any 5 reps in the final 20 seconds could matter if we get to a volume tiebreaker. That could be the difference between advancing or not. Alejandro, unfortunately, just not going to have quite enough time. I can't speak to gate health, but he'd have to take down a gate and a crystal in the final 10 seconds to win. And without a berserk power-up, that is unfortunately not quite possible.
Nah, that is very hard, if not impossible to do.
They will both win, but Graham with the unconventional strategy of focusing down a gate over a crystal ends up making so he doesn't have to worry about the double volume tiebreaker, and Graham will pick up the winner here in our second match.
Yeah, that was a pretty good strategy there. I say that was a smart game all the way through.
Yeah, that was actually really impressive from Graham. I mean, I would love when we hear from him in the post-game interview if he maybe mentions that, because I mean, we talked about it is, every competitor's gate, crystal, just focus on one lane, don't waste your resources, but kind of realized, hey, there's a shield maiden in the way, I don't need to deal with it, let's just take down a gate. And that's exactly what Barrett talked about, that quick thinking. That's the reason why he won, and sometimes you can get lost up in just trying to say, all right, I got to get a crystal, and that would have ended up maybe costing him a victory. So that's crazy for Graham to realize that on the fly.
Yeah, that was super cool.
Well, before we hear from Graham, let's throw it down to Press. Let's get our reaction from our runner-up, our Alejandro. Unfortunately not able to win here, but he still had a great performance. Let's go down to that interview right now.
All right, we got our main man, Alejandro, back after his battle. So you look gassed, you're huffing and puffing. So tell me a little bit about the performance. You feel like now that you're done with it, is there anything that you would have changed that might affected your outcome, or how many points you got?
I tried my hardest. I think the first 30 seconds to minute, I panicked a little bit. I didn't think that the lift was loading, so I kind of stood there for a second. I used my Sunbird pretty early in the game on a rock dude, just one tank, because I was just tired. I normally save it for the last 5 to 10 minutes. That was a hard battle. I almost felt like my heart was jumping out.
So, I mean, now that it's done, like if you were going to rate your performance or how you felt about that workout from a 1 to 10, what would you grade yourself?
I grade myself on a 10. I didn't get the score I wanted. I think maybe because it was a boss that was pretty dang hard. Normally I'm getting around 5,000 to 6,000. So, I don't know.
That's all you got?
Yeah.
So, I mean, as far as the boss goes, was there anything that the boss did that surprised you that you weren't expecting now in retrospect?
They're smarter. They throw the right. They get you tired quick. They used a lot of tanks, and I just found myself using a lot of going back and forth between back row or lat pull down and squats, and I just try to do hysterical everything.
So as always, man, we appreciate you having you here, and you're obviously, one of the mainstays, the staples of our clientele, and then we love you, and no matter the outcome of this match and everything, we want to have you back. We hope to see you in the next round. So thanks for everything, crew, fans, everybody watching. We appreciate you as well. Hope to see you in a black box soon.
Yeah, I mean, he nailed it. I think that one, the Firehawk can be so powerful. I think the thing that it's hard to deal with, Amber, is you never know if the boss is even going to use their Firehawk, because sometimes you use yours, they use theirs, and you're like, really? You never know if she's even going to use it or not, and that's tricky.
It's true. It is a gamble every single time. And one thing we didn't mention actually about Alejandro, he's actually one of our biggest transformation stories. He's on our YouTube channel. We did a nice little piece with him. He's been super dedicated to changing his life and with fitness and nutrition. And we're not kidding. He is about half the man he used to be. So it's one thing for sure. Black Box works. And if you want to see how it can work for you, you come down, say hi. I will hook you up, help you out, and you can have your own Alejandro story.
Yeah, that is awesome. Black Box is a great place. If you have not checked it out and you're in the Boise area, I would not recommend it enough. I think the competitors kind of hit on it. Even Barrett mentioned it. You could kind of be this video game fan, and it really plays into your whole video game aspect that you're going to probably do later at night anyway. So I think it really plays into it. And I think the other thing that one of the competitors mentioned, I remember who it was, is you don't have to come up with your own workout plan. The game doesn't really recommend one, but it kind of is like, okay, how do I deal with those tanks? Okay, I've got to do chest press. It kind of comes up with your own workout plan, which I know is something that I always struggle with. Is like, what do I have to do today? Like, is it a back day? Is it a leg day? It's like, hey, it can be whatever kind of day I want. Well, let's hear from Graham, who had an insane idea to take down a gate instead of a crystal. Let's get our reaction from our winner here in this matchup.
All right, folks, I'm here with Graham, post-arena battle interview. A couple questions for you, Graham, then I'll let you go home and take a nap. How do you feel about your performance today?
I feel good. I think I wasn't expected for how hard I was going to work. You're like, I'm going to go give them my all, and then you end up giving way too much.
Yeah. Well, is there anything you would have done differently looking back at how the match went down?
Yeah, I think there was definitely some moments where I was like, shoot, I put in the wrong champion, or I should have chosen a different exercise. And I think even the key in those moments is just being like, it's all right, it's in the past. Just gotta push through this next exercise elected, and just do with what you have.
Right. And that considered, was there anything in Kamiko, the boss's strategy that surprised you with what she was doing?
Yeah. She was definitely heavy on water elements, which my deck was not prepared.
Okay.
Which is okay. I wanted that challenge. I was expecting it, and yet it still beat me up bad. So.
All right. Well, I'm glad you made it through it, Graham. We all are glad you made it, and thanks for the interview. And go home and get some rest.
Thanks. Thank you.
And back to you guys.
Graham with the impressive performance. I don't know if anyone's deck's ready to handle that many shield mains. I'll be honest.
It's true. It's you can be provided all the information beforehand, and then you get in there, and you're not sure how the AI is going to choose to use their deck, so you can't perfectly counter it with yours either. So it is always kind of, you got to be fluid with what you're doing.
Yeah, and I don't. It feels like in my experience, there's no champion that greatly counters Shield Maiden. It feels like she's kind of designed to make you take down the Shield Maiden, but. Great job for Graham. He advances on the point tiebreaker, 5,500 to 500. He got 5,000 points. Alejandro only had 4,500, so he advances. We still got plenty more. We're only halfway done. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with match number 3 in our Black Box VR Spring Invitational right after this. Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. Halfway through our first round of the Black Box Spring Invitational Tournament. We've had a couple of great matches here. Fish and Amber call it all of the action. We've had a double tiebreaker, Amber. We've had a single tiebreaker that, if it wasn't for a next level play by Graham, could have gone to a double tiebreaker. I mean, these guys are really at the top of their game, and we're only in round one, and we've seen some great matches against a boss that is kind of annoying, if anything else, just with the amount of tanks that you're always dealing with.
This is true. I mean, Kimiko is definitely just being absolutely obnoxious. But I have seen just a lot of smart moves being used in these. You know, it's definitely like, you know, not the Winter Invitational. We had our Diamond Leagues, but these people here are using just both that combination of strategy and endurance to really push through on these. So super cool.
Yeah, nothing against Barrett, but I never see myself even coming close to a level 35 boss. Like, I would just turn around and walk out. But, like, see you guys, there must have been a mistake. This boss feels like, you know, something maybe in a few months that, you know, I can take on. As we see our next match there, we'll go top right of the bracket. We'll have Randy and Jared taking each other on here. Be curious to see if any of them have a different strategy. We haven't seen too much of the Tank and Scotty backup just because of the energy elixir change, but that does feel kind of like what everyone's goal is. If they either get a Firehawk or they get a couple towers down, it's still just spam those Scotties, get that damage, maybe even throw a Berserk on them there. So I'll be curious to see if either of these guys maybe go with a more aggressive approach with Lightning Tigers and Sunhawks or in Sunbirds that we saw in the winter from some of our competitors. Yeah,
it will be interesting to see what these guys do, if they kind of stick to the tried and true or if they mix it up here a bit.
So here are our win conditions. They'll both take on the same level 17 boss opponent, who we will see in a little bit here exactly what she's bringing to the table. Our win condition will be most crystals destroyed. If there is a tie, like we saw in our first two matches, we will first go to point differential between them and the boss. And if that is a tie, we will then go to total volume lifted as our third tiebreaker. We've done that once already. We also had a tiebreaker just on point differential in our last match. Here is what Kimiko brings to the table. As we've heard a lot, I mentioned in the interview, we do have the lower level Fire Beam and Ice Shard, but still at the level 14, level 15, it's going to just absolutely shred through something like a Scotty or a low health champion. And we see her battle deck. We've seen a lot of Rock Dudes, a lot of Shield Maidens, and then those Whirlwind and Lightning Tigers have, I don't want to say snuck up on some people, but they can do some damage in a hurry. And as we talked about the Whirlwind, you have to target down yourself, and that's unfortunately ruined some people's plans as she just rips through the Scotty, and the Scotty doesn't even see her.
Yeah, she is really pesty that way.
So we get our third match here. It will be Jared taking on Randy. And any insight you can give us about these two competitors? I know we always talk about, you know, Black Box, sort of that community aspect. I mean, anything you can offer about maybe not who's favored, but what you've seen from these guys at their time at Black Box?
They're both very consistent. I'm not sure who's got the slightly higher streak right now, but I know that they both are up there in like the ridiculous streak of, I think like Jared had like 80 something. So just constantly coming in, constantly playing the game, and always pushing through. So it's going to be cool to see them get to put all of that to the test.
Yeah, the streak does level up your small little minions, which now that they're worth 50 energy elixir instead of 5, sometimes can help a little bit, does stall out things just a little bit. Well, before we hop into this battle, let's throw it down to the arena. Let's see what Randy has to say in his pre-match interview.
Hey everybody, welcome to the 2021 Spring Invitational with Black Box VR. We have one of our big contestants up here, Randy McCurdy, who's going to get ready to do his battle. And so, first off, I want to ask Randy a bunch of questions. This is an exciting match coming up here. We just fresh off the heels of our Winter Invitational. So we've got a new group of people that are in our Gold and Platinum leagues that are ready to go after it. So first, Randy, let me ask you this question. How long have you been a Black Box member?
I've been here since November of 2019.
And so as you've been, went through all the program and got through onboarding, and now obviously you're in the midst of, middle of the arenas and that kind of stuff. What's been one of your favorite things about Black Box?
My favorite thing is just the gamification of the workouts. You get here, you put the headset on and you just go for 30 minutes. It's a great workout. There's really no thought into weights or anything like that. You just play a game.
Awesome. So I mean, you know it's a battle. It's not just a typical day at going to the gym. And so is there anything that you did today or last night to prepare for today's battle that you wouldn't have done, going into your workouts previously?
Just tried to get a good night of sleep, and I usually work out 6 to 6:30 in the morning, so it's a little different for me to do afternoon. But other than that, just trying to time my pregame and get a good night of sleep.
Well, hopefully now you've had all that food, and later in the day you'll get that little extra rush of energy and have a really good workout. So the boss that you're going to be going up against today is Kamiko, and Kamiko, she's a level 17. Her weakest direct attacks are her legs and her chest press. So knowing that she has weak legs or weak chest press, is there anything that you might do to try to counteract that?
Well, it looks like the main thing is that Rock Dude's going to be the main guy, and my best thing is deadlifts. I can pretty much do deadlifts for days, so I'm planning to unleash those on the tanks and the wall and crystal, and other than that, just take care of the rest with chest press.
Well, that's awesome. Again, we have Randy McCurdy here getting ready for his session. Wish him best of luck, and we'll see how he does after the battle.
I'm hoping the best for Randy, and I'm just hoping that Kamiko, works out with him there, because unfortunately we've seen a lot more Shield Maidens than Rock Dudes, and those deadlifts won't be as effective, and they'll probably take more of a toll if you have to do a lot more to take down the Shield Maidens.
That's very true. Deadlifts are just not the way you'd want to go, because not only is it the same element, it's also an area of effect. So it's just not going to be as effective against her. But Rock Dudes, yeah, deadlift all day long.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of minion crews that Kamiko's thrown out, that will work perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, I'm hoping that he gets a lot of Rock Dudes, but it seems like Kamiko has slightly favored those Shield Maidens. Might make it a little bit harder. Well, let's throw it down to Jared. Maybe he's expecting Shield Maidens. Maybe not. Let's see what he has to say in our pre-match interview.
Have another one of our great competitors, Jared Halleck, here, getting ready to do his battle. So before he gets started, I want to get a little background information and just get his perspective on today's battle. So first off, Jared, how long have you been a Black Box member?
As long as COVID has been around.
Well, it seems like forever. So you've been a lifetime. Yeah, that's awesome. And so obviously it's a battle today. It's not just in a typical, workout. So since it's a tournament battle, is there anything that you did to prepare for today that would be different than what you'd normally do?
No, man, I'm just coming in to search for Elixir.
Elixir?
I'm just doing my part for humanity.
That's right. And so he's referring to the backstory of the game. So any of you guys that come in there and get to try out Black Box, you'll know what he's talking about with the Elixir and trying to save humanity. So what's one of your favorite things about Black Box?
I love getting lost in the game. It's a mental workout, along with physical. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of strategy that goes into this, which brings me into kind of one of my next questions. The boss you're going to be going against today is Kamiko. She's a level 17. Her weak points are chest press and squats, but she also has two tanks in her deck. She's got Rock Dude and she's got Shield Maiden. So my question for you is, knowing that kind of stuff and having been given a little bit of that information, does that affect the way that you're going into this match or your strategy, or is it just business as usual?
Man, I'm just here to improvise and have some fun. I'm here for the fans. Business as usual.
Business as usual. I like it. Well, we want to see how you do in this. We're going to be glued to the match, so best of luck, and we'll catch you as soon as the match is over. Thanks, guys.
All right.
I was having some fun with that, and we get another reference to the backstory.
Exactly. And if you want to know what that story is, you got to come down and play the game.
Yeah, it's a very interesting backstory. I like how, it kind of works into making itself feel like it's very real, referencing, hey, you just come back in a few days. I think it's a really awesome backstory. It does help you learn the game a little bit. So, like Amber said, just go down. You're there most of the time when I come in, Amber, to check it out. So, she'll help you. She got me and Baratel, one of the other casters here, set up. So, perfect to just go down, check them out. It's a ton of fun. And the one bonus, unless you're crazy and do multiple workouts, it doesn't take over an hour, so you can park in the parking garage and you can leave for free, which is one of my favorite thing, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, being able to beat the parking game downtown is a huge win.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about paying for a ticket unless you're crazy. There's some people there who do like 4-hour workouts out in a row. If that's you, you'll have to pay for a parking ticket. But no, I just park in the garage. I get back. It's only been about 50 minutes. It's totally a ton of fun. I recommend checking it out. But right now we're gonna have Randy and Jared going at it. Let's hop into their match. Randy, expecting a lot of Rock dudes. We'll see if he gets a Shield main right off the bat and if he's ready for it. Jared, he's just doing it for the fans. He's doing it to save humanity. And we'll kick things off. And, of course, Randy gets the Shield main and Jared gets the Rock dude. Couldn't be more, ironically funny.
Exactly. I mean, he wasn't even, not what he was going for at all.
Rock dude pattern is absolutely wild. I still have not figured it out. It's way too complicated. That's why I never use them. I just use a Shield main. Just a simple pattern I can get a decent armor bonus on.
Now with how we've changed the slice patterns, I've actually changed some of the direction that I do with my Rock dude. Just flows a lot better.
Chest press. It's an interesting first strat for Randy. I guess we've seen a lot of competitors kind of realize, Rock dude, yeah, he's annoying, but he's not a serious damage issue. So maybe, that was just kind of like a burn everything down with chest press there for Randy. That's an interesting strategy.
It gets you some elixir pretty quick. You can get the minions out of the way, and then give you time to put something else out there. Looks like he's going to go for the Scotty, probably right behind that Rock dude, and then maybe work on that Shield maiden.
Wow, we did see Jared. He did take down his Rock dude that he had to deal with. He's going to get a Sunbird out on the arena, and that'll kind of have that range advantage. Does make it a little bit harder for the champions in Kamiko's deck. I don't know if she actually has a real good counter to that Sunbird.
I don't believe that she does, actually.
Besides her own attack, so that will be something to watch out for. As you see, it's like Randy did take down that Shield Maiden. Will get a decent chunk of energy elixir, enough for another Scotty to throw right behind that Rock dude. He's starting off pretty strong.
I love Jared's strategy there with the 2 Lightning Tigers and a Sunbird.
I like that. We've seen a couple competitors do that where they kind of, the tanks are expensive. Why don't I just get as many, sort of mid-tier minions out there as possible? We see a Winja coming down for Randy. And there, we see Jared. He's just, slow and steady. He's got his Rock dude down there. He's got his Sunbird. He's put himself in a good little starting position here. He's already got that gate at about 50% or so.
Yeah, you got to notice the difference too, and you can keep the AI from midfield back to their own gate. It's a lot different than when they're just already beaten down on your gate right from the get-go.
The speed at which Randy's putting out these reps is pretty impressive, though. That is, we saw, Jared's going for, the right form, just to slow and deliberate, and Randy's just throwing out, as many reps as possible. Kind of 2 different strategies, very interesting.
Yeah, Jared is definitely a lot more methodical over there with his reps and form. It's really good.
Should get the first gate of the game. Got the supercharged squawk. And yeah, good job getting those first gates down. Doesn't deal with the whirlwind though, and we talked about that. Doesn't mean he has to be the one to deal with it, but he's got 2 level 20 plus fire attacks. He'll be fine. And meanwhile, Jared Randy's just burning down everything in his path. He's going in all lanes. He's just destroying everything Kamiko throws at him.
Yeah, I'd have to say this is very intense.
Yeah, every lane's getting down. He's just trial by fire, throw everything at it. He should get that next gate pretty quickly. He was at 1% before we hopped over to Jared's point of view, but he should be able to deal with it in quick order, and they should both have that crystal unlocked. And right now, that Sunbird's just chugging along for Jared, and he's already got that crystal at 84%.
Yeah, not bad. As long as he can keep that Sunbird alive or give him some backup, which looks like what he's going for right now.
Heavy mode is active. Looks like Randy, he'll get that gate down, and he can put out a ton of damage on this crystal. He won't. Oh, he's actually looks like he does want to retarget that whirlwind. He's already got the chest press, so not a bad idea to just burn her down so that it can't take out. I think it's a Winja that's down there.
Yeah, with that crystal exposed, now's the time.
He does have a minion crew coming his way, so he's going to have to burn through that. He's got 1,400 energy elixir. Double Winja maybe. That's an interesting strategy. The Winjas do have that nice little AoE effect, so that'll help kind of burn down that minion crew pretty quickly.
Yeah, they do eat through minion crews pretty decently.
They'll protect it with the Scotty. Not the best tank, but at least enough to let her get, I don't know, probably 10 seconds or so of damage out, depending on. I don't know if that minion crew is going to get to that Scotty or not for Randy. I don't think it did. He's in double damage mode, and he's just going to pump out damage onto that crystal.
There's a lot of head movement from Randy, that is for sure.
Yeah, surprised that for the most part he's kept his, focus on one lane. He does get, yelled out there a little bit by Maya for not having his head in the correct position.
Yeah, she doesn't like that. She gets angry.
He's gonna go heavy mode.
All right.
Maybe
more Winja.
More Winja. Looks like we do see Jared's got the crystal at 23%. I think there's something in the way. He does have a title down there to take some damage for that Scotty. That's the highest level Scotty we've seen, I think, for Jared. Looks like it's level 12 or so. Yeah, level 12. Those could be deadly if he gets a berserk rolling on him, if he gets the first crystal of the game.
Her health is a lot higher at that point, which again, it just shows you just how often Jared comes in.
And that's honestly really impressive because I know after the winter when you guys changed Black Box changed the energy elixir, they reset everyone's deck.
Yes,
so I mean,
they
to get
did.
it back, I think I almost had mine at like 12 before, but to get his back to 12 that quickly, that does show you how often he comes in and has those coins to spend. Because mine, I think, only like back to level 6 or so, which is very far behind.
Well, a little bit of information. Once you hit a 30 streak, every streak reward you get is a rare chest.
Ooh.
So a little bit of an incentive to come back and keep coming back. I mean, we do have rewards up until that point, but after 30, every single one is a rare chest, and that makes it a lot easier to start leveling up.
Yeah, that actually does make a lot of sense. I try and get the heroic chest at the end of every workout.
That's a fun one. If you time it with the music, you can just about get it every time.
There's a couple times I've been so tired I've fallen forward and I've gotten like just a rare chest and I've just like beat him. I'm like, come on, how can I mess up the easiest part? As we see Jared, I mean, we talked about it, level 12 Scotty's Berserk, I blink, he's already got 2 crystals down and we're only 8 minutes in.
Yeah, he's doing good.
He's setting himself up in a nice spot. We do see that Randy is also taking down a crystal, so he'd be in a great spot if he still has 2 Berserks though. So I mean, those Berserks, you time them right, that basically is a free round for you. You just got to make sure you set up your Scotties and your tanks right. So a lot of pressure to make sure they use those Berserks correctly.
Yeah, if you can use it right, like you said, it's pretty much a free round. That crystal's yours.
Yeah. Randy's got, again, I mean, Kamiko must have heard him say, oh yeah, she's just going to spam Rock Dude. I'm more than ready for it, because that's his second shield bait in a row. He's still dealing with it with some water attacks, which, I mean, with his level will do a decent chunk of damage, but it's going to take a lot more reps. I mean, he's already in Hysterical, and that Shield Maiden might survive the Hysterical reps. It would not happen if he had a lightning attack.
Interesting enough, though, it looks like his air attack is actually higher than his water. So if he would go to Lats or to Rose, he'd be doing pretty good.
Jared has dealt with the opening tanks. He did have a Scotty kind of get taken out there. Randy's. No, he actually, that Shield Maiden did survive. So he's going to have to deal with that. Maybe going to ignore it, though. I don't know what's in front of those 2 Scotties on the right side for him, though. Doesn't look like too much. Is that a torture? He had a torture, which, hey, props to him for making that work. If that was a torture. It looked like it. Maybe it was just a tower. And I know there's a tower. Yeah, it might have been a torture for him, which is very interesting strategy.
It is.
He has a tower. He can maybe get a second tower. You can put 2 Scotties behind it. He's looking pretty good. He can pump out the tower reps pretty quickly. They are very tanky. Wow, looks like, yeah, I mean, you can see just the power. It's not even Hysterical reps for Jared on that left side, but those squats on the double damage of those Rock Dudes, it's just working right through them. Oh, no. It lived, and he hit the max rep to 25.
Oh, that's so frustrating.
Where the game will make you stop, so that's going to have to make. He can this time. He'll just put a chest press out. Just go with maybe an easier exercise. Anything will kill the Rock Dude at this point.
Yeah, he's so close.
Wow. Looks like Randy maybe going for his Berserks here. He's going to put, Scotty down. Yeah, he's going to try and put a Berserk down on his 2 Scotties, so that should help him potentially even things up here. I can't quite see what percent that gate is, but those Scotties, if they stay alive, will do quite a bit of damage to it.
Yeah, one shot the rock dude there. Perfect.
That crystal, you can see every time they attack it, it's dropping 7% at a time.
Oh yeah, there it goes. Yep.
I think he plays that perfect, ties our game up here. Does look like Jared, after that hot start, has slowed down just a tad. He's just methodically dealing with all the champions being thrown at him. I do like that strategy. He's got that gate pretty low. He does have a Lightning Tiger coming his way, though. You always hate to see when you think you get a break and there's a Lightning Tiger sprinting down towards your gate.
Yeah, especially right when you put chest press down, because that's the one that would be perfect to take it out, and then now you've got to pick something else.
I would have liked to see Randy maybe with that tower still standing at decent HP. He could have maybe done another Scotty play and Berserk them. He does have a rock dude in the way, though, so he does finally get his wish of getting to take down a rock dude from Kimiko, but he's going at it right now with the overhead press.
Yeah, he'll probably switch it up here. Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah, I think he was just wanted to kill a minion crew or something. Yeah, he immediately throws it on heavy. This is what he was looking for right here. This is what he said in his pre-match interview. I could do, deadlifts for days, so he's going to just set himself up, and even as a minion crew right behind it, he might be able to take care of both of those pretty quickly on it.
Yeah, deadlift is a way to burn right through those. And I think Jared's going to go with a tower, probably put it over there on the right side. Maybe.
Yeah, with those minion crews, potentially. Or you could just do the lap pull down as well, that AoE. Oh, he has a healing on it. That's an interesting one for Jared in his second power slot, is the healing one. We haven't seen it too often, but if you have a tank and you get a heal on him, the boss can sometimes struggle to deal with it.
They do come in handy. There's a few times where the game has had me use a healing when I wasn't intending on it. It does change your strategy up a bit. You can heal a gate, a crystal, or your champions with that. So if you use it correctly, it can really help you out.
I've had a couple where I'd used a power up, I didn't even see what got put in, and a heal came in. I was like, hey, I'll throw it on a tank, and it can help your tank survive like a supercharged attack against it. So it is kind of effective. You see, here comes some Scotties down. Looks like, is he gonna berserk? He's thinking about it. Looks like he'll commit to it here, so this should give Randy a pretty easy third crystal, put him in the lead now.
Ooh, who just Firehawk?
I think it looks like Jared was forced to commit to Firehawk.
Ah.
He's run into a bit of a struggle. Doesn't look like he's got that left gate at about 54%.
Ooh, but that other gate, his right gate's just dwindling.
Yeah, he's got to wait as well because the cold fusion's coming out, and that was just like one shot. The Sunhawk, so he has to wait to deploy that. He will lose his gate here.
This is true.
He should be in a decent spot. I'll be curious to see if he's able to defend that side. Looks like he's just kind of going to maybe crystal race the boss. He's got that Sunbird, and now he's going to put a Scotty and a Lightning Tiger on the left side. Looks like he's kind of interested in just kind of racing the boss at this point.
You can pull it off. Just because your crystal's exposed doesn't mean it's the end of the world. You definitely can do a race.
I like how he has his water right where the fake water is in the game.
I have yet to do that.
The first time I thought like the water, like you grab the water and pause, and I was like, oh no, it doesn't do that.
That would be such a cool idea. I think you just actually came up with something. Like if you reach for the water bottle, it's a game pause.
Yeah, that would be. There's a couple times where I'm like, man, I need to drink water, but I have like 3 champions flying at me. I was like, can I get like a 10-second timeout? But I like how I put it there. That is kind of funny. Unfortunately, it does nothing for you besides look kind of cool. Looks like you're actually drinking from that water bottle. We do see that. Looks like Randy's Berserk Scotties only took down a gate. He has the crystal at 66%, so Rock Dude or Lightning Tiger maybe double damage at some point. He should be able to get that third crystal before this match ends.
I definitely think so. I feel bad for Jared right now. He committed to what he loaded up, and it was just deadlift would have been so much better for what was going on over there.
That the squats, the single target attack into the minion cruise, not going to be a very favorable one. He does have a shield main as well, charging down on his left side. He's going to have to deal with at some point. He did get the gate down, however, so he could potentially, you know, if he clears out that left side, maybe get some lightning tigers. And here's the spark crows, which was you had recommended to me as a good counter to the shield main, so that'll help him out quite a bit.
You know, they are handy. They're also annoying. So it's great to throw them out there because it forces the AI to have to target them in the way they move. It changes where he's targeting. So he could be targeting, you know, your tank or something else, and then all of a sudden he's got a spark crow in his way.
Yeah, and they, like, you think they are weak to AoE, but they fly around when they're attacking that you actually, at least I haven't had any luck hitting them with AoE. I'm like, okay, I'll just destroy the spark crows really easily, and then they're just like, nope, they're flying all around. So it also just forces more reps out as well.
Yep, it's having more reps of like an overhead press, or you're going to have to switch it over to chest press.
Unfortunately, I think the boss was able to deal with Jared's spark crows, so I don't see him on the field anymore. He's trying to get a tower down to be able to deal with that big herd of units, both minion crews and a shield maiden over there on that left side. We've seen that shield maiden force a lot of issues, and the minion crews with a lot of issues for players. Big shout out to the devs for fixing how the AI uses this minion cruise. And there's that healing on his gate that you were talking about, and on his crystal.
Yeah, that was a good time to use it.
Buys him some time. Gonna go over the overhead press. Meanwhile, Randy's still trying to figure out a way to break through that crystal. He's got it only down to 57%. See if that shield maiden does get deployed on that left side. Yeah, that gate's, you know, it's taking a beating right now, and that healing is helping out quite a bit.
It really is. And if he can get those spark crows just to buy him some time, that would be really good.
Looks like he's got minion crew, shield maiden, maybe a whirlwind or something. I don't quite know what that level 10 unit is on that left side that he has to deal with. Unfortunately, the rows, it'd be great against the shield maiden, but those minions are going to just block all of those lightning attacks, and you're going to be forced to eliminate them one at a time.
Yeah, you would have to burn through all the little guys first. And I think he's realizing that right now. So do a few reps of that, put on an AoE, and then go back. Yep.
With the overhead press. Yeah, it's really frustrating when that one minion sneaks in front of your the enemy tank, and you're just like, come on, really? Like, I'm just trying to take care of this tank.
Yeah, it is.
It's nice to be minions, because they don't, like, you one-shot them with your single target attack, but each one's just a rep, and you get into these last 10 minutes, those reps, I mean, they start to add up and play, you know, fatigue is a real thing, both physical and, as the players talking about, mental fatigue of, all right, how do I deal with this, how do I deal with that?
Exactly. And with that gate being as low as it is right now, you just want to get all the little guys out of the way.
It does look like both the competitors have slowed down a bit here on our third crystal. Randy does have his fully exposed and at 50%, so if he's able to take care of all these champions, he doesn't take care of the shield maid, he should be in a good spot. Looks like he's also got, I think, a whirlwind there he's going to have to deal with, and the champions he deploys aren't going to help, so he'll just put up a chest press. And now, unfortunately, Jared will lose another gate, so now his crystal is fully exposed, and he's still got that shield maiden and a lightning tiger, and I believe a whirlwind all over there, just destroying that crystal.
Yeah, that is nerve-wracking. Not a spot you want to be in.
You can see him trying to get as many reps down. Those heavy exercises, especially towards the end. I don't know if he put it on light or not, or he's stuck on medium. Oh, he was on heavy. Wow. Now he'll put it on medium. That should help him. Unfortunately, that deadlift will not do too much damage to that shield base. He's going to start. He's just throwing out lightning tigers kind of on a prayer at this point.
You know, and I don't blame the guy. If you can get some stuff behind that shield maiden and sneak it over to the crystal, you might as well.
Yeah, I mean, the lightning tigers do not care about anything but crystals and gates, so they're just going to run past everything. Looks like Randy has finally dealt with everything thrown his way. Should have a decent amount of time to take down this gate, or this crystal, I mean. The lightning tiger coming at him won't be really too much of an issue. You can kind of honestly ignore it at this point.
You could. Ooh, his crystal's low.
43%. He doesn't have any power-ups and sidekicks to save him.
And now the shield maiden's targeting his crystal directly.
Or they'll be burning their chances of a round win.
It looks like the deadlift some AoE damage, so that'll help kill that lightning tiger. I mean, we can just see, we had both competitors with 2 crystals and a gate down, only 13 minutes into the battle, and you can see how it really starts to add up when you hit that halfway point, those last 10 minutes. They've stalled out here a little bit on these 2 crystals destroyed.
Yeah, you want to push really hard in the beginning, but at the same time you almost don't, because you do have a full 30 minutes to keep up with, and this workout's not easy. With those hit elements and the constant resistance, and for those who don't know, each handle is 120 pounds, so they can lift up to 240 pounds on their reps. They're doing, anywhere from 250 to 400 and some reps per workout. That's exhausting.
Oh yeah, I mean, just for pure numbers in our first battle, we saw, 48,000 pounds of volume was the low end of what these guys were doing. As you see, a pair of crystals destroyed. Randy gets one. Unfortunately, Jared loses his, and that's going to be really hard for Jared to come back from it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, because he had such a good, steady start.
He's also got to deal with another shield maiden, which is the battle goes on. We saw him struggling with that one towards the end. That's going to be even harder. Maybe start using some Spark Crows. He'll also throw down a title of his own. At least maybe could slow down that shield maiden on that right side if he chooses to do that.
His title's not a bad level. It is element to element is the same, but I think he can hold his own for a little bit.
It is. Well, another annoying thing about the shield maiden, she does have that sort of like frost circle around her that you can see that does slow everyone's attacks inside of it. So she is definitely a very take it out by yourself kind of champion, as opposed to using your own champions, because she does slow all of their attacks down. Very frustrating to deal with.
I've heard a little tip that possibly using one of our characters, I think it's Archie Sparks, who literally throws like a lightning spear, can stand back out of her range of slowing enough and smack at her enough. But again, it's like a Scotty, so most of our range stuff is going to be pretty wimpy, got to be behind something or short-lived. So it's one of those I want to try against the shield maiden just to see if the rumor's true.
Spark Crows in that title are actually doing a good bit of damage for Jared. It slowed down the shield maiden enough that I think he should be able to take it out. Meanwhile, for Randy, he's also kind of dealt with that beginning surge that Kimiko likes to throw at these players with relative ease. He's got another shield maiden, of course, for him to deal with, which is really funny since he was all pumped for those rock dudes. Yelled at there by Maya a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like they both were.
And towards the end, it is really hard to, focus on everything and stay in the right form. It's difficult.
It is, and you tend to want to, the more weight you move, you want to bring your head down to your chin, and that's the main thing we monitor with that headset is your head position. So if your chin's got to be up and your head's got to be straight, or Maya's going to be just very angry with you.
Yeah, Maya is...
Or concerned. We could say concerned.
Yeah, concerned is the right word. I like that one. You see Randy use his Fire Hawk to clear everything against him, and now he's going to throw down some Scotties. He's got, it looks like a rock dude down there and a flame turret, so that could set him up to maybe get a final gate here. Meanwhile, Jared's just trying to survive the onslaught. He's done a pretty good job so far. Hasn't gotten a gate too low, but he's at least kept his own gates at a relatively healthy percent.
Yeah, not doing too bad this time.
Looks like he's only got a couple of minions in his way. Looks like maybe a water owl. What is he shooting at up there? We haven't seen the water owl from Kimiko too often.
Nah, I hate the water owl, honestly. He's just, the way he moves and stuff, it screws up the targeting a lot of times.
Yeah, you can't really use him as like an AoE target. You got to single target him down. It's meant he's flying up so high in the air. It really messes with you. You do see Andy's kind of used that Firehawk to get a gate relatively low. I don't know if he can get a crystal in another 5 minutes. He might, but he set himself up in a pretty good spot to make sure point differential stays in his favor if Jared does get down a third crystal.
No, this is true.
Jared's starting to took care of another unit there, another Lightning Tiger, another Whirlwind he's got to take care of. He does have a Sunbird down there, but that Whirlwind should be easy, and Randy's actually going to get that another gate there, and if he gets a crystal, he'd actually have our high score on the night at 6,000 points. That could be something to be pretty impressive for him.
It would be, absolutely.
I mean, 6,000 to 0 would be a great score for him. That is really, really difficult, especially against the boss level opponents. And as you mentioned, all the way up in Arena 7. So that'd be a great accomplishment for Randy to see if he's able to pull it off. He is melting through that crystal, honestly. Without even a berserk, it's dying pretty quickly.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, he's got two Scotties right behind a tower there. Meanwhile, Jared, he's trying to take out that right side gate. He's got it down to about 78%. Still in a decently comfortable spot to at least defeat the boss, which is what a lot of players have talked about is their main goal, is to beat the boss, and then, you know, if they win, they win. So he's set himself up here to at least pick a victory up over the boss.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a really great match. He's shown a lot of strategy. I think he did push maybe a little too hard in the first bit there, and you can definitely see the decline in the energy. But it's hard. It's hard to maintain that all the way through.
Yeah, and we do see Randy will get down his 4th crystal, so he will get the 6,000 points, so our best score we've seen on the evening here in this spring championship. But yeah, I mean, it can be tough when the game kind of plays into that, especially, you know, a lot of these guys talk about how they like the game aspect of it. It kind of baits you into it. You're like, oh man, I got to take down this tank unit. I got to make sure, you know, I don't lose my gates. And you can really overwork yourself in the first 15 minutes. And the last 15 minutes, you're just panting for air, just like trying to hang on.
Exactly. I mean, you get to the point where you're trying to do your slice patterns and stuff, and you're almost having to hold your own arms up to do them. So and in that first round, without having power-ups and you don't have heavy mode the whole time, it does kind of push that to push you hard. So you got pacing yourself is just a tricky mental game.
Yeah, don't fall into that trap where you're like, oh, I can just hysterical out this, this shield maiden 5 minutes in, because your arms and or legs will not be happy with you 20 minutes later.
Absolutely.
Did you see Jared's pretty close picking up this gate, though? Would give him a nice cushion over the boss. I don't think he'll be able to destroy 2 crystals, especially without any power-ups in those final 2.5 minutes, but a gate, maybe he can take down a crystal, depending if he gets double damage mode, but he should at least pick up the win, and right now Randy's probably maybe going for just a personal best here, because I mean, 6,000 points to nothing. He knows he's not in too much danger of losing to the boss, and 4 crystals is usually that sweet spot where you know you probably stand a good chance of winning.
It's true. I mean, but you never know when it's going to ever come down to volume, so those extra little bit of reps never hurt.
If you throw it on light mode, that was just that extra volume. You see Jared has taken down the opposing gate, so he will get those 500 points. We'll see. Given the final 2 minutes, he's able to rally and take down a 3rd crystal. Should not matter too much in the long run, but Randy's still throwing out reps at insane speeds here. As you mentioned, Amber, just trying to make sure he builds up that volume in case it does come down to a double tiebreaker.
Exactly, and I think too with our recent leaderboards, we've all been very volume focused. So I just see a lot more reps all the way up into the final few seconds of each game.
One of the competitors did mention about how they like seeing themselves on those leaderboards. You guys had mentioned for the streaks, for your point total, for your volume. So it is kind of another incentive to brag to somebody that you beat them in total volume. So Randy's definitely churning out a lot of reps, getting those, punch slice patterns in as well. Yeah, that is a torture rod. I have never used torture besides when I was kind of required to when I didn't have anything else in my deck.
Yeah, I don't think she's ever stayed in my deck past when I absolutely had to use her.
I guess, I can see her usefulness against maybe a Lightning Tiger or Minion Crew where she's going to have decent AoE damage. As you mentioned, once you get that streak past 30 with those rare chests, you probably end up with just a lot of tortures just anyway.
This is true. The one that kind of ends up replacing her in the future is Ember. She actually does a lot more damage because she just keeps everything on fire.
It definitely feels like, definitely a lot of reward for pushing further on. I mean, I know when you first start, you don't even get the Shield Maiden, and you see these guys with Shield Maidens, like, I want that. So it is nice to finally have that unlocked as well. And time will tick down here. I don't think anyone's going to get any more bonus points. Looks like going to have a final lightning tiger, and Randy, as you mentioned, he'll just try and pump out those last few reps, get some volume. I don't know what the gate's at, but it's not going to matter, but he will pick up the nice victory.
Yes, he did.
6,000 to 0. That is an impressive score for Randy. Definitely setting a message to the rest of the competitors in this tournament if they see that score. The most we've seen so far in our match. And I think we might have been right. Jared got off to a really, really fast start. Maybe we'll hear in his post-game interview, maybe he would have liked to have a second berserk as opposed to that healing. But fast start, I think maybe just ran out of gas in those final 15 minutes or so.
That's definitely something that could have slowed him down there.
Yeah, I mean, he did. I mean, 4,000 points still around where we're seeing a lot of the other competitors. It was just unfortunate he ran into Randy, who put up an impressive score, 6,000 to 0. Well, let's throw it down to the arena. Let's first hear from our loser in this matchup. Let's start with Jared. His thoughts. He did beat the boss, though, so he does have that to look forward to. And we'll hear what he has to say.
All right, it's post-battle. We're here with Jared Halleck. He just got done fighting Kamiko. He's gassed.
I'm gassed.
And now he's got his mask on, and he's gassed through his mask. And my question for you is, now that the match is over, how did you feel about your performance?
Like I should have prepared.
And so now, in hindsight, like, what would you have done differently?
Homework.
And
Sure.
and with that homework, is it like, hey, I'm going to look at the boss that I'm facing and try to adjust my strategy, or is it also part of like, I should have ate this or took this supplement?
I think it's more time management.
So what did you find tough with this particular boss, or what surprised you about this boss?
Well, you know, I just I thought that I don't know. I just didn't know the boss at all.
So from a strategy standpoint, is there something that they did that you were just like, oh crap, I don't know what I'm going to do against that, or man, another shield maiden or rock dude, or you know, is there anything from a strategy standpoint that you would think like, gosh, I wish I would have done that?
No, I think it was all on my end. I was pulling the wrong weapons at the wrong time against the wrong characters. I was getting a bit confused in my overall where I was headed. I understood everything the boss was doing. I think it's all a mental game for me.
So part of it's the heat of the moment, just being in there and having a bunch of stuff going on, and the competition kind of got to you a little bit?
Yeah, maybe heat of the moment, yeah.
Awesome. Well, we still are appreciating that you came in and you were part of the battle and part of this great tournament, and we wish you the best of luck and hope to see you in the next round.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it is. I mean, like, you go in thinking it's just a physical workout, but mentally, I mean, you could really get flustered, and then you just kind of, like, start throwing things out. And he kind of hit on it, time management also, where he was up really, really early and then just kind of, you know, lost that oomph towards that middle of the game.
It's true. And if you exactly, just the whole head thing. And you go through the round, you start seeing damage happening to gates, or you get behind and you start panicking. You start to flail around a bit.
Yeah, and it's like you want to take out the shield maiden, so you put in a row exercise, but then there's all these minion crews in the way, and you don't even realize until we start doing the reps. I think we saw that happen to him, where it's like, oh, right choice, just unfortunately the minions blocked it. Well, let's hear from Randy. He had an impressive performance. 4 crystals take it down, 6,000 points. Let's get his response to his victory here in this first round.
All right, we're right back here with Randy McCurdy, post-battle in the opening round of the 2021 Spring Invitational. So, Randy, let's talk about this. We obviously talked about the boss going into this, and now that you're done, is there anything with the boss's strategy that surprised you now that the match is over?
I was expecting more rock dudes. They actually put out more shield maidens, so that caught me off guard. But I still just stuck to the deadlift, but worked out.
I mean, you won by a considerable amount. You know, you made it seem almost easy out there. So, I mean, how did you feel about your performance now that you're done?
6,000 to 0 is pretty good. I was really tired. The afternoon workout I'm not used to. I think I'm a little more drained, but I would have liked to get one more shield and crystal. And that's my first platinum battle too, so I'm used to usually like 10,000 to 0 in the gold league. So
do you feel like it was a little bit harder workout, not just because it was the afternoon, but just moving up in leagues into platinum league?
Yeah, they do more tanks at this level, which take a lot more energy to take down, so it eats up time. So yeah, it's definitely more challenging.
So now that the match is over, is there anything that you would have done differently?
The main thing, I'd rather go in the morning. I think that's the first thing. Just the afternoon, I'm my body's used to an early morning workout. As far as strategy, not really. I think if I had done morning, I would add a little more juice and been able to take at least another wall and crystal down.
Well, look at the camera. Give him a peace out sign. Give him that flex.
Peace out.
Awesome intro into the Invitational. So we'll see you guys here soon.
I mean, I always love when these guys put up insane scores like we saw from Randy. He's like, oh, you know, I could have easily done way, way better. I mean, it's crazy to see. I mean, 10,000 points is insane. I mean, we barely saw that in our winners. So the fact that he thinks he could have got one more gate and crystal, as he mentioned, maybe just the time threw him off. I mean, he's going to be someone to watch out for in our next round since he did advance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we'll find out who his opponent's going to be. We've got one match left. Who will Randy be taking on in the second round? We will find out after this break. Don't go anywhere. We've got our final first round match of the Spring VR Invitational coming up after these commercials. Welcome back into the Boise State Esports Arena. We're on to our last match here in the Black Box 2021 Spring Invitational. We've got Jason Johnson taking on Jake Kimberlin here in our final matchup. Whoever wins this is not going to have an easy task. They're going to have to go up against Randy, who just put up 6,000 points, our high score on the night here. So they're both in for a tough match if they win, but right now they got to focus in on each other here. And I'll be curious to see. It seems like for the most part we've seen everyone's been able to beat the boss at least, but it's that crystals that we've seen kind of people struggle after they get those first two crystals. So using your Berserk power-ups, using your Firehawk's going to be really important for these last two competitors.
Absolutely.
So we get on to our final match. We see here we've seen
3 winners so far who will be advancing to the semifinals and have a chance to take on Randy. Will it be Jake? Will it be Jason? We will find out just a little bit from now. Anything maybe about these you've seen about these competitors, just in how often they come in? Are they one of the crazy people like you, Amber, who works out 3 times a day, or are they more like us normal people and only go in, 3-4 times a week?
Jason gives me grief all the time. He's just like, yeah, how many are you on today? But, he's constantly one of those people that just has high scores, high volume. And it was interesting. He was nervous about even wanting to participate in this. And I was like, dude, I've seen your battle logs. You're fine. You've got this. Jake actually works with us.
Nice.
He's a remote hero trainer, so he supports our other locations that we have in Arizona and in California. And so he gets as many workouts in as he can. So it's going to be interesting to see how this goes down.
Well, let's throw it down to our first interview here. As we see, it's going to be Jake taking on Jason. And we'll start with Jake as we throw it down to the arena with Preston. And let's see what his thoughts are heading into our final battle of the night.
All right, folks, I'm here with Jason Johnson going into the first round of the Black Box Spring Invitational. Got a few questions for you, Jason, before you head into the booth.
Great.
How long have you been a Black Box member?
6 months. 6 months. It's been a long 6 months, but it's been really fun.
All right, fantastic. Well, what's been your favorite thing about Black Box in those 6 months' time?
The motivation by far, just knowing that you're trying to do better each time. There's competition, there's leaderboards, and you have this desire to come in and do well every time you come.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely. I can relate to that. So with today being a tournament battle, this is your first tournament match. Is there anything that you've done special going into this battle today as opposed to a regular workout?
Yes. This whole week I've been kind of tapering down, and then today I've just been trying to get pumped up, listen to Here Comes the Boom, and just trying to just get into it. So.
Good deal. Well, if that's what gets you motivated, it's all more power to you. So let's talk a little bit about the boss today that you'll be going against, Kamiko. She's a level 17 boss, and looks like for her direct attacks, her chest press and her squat is the lowest, coming in at 14 and 15. Knowing that, what's kind of your strategy going in to maybe counteract that or kind of take advantage of that?
Yeah, it's a really good point. I think what I'm going to do, though, is just kind of go with my normal strategy and focus on what I've been doing and work on that. And so, yeah, I think for the most part it'll just be like any other day, just maybe a little bit harder. And then, of course, I have Spark Crows now, which I haven't had recently, so I'll be using that as much as I can to my advantage.
All right, well, it sounds like you have a pretty sound strategy going into it today, Jason. Thanks for the interview, and let's get at it, shall we?
Awesome.
All right, back to you guys.
I feel like Preston sets him up for failure because he doesn't mention the tanks. He's just like, hey, look at the chest press and the squat levels on her. Don't worry about the tanks in her lineup. I feel like Preston's maybe working for the other team here a little bit.
Yeah, just got to leave out a little bit of the details there, and then just be like, oh, well, surprise.
No, I had no idea. I mean, it did look like Jason was prepared, though. He did mention the Spark Crows, which is a strategy that you recommended, so we'll see. I mean, ironically, Randy was ready for the Rock Dudes, got a bunch of Shield Maidens. Maybe we'll see Jason get stuck with a bunch of Rock Dudes, and those Spark Crows will never see the field of battle. But let's get our final contestant here of the night. Let's hear from Jake. He also has some thoughts. We'll see if Preston lets him in on anything or keeps him in the dark a little bit.
All right, folks, I'm here with Jake, otherwise known as T-Sniffs, heading into the first round of the Black Box Spring Invitational. A few questions for you, Jake, before we get started.
All right.
How long have you been a Black Box member?
About 6 months. A little bit more, but about 6 months.
Okay, that's a good amount of time. Let me ask you, in those 6 months' time, what's been one of your favorite things about Black Box?
Well, I love video games, and I like working out, and so it was the perfect combination of the two. You know, it makes working out actually enjoyable, so that's good.
Definitely. Well, what are your top 3 video games? I want to ask you that real quick.
Top 3 would be The Last of Us, God of War, League of Legends, honorable mention, Black Box.
Right on. Thanks for the plug. You can't leave that one out. Well, let me ask you this: with today being a tournament match, I mean, there's a lot on the line. Have you done anything to prepare for this? You know, as opposed to just coming in on a regular workout day.
I'm already pretty conscious of strategy, but this feels like that to the next level. You know, getting to know who your opponent is and what their strengths are really allows you to customize your deck and kind of your strategy beforehand. So
yes, for sure. And let's talk a little bit about strategy. You'll be going against the Kimiko level 17 boss today, and we've looked at her stats. Looks like her chest press and her squat are the lowest level direct damage attacks that she has. Now, Jake, knowing that, what's kind of your strategy going into that? Have you assembled your deck a certain way? Do you have kind of a strategy in mind heading into that?
Well, the main strategy regarding the chest press for sure was to keep my tank a wind champion. Since fire is super effective against it, I figured since it's a low, high damage direct attack, I wouldn't be able to take out my tank as fast.
Yeah, makes sense. And Big Sue, he's an all-around solid tank. I mean, wind element character. So I definitely use him when I can. Well, all right. Well, let's get to it. Jake, thanks for the interview, and good luck in there.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
But curious to see how that Big Sue worked out. He also, if Big Sue gets paired in the same lane as the opposing Shield Maiden, would have a little bit of an advantage there as well. So that might help Jake out in this battle.
I think Big Sue is really helpful, especially if there's a Shield Maiden out there. Big Sue's the only big air tank, so he's at least going to whittle down some Shield Maiden health for sure.
Yeah, I think basically what we're going to probably be looking for in this match is going to be, I would assume they're both bringing Berserk, but who's going to use the best Berserk? I mean, we've seen you get the double Scotties either behind maybe a Big Sue, another tank, or even just a couple of towers. They're just going to take care of everything for you, and they give you those 30 to 45 seconds off. So I'll be curious to see when we see Berserks, when we see Firehawks. We heard, a competitor early mentioned he kind of wasted his Firehawk. He usually saves it for those final 5-10 minutes. I think those will be the things we want to keep a track on. And usually who's ever been better with power-ups and sidekicks has won so far tonight.
That's true. It's just the timing and when to use it. And a lot of us have figured out how to do that just from watching the Law Brothers. So the Spark Crows, the Berserks, the timing, that comes from Barrett and Andrew Law.
There was our winter champion. He joined us earlier here today. I as much as I like watching the guys that look like I compete against Kimiko in a few more months at Black Box when I hit that 6 month to a year mark. I just really want to see what Barrett and Andrew have cooked up for this 2400 energy elixir strategy. We'll kick it off. Looks like they both have those initial waves of tanks, and since there's a cap on energy elixir, they both spend a decent chunk of it right off the gate to make sure they don't overcap when they kill the opposing tank.
Yeah, it's good to keep an eye on that because in a match like this, you just don't want to waste any of your elixir. You don't want it to go nowhere.
Looks like we did get the Shield Maiden there for Jason. He's going to go with everyone's favorite back row, and I mean, he should be able to take care of it in short order. Doesn't look like his highest level is his fire, though. If I'm reading that correctly at the top left of the screen. So, unfortunately, that won't help him too much here today.
And I know he's been working really hard on getting his fire level up, so it's awesome to see it get over 30 like that.
Yeah, the overhead press will help a lot against the minion crews and the lightning tigers that we see Kimiko spam. So, it will help him out a bit. Unfortunately, not going to help with those Shield Maidens. And I think he, unfortunately, as we've seen a lot of competitors do, get stuck with that Shield Maiden right at about 12, maybe one shot of health. Unfortunately, now there's some minions in the way, so it's going to be very frustrating for him to have to deal with.
It really will be. Hopefully these Spark Crows buy him a little bit of time and he can start making a dent in things.
Actually put the Spark Crows on the right side. He wanted those Spark Crows to just deal with that Lightning Tiger because the Lightning Tiger won't attack them. It'll only care about the gate. So that, maybe you can give him a free kill on that Lightning Tiger, and now he'll just he'll just chest press through that Shield Maiden. She had absolutely no health. And meanwhile, we see here from Jake, he's got quite a lot of minions he's got to deal with, so that's going to be a chunk of energy elixir. He's actually going to, unfortunately, cap himself on energy elixir, so he'll lose a little bit there.
But at least he knows he's got enough to play around with, so, it's risky.
He's got the Big Sue. He'd have enough for Scotty, potentially. See there, those new slice patterns throwing him off just a little bit, only going to get 4% bonus armor. And here come the Scotty right afterwards to be able to put some early damage on that left gate for Jake here.
So far, not a bad start, and he's got a torture.
I mean, maybe it is to deal with the minion crews. We saw Randy have it, and you and I were kind of shocked.
But I mean, with the area of effect, I mean, it's got to be useful.
It's true. It does look like Jason, meanwhile, he's cleared up everything. He's got a rock dude down there. He's got some Spark Crows He's going to throw out. Looks like his Spark Crows are only level 1, so they won't have too much health against the boss, but they'll still be annoying, as you mentioned, Amber. They change the targeting. They can't be AoE down, so they do take 3 reps from the boss to kill.
And each one of those have their own health. So even though they are lower health, it's still an individual. So it does help a bit. It gives your tank a little bit longer life.
It looks like Big Jake's torture was not long to this world.
Nah.
The minions, there's a lot of minions over there.
There is.
I'm curious when he'll deal with it. I mean, he wants to try and give that Scotty as much support as possible, but now he's probably, he'll go with the lap pull down. Maybe, oh, another torture actually. See? Seems to like that torture so far.
That gate is getting dangerously low.
That is a scary situation to be. We haven't seen anyone lose the gate super early so far tonight, so that would not be a good start. There's another minion crew barreling down, but the lat pull down should make decently quick work of all these minions over here. Once they all do group up. There we go. He gets that. Should be a nice chunk of energy elixir. He's got that Scotty and that looks like another torture down on the other side. So looks like he should actually turn this into a gate of his own for the first one, at least for his game. Haven't quite seen what Jason's done with his gate.
Yeah, he's doing, there he goes. Not too bad.
Nice little start. Jason not quite killing his first gate. We'll see if one of them is relatively low. Does look like he's got that right side gate at about 31%. There's the Aquafist. I like Jake maybe having the most unique champion deck with Torture, Big Sue, Aquafist. We have not seen a lot of those tonight.
No, he definitely has a very unique combo, and I'm interested in how that's going to play out for him.
Not feel good to waste the hysterical squad to double damage mode on some minions, but
nah, that never does.
Jason did get some extra energy elixir. He is in double damage mode, so he could potentially deal with that gate relatively quickly on the right side. He's going to get a rock dude down to start doing some damage. He doesn't have a lightning tiger though. He will have to eventually deal with double damage mode. That lightning tiger is good as dead.
Yeah, that won't take long at all.
Doesn't matter, especially with his fire attacks at a high level. He'll have to go with the deadlift there. Don't see any rock dudes in his way. Maybe just wants to give himself a little bit of a break, and it will help AoE down all those minions.
This is the battle that is better to have an AoE attack lined up more than anything else, because probably as soon as you get a couple reps in, there's going to be minion crew on the field, so it's just better to be prepared.
Yeah, we've heard that from a lot of our competitors in their post-match interview, where they said, I put in the wrong attack, ended up with a single target attack when I wanted that AoE for all the minions. So definitely one where if you favor an overhead press or a deadlift or lat pull down, you're going to be in a good shape here. He's now just going to turn his attention right towards that gate. The double damage is with Hysterical. He's doing 7% per hit. He should be able to melt that pretty quickly unless the rep barrier gets in the way for max reps for Jason.
Yeah, the rate he's going, it looks like the only thing that's going to stop him right now is, the game. There he goes. Nicely done.
Takes it down. Jake still has the other crystal at 23%, but there now is a rock dude in the way, and unfortunately he did not get his energy attack off in time, or his attack off in time, so now he's going to have to chest press into it. So he's actually gone for the double gate strategy. Not something we see very often in this crystal favored format, but might work out here because now he doesn't have to deal with that rock dude on the left side of the screen.
That's true. It does leave you wide open to put in either lane. You get those extra points if it comes down to that, so it's not terrible.
Yeah, we did see that actually work out for Graham in an earlier minute. He got a double gate and it ended up propelling him to a victory. But we see Jake, he will take down the first crystal, so they will be tied up, and he'll have a small edge in points, but both of them, all their power-ups, all their sidekicks, they're sitting in a pretty decent spot 8 minutes into this battle.
Yeah, not bad at all. Looks like Jason's got a shield maiden there on the left side.
Got the back row ready. Unfortunately, there's all of those minion crews in the way.
Yeah.
Gonna limit how much damage you can put onto that shield maid. He's even got a single hit on that shield maid, unfortunately.
Hopefully by the time it hits her, it's already just supercharged, and so then it's going to be a little more bang for his buck. But
Had to give it up.
yeah, there he goes.
There we go. There's the lap pull down. That'll do a ton of damage. I'll also maybe throw some spark throws out just to help a little bit. Meanwhile, Jake's also looking at the same thing. He's got a Shield Maiden charging down. I think he started out with a Lightning Tiger too, maybe just to slow her down. Now he'll go to the lap pull down there, give himself a bit of a break. He is in light mode, but he'll bump it up to medium mode so he can put out some more damage with the less reps. He also has the healing, which is interesting to see. We saw that in our last match where the healing kept the gate alive, but I do think the double berserk still feels like maybe the strongest potential power he can have.
I do believe so. Like, it's the way that you should go on these things.
Berserks with the Scotties is not nerfed at all.
Nope.
They still just absolutely annihilate. We see Jason, he's dealing with that. Shield Maiden in short order. Charge should have enough damage. Just probably needs 4 or 5 more reps. Meanwhile, Jake's dealing with those minion crews in the way. Didn't get any of those lightning damage from the lap pull down onto that Shield Maiden though, and he'll now queue up his own fire attack. Which is interesting. Maybe he's gonna leave that Shield Maiden alone?
He could. He could be trying to go for that whirlwind.
Still has all towers, even has a tower available. So it looks like he'll just wait for now.
Yeah, looks like he was debating on whether he was going to try to deploy or just go straight into an exercise.
He wants to take care of that whirlwind that only he could see, so he's able to burn it down in short order. Maybe put some damage on the gate as well. Nope, just one of the chest press for the whirlwind, and now there's a whirlwind on that left side, and that left side now getting pretty stacked up for Kamiko against Jake.
Yeah, he's going to have to get those little ones out of the way first.
Gonna go with the overhead press. It'll help against the whirlwind and just the minions just for terms of raw AoE damage. We do see that Jason's got his setup ready to go on that right side. He's got a couple of Scotties. He's got a Lightning Tiger. He's got a Lightning Tiger coming at him. He's got, looks like maybe a tower to get through, but he's setting up in a good spot here to get his first gate of this round number 2.
Yeah, he's in a good position. Yeah, Jake's left gate there is making me a bit nervous.
Healing if he wants to use it, but
maybe.
Thinking about it, we'll have that bomb effect we talked about when he dies, so that might help clear out some of the minions as well. Yeah, that left side is, I don't know if Big Sue's gonna get there in time, unfortunately. Might need to commit that healing. I don't know if that gate is gonna survive. No,
nope, it didn't.
And as we say that, it looks like Jason's also taking down a gate for himself, and now he's gonna switch over to heavy mode, and there's nothing in the way, and he's got a couple of Scottish Spark Throws. He could potentially make quick work of this crystal with double damage. Unfortunately, the minion crew coming his way that Scotty is not going to enjoy seeing.
No, she's not going to be long for this world.
She could be double dead. No, the Spark Crows have distracted to barely keep the Scotty alive. Jason also has healing. So this is now, we've seen a lot of competitors with that berserk healing strategy. Maybe they were a little scared of what the boss could do.
It could be it. I mean, or if you're just wanting to make sure that your crystal or gate is good, feels more comfortable to go in there with the healing.
Yeah, that is true. And as you mentioned, a lot of these guys are used to being in that gold league, got kind of bumped up to the platinum league, so could be those nerves of, well, I don't know what this boss is going to do to me. I want to make sure I am able to win, because if you don't win, there's a very low chance you would even win your matchup. So I understand the healing. It can have its niche uses. You see Jake in double damage mode, but unfortunately still has a gate he's got to deal with, and he's got a Torture, a Scotty, and unfortunately that Scotty is just fully exposed right now. Kind of got ditched there by the Winja, and it's going to cost it its life.
Yeah.
You hate to see that.
Yeah, they just don't last long.
No, and then the champions have minds of their own. They don't know what to attack, what you want them to attack. Scotty will rarely ever switch targets. He's a big proponent of always just standing staying right on that gate.
Cold Fusion stiff leg deadlifts are a great attack to use
I don't think
against
he's too
groups
worried
of
on that left
enemies.
side. Those minion crews are annoying, but as we've learned, they don't do a whole ton of damage until there's a lot of them.
No, right now the only concern would be the AI's direct attacks against the crystal. The minion crews aren't going to do much.
You see Jason. Does look like he did take down a crystal while we were watching Jake, so he has now taken down his second crystal of the game. Put himself in a very decent spot. And looks like interesting for the overhead press there. I didn't see too much that would be weak to fire. I guess it's that lightning tiger with some minions that he's trying to take care of. Because that shield main will just shrug off meteor strike.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Luckily for Jake, the AI rarely ever focuses down the crystal. The AI really does love to get both gates first. You see his other gates at only 30%. So he's in a decently scary spot, but his crystal's still in a good spot. And there's a Firehawk from Jason halfway through the battle. See how he maybe turns this into a couple of Scotties and just throws a berserk out there.
Now would be the time, that's for sure.
Does have a lightning. He did miss, unfortunately, a lightning tiger, and now you see that shield maiden's going to turn around. She's going to expose that Scotty to a couple of attacks, but I don't think Kamiko has an attack queued up right now. But that could be very unfortunate.
Oh no, they just put a flame tower in your path.
Lycan ended up living, and he's going to get the berserk out. He might have even got the berserk onto the shield maiden. I don't think that really matters, but might help him in the end.
Yeah, it never hurts. Try to get as much covered with those berserks as possible.
Gate was taken out by the berserk Scotties. Unfortunately for Jake, he is not in a good spot. He's got that shield maiden slamming down on his right gate. And I don't know if he's going to maybe switch. And meanwhile, Jason's going to get a third crystal. That's the power of that berserk strategy. It is insanely good and insanely fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Just two Scotties and a shield maiden. Just absolutely obliterating Kamiko's crystal there. And that's going to be tough for Jake here, now down 3 crystals to run 1 to be able to come back, because he's still in the process of trying to defend his own crystal and gate with a shield maiden and a whirlwind.
Yeah, he is definitely been put on the defense right now, and that's all he can do is just push them back. There won't be any chance for him to attack until these things get out of the way.
He's gotta... Maybe it's time for Jake to commit that Firehawk. He's in a very, very scary spot right now with his other gate incredibly low.
Yeah. Oh, and then now he's got a rock dude coming for him.
Yeah, this feels like maybe a Firehawk situation. He's got the Torture out there. Maybe build a turret. See if Kamiko will get any greedier, but looks like she's got an extra attack queued up. Meanwhile, Jason, we've seen a lot of competitors sort of stall out in this 18 to 10 minute mark.
Right.
He's gotten another gate down. He's really starting to ramp things up. And Jake, I think this is Firehawk time if you want to make sure you don't lose a crystal.
With how many stuffs on the field right now, that's a lot of tasty elixir to pass up.
Yeah.
Like, I would want all of that at that point.
Yeah, the hard part is really going to be making sure you spend enough that your Firehawk doesn't waste it.
Exactly.
Maybe, I hope as you see Jason here, I hope Jake has opted to use his Firehawk. He's still holding on to it. I think it might be too little too late for him, unfortunately.
Oh, you hate to see it. And that rock dude is just barreling down on him.
Rock dude, he's got a shield maiden, there's a whirlwind there as well. Maybe he's setting up his turrets to be able to...
He can use them the next round.
He will be all tied up now at 2,000 to 2,000. Maybe could have committed the Firehawk, but...
I would say that because you leave yourself so vulnerable while you build those towers.
Yeah.
They do have their abilities, but they kind of comes at a cost. So you got to weigh those out. So that was not the time.
Now, they're great in the moment, but unlike the normal exercise attacks, they don't do anything while you're actually building. They're just gaining armor. So yeah, there is that sort of 10 to 15 seconds where you're incredibly vulnerable. So.
Unless you've got a lot on the field, or you just cleared the field, or you just started a round, like you've really got to time those.
Yeah, maybe you've got the berserk Scotties out, and he's gonna now, Kamiko maybe dropping a little bit of hits the Firehawk against him.
Which there wasn't much on the field at the time, so I'm not sure what she was really going for, but
Yeah.
I guess she just felt like keeping him on his toes.
Yeah, I think he only had a couple of lightning tigers out, maybe. It was nothing too scary for Kamiko. But now she's going to have a ton of energy elixir, and now maybe you build a bunch of lightning tigers, and then you throw out your own Firehawk.
That would be a pretty solid strategy at this point.
They just put a flame tower in your path.
Fortunately, that flame tower will crisp up those lightning tigers if it's on that side of the field. Doesn't look like it was placed. Looks like it was just built there.
Oh, and he's got a shield maiden coming for him now. And how's Jason doing?
Jason's got his turret set up on that left side. He's got a Scotty right behind it. Actually just took down a gate. He's
not doing too shabby, that's for sure.
No, he's setting up maybe to challenge Randy for most points tonight. 6,000 is the high score, and one more crystal, and he'll be right there, and he has plenty of time on the clock. His last power isn't healing, though, so he cannot turn that into a berserk fast crystal, but he may be able to get a gate down after he destroys this crystal if he's able to take it out.
If you healed a take once it made its way across the field, that would be super beneficial.
Oh, yeah, that is. I mean, yeah, he gets maybe a shield maiden or a rock dude down. That's going to live for almost ever. Meanwhile, Jake still has that shield maiden bearing down. Going to throw out a fire turret of his own. But for now, he's kind of just content ignoring that shield maiden on the left side. I mean, it's only got the gate at 85%. It's not going to do an insane amount of damage to it.
Not going to do too much, no.
That's okay. Get another one out there when you have enough
coming
energy.
down for Jason. Probably just to buy some time. There's a whirlwind on deck, though, so he's going to have a fire attack ready for that one.
Yeah, because that poor Scotty.
Yeah, but she's got a tower in front of her, at least.
Yeah, I think the whirlwind's going to run right past it, though. Oh, we're going to go for a 3. That's how I like to play.
I've never seen this many smart throws out before.
It's helpful. I like putting out a whole bunch of them.
They eat it's so many reps. He's actually going to put a 4th set of spark throws down.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, they're doing decent work to that crystal. It does look like Jake did finally commit the Firehawk, so he's going to have quite a bit of energy elixir. He'll throw down his Big Sue. Doesn't quite have enough. Oh, he does have enough for Scotty.
Oh, we're going to go for 5. Nicely done, Jason.
How many spark throws can he fit on the field at one time? And, hey, they made quick work of that. I mean, they're not going to do anything to that whirlwind, though.
No, they're not, but they're definitely going to make the AI focus on them and not on anything else. So that's why they're handy. Sometimes it's nice to even throw them into the other side, like the other lane, that you're not even going for, and just be like, hey, go over here, look over there for a second, and then get, attack going over there on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I think that Blackbox does a good job of not making the AI, just put out a hysterical rep every single time. So you eat up 5, 6 of her reps, she might stop and attack, she'll build some champions, and that can buy you quite a bit of time. I mean, he's got that crystal really low, and hysterical squats. He's going to make short work of that crystal. He's actually, 6,000 points.
Nicely done.
8 minutes to spare. He even completed one of his daily quests in the top left corner, it looked like. So he gets some extra points as well.
And with all those extra coins, you can buy those hysterical berserks and be ready for the next round.
Yeah, maybe sub out that healing, because it doesn't look like he's going to be in too much need of it. Meanwhile, we did see Jake. He has taken down one of Kamiko's gates, so he is back in the lead at least.
Yeah, he's actually doing pretty good there. Cleared some spots out of the way on the right-hand side. Got the tower protection going on. Definitely a good comeback.
Waiting. Got the chest press ready. Unfortunately, the minion crew. Okay, I thought maybe he'd switch to an area of effect, but he'll just put out a row instead. To quite a bit of minion crews coming his way. So maybe he'll swap exercises once again when he sees how many minion crews he faces.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, he's gonna go for the right lane. Yeah, that makes sense.
Maybe just ignore the minion crew. As you can see, they do not do that much gate use.
There are a lot of noise. Like, it just looks like a lot's happening over there, but if you watch the percentage, it's not dropping like a rock dude hitting it or anything else.
No, the problem will be is if lightning tigers start coming down, those minion crews can protect the lightning tigers from dying if you do a single attack. So he's got the, he's changed exercise again. He's got the lap pull down queued up now, so he should be able to annihilate those minion crews. And he is clearly a Spark Crows fan. We get even more of them on the field.
Oh,
and
and
get a healing.
Yep. He's gonna. It looks like he's gonna do the heal the units at the other end. You know, that's not a bad play.
See that Jake has got sort of that dream comp out. He's got multiple Scotties. He's got a tower protecting them. He's just waiting for them to destroy that crystal. So he picks up his second crystal of the battle.
Nicely done.
Set himself up in a nice position to make sure he does take down the platinum level boss, which I'm sure is always a good feeling for someone. You know, especially if you just came out of gold, you got thrown to a platinum box to be able to beat her.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. That's bragging rights for sure.
Yeah, and the amount of shield maidens he's taking down will, you know, that is just, you know, frustration and anger that he should be able to get out of those.
Exactly.
Lightning Tiger's down. Meanwhile, Jason's dealt with that minion crew. Didn't see if his rock dude that he threw that healing out on survived or not.
Let's see where. Oh, he's still down there. He's still going.
Gate's only at 88%, but now he's got some Scotties coming. That's going to start helping out. There's a minion crew down there, though, that he'll have to kind of burn soon.
With his overhead press level, he should be super easy for him.
Oh, yeah, level 32. That'll melt through. There's a water owl on that left gate. He doesn't seem too worried about it. He's got heavy mode on. He should rip through this gate with heavy mode pretty quickly, especially if he picks an attack that he can go 20, 25 reps on.
Surprisingly, a water owl doesn't do as much damage as you would think, since it's dropping like basically like an ice bomb. But I mean, you can see what it's doing right now, and it's not worrisome.
It's multiple ice bombs to take down just 1% of that gate. So totally fine for now to ignore it and get the most out of your rock dude's health. But now looks like he'll switch to it. Going with a deadlift, so not too worried about, you know, super effective damage.
He just wants to get that side cleared out, and understandable.
6,000 is a very respectable score, but now he's got the hysterical going, gets a couple reps in. I mean, that gate should fall relatively soon for Jason, and maybe he picks up another crystal. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what he has these last 4 minutes. He doesn't have any sidekicks or power-ups left to kind of help him get that last push. He's got 2 Scotties, and he's got a rock dude in front of him, so that'll definitely help. Make it 3 Scotties, actually. And those, even without Berserk, 3 Scotties will do a ton of damage.
Oh, yeah, and with that rock dude just still going strong is amazing.
Yeah.
That had to be a minimum of hysterical healing, a supercharged, or probably a hysterical, to last that long.
I like that healing shot. I mean, that rock is, still kicking. He's got the Spark Crows in front. That'll just eat up reps that the AI wants to do, and you can see that gate is just already falling in short order. Meanwhile, Jake's trying to keep his left gate alive. It's at about 69, 70%. But there's quite a bit of traffic down there that he's going to have to worry about at some point.
Yeah, definitely.
Now he's there's a rock. I didn't even see the rock dude. I just saw the minion crew. Rock dude, shield maiden, and minion crew. Yeah, that gate is going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see over there at all.
Like Jason's gotten the gate down, so he's now set our new high score of the night at 6,500, and he's got a turret that once that rock dude does finally die, we'll just simply protect those Scotties, and that should make that crystal pretty easy work for him, or mainly for his Scotties.
Exactly. Now, I would be worried about a water owl over top of my Scotties, just because Scotties are so wimpy.
Yeah, and they love to group up. Like, no matter how far you try and spread them out, they will always somehow end up right next to each other, so that one AoE attack will kill all of them.
Yeah, I've noticed that lightning tigers do that too. I try to deploy them at different ends of a gate, and they just end up all next to each other, so one overhead press can wipe them out.
Yeah, that is, if that turret does go down, you're right, that is a concern. Meanwhile, it does look like Jake has taken down that right side gate. His left side gate taking quite the beating from all those tanks, and that damage is really starting to add up as it's now down to 15%. I don't know if he's going to have enough reps to take down both those tanks and those minions.
Yeah, that gate, I think, is a lost cause.
2 minutes left. Water Owl's coming out now for Jake. Against him, he's going to lose that gate. Hopefully doesn't lose another crystal, but he should have enough points to hold on for the win. And meanwhile, Jason trying to get that crystal. I think he's going to get it here with these squats. Yeah, he's going to... Scotties will finish it off, but he's going to get 7,500 points. That's quite a statement to the other competitors in this tournament.
Oh yeah, 7,500 to 0. I mean, no joke. That's an awesome score.
Yeah, that's really impressive. So I mean, that'll be a very tough matchup between him and Randy. And he's only about a minute away from wrapping this one up. They both enter. Well, everyone enters double damage mode. The boss will as well, but I think Jake's crystal should be safe. But double damage mode. Oh, he does look like he's got a rocket over there. Double damage will let the rocket soak up most of that.
Exactly. Hey, that was, good timing, though, for the tower. At least it can take a little bit of the heat off his crystal while he can try to focus on the AI's crystal. Not a bad move.
His rock dude will go down, though. His crystal, if the AI queues up an attack, could be an issue, but it looks like they're going to put out a whirlwind, so that'll buy him more time. Meanwhile, Jason, he thought he had a great strategy set up. Too little too late for the Firehawk for Kamiko to stand a chance, but it will end Jason's probably any hope of him getting 8,000 points here.
Yeah, I think Kamiko was feeling the pressure there.
A little upset that Jason put her off last with 7,500 points. Right now we're really just trying to see if Jake's Bristol will survive. I think it should, just simply because I think the boss ran out of time deploying too many champions. Our final match will come with an end with Jason with a very, very impressive performance here. Pick up the victory.
That was very well done. An awesome effort from Jake.
Oh yeah, I mean it's especially when you lose a crystal that early and you get tied up against the boss, it can kind of throw you off. A lot of the competitors talk about how much mentally you can kind of wear yourself out and work yourself into a frenzy and mess things up. So great job for Jake to take down the boss, but Jason will advance with a very impressive performance and really just a good overall job. And the healing was insane on that. He threw on that rock, dude. It lived for like 4 or 5 minutes, honestly, when most tanks just kind of get obliterated at some point.
Oh yeah, that was a really smart move. That got him time to put enough Scotties out and pull off that strategy. Jake pushing from the end there and just not being disheartened from losing a crystal and still pushing through, that says a lot.
Well, let's go down. Let's hear from Jake and get his reactions to his win over Kamiko. Unfortunately, not going to be able to advance, losing 5 crystals to 2. But let's hear what he has to say and give his thoughts on his performance.
All right, folks, I'm here with T-Sniffs. Jake, post-arena battle interview. Man, that sounded like a tough one in there. How did you feel about your performance in there, Jake?
Could have done better. Kind of gassed myself in the first round.
Yeah.
Trying to get both gates.
Oh, going for the 1,000 points on the gates, huh?
Gotcha. Yeah, I was going for a higher score if possible.
Okay.
But I really got dominated towards the end because of it. So.
Yeah. Well, did you stick with your original strategy, or did you kind of have to switch things up in the middle there?
I did originally. The Shield Maiden was a little tankier than I expected. I don't know why I expected anything less.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I kind of went for going more for a workaround instead of a directly adder kind of strategy.
Okay, so going with some of the area of effect exercises.
Correct.
Notice you did the overhead press in one of those instances versus the lat pull down. Any reason for that? You just feel more comfortable doing the overhead press, or?
I think it was I tried to, as I go through the workout, work through the different exercises.
Okay.
Even if it's not totally effective at the time, because sometimes, my back's still dying, and so I'm like just trying to give myself a break, but get some elixir back at the same time.
Yeah, I can feel that kind of just filtering through the different, rotating through the different muscles.
Exactly.
Kind of give yourself a break, but it really doesn't give yourself a break. Yeah, you try to at least.
Trying.
We'll finish on this one, Jake, and I'll let you get out of here.
Okay.
Anything that the boss did, Kimiko, that surprised you throughout the workout?
There was a lot more minion crew spam than I expected.
Yep.
And they do take quite a bit more punishment than the regular minions. So the fact she's be able to get multiple out takes a while to get through them. So I wasn't really expecting that much.
Yeah, those minion crew spams, they can, at first they seem, I can take care of this, but they can be overwhelming. They get overwhelming pretty quick.
For sure.
But I think you did a good job today, Jake. Thanks for the interview, and back to you guys.
Yeah, that can be the tough thing when you're trying to cycle through workouts, because the boss doesn't really care. She's like, you know what, your back's tired, have another shield maiden. So, I mean, I totally understand him trying to cycle through, and I mean, yeah, those minion crews are really annoying, especially when they group up and there's tanks. It makes it hard to try and kill them with maybe a single target ability like you probably rather prefer.
Exactly, and that's the difference between your day-to-day workouts and then your tournament battles. It's just an entirely different play style. You're playing for crystals, and you're playing. And you're having to use workouts and exercises that you don't really want to just because of what it's throwing at you. So definitely one thing we've noticed in, like, I think all of the tournaments is that people realizing, like, whoa, that's just not how it normally is. And that does throw people off, especially for the first round. I think they're all going to have their bearings about them for the next round here.
Well, let's hear from our round one high scorer on the evening, Jason Johnson, putting up 7,500 points. Let's get our reaction from him as he advances on to the next round.
All right, folks, I'm here with Jason Johnson. Just finished his arena battle, and it sounded like a pretty good battle in there. How do you feel about your performance today?
I feel pretty good. You know, I came in, I was excited, I was ready to go, and things for the most part, worked out. You know, I kind of wish I could have got another gate, could have done one more. But overall, it went really well.
Okay. Yeah, it's easy to kind of look back and say, oh, I could have gone one more, but it looked like a pretty good effort for me, to me. Let me ask you this. Did you stick with your original strategy? I noticed that you were, we were talking about a little bit before the interview, you were using light mode some of the time. What's the reason behind that?
Yeah, I got a tip that, you know, use light mode in your tournaments, you know, and then you won't get, you know, muscle wear out as fast.
Okay.
And so I was using light mode at the beginning, but I just felt like it wasn't doing the damage I wanted, and so I kind of gave up on that and went back to heavy second half of the round.
Which leads me to my next question. Is there anything you would have done differently in that battle looking back?
Yeah, I think I would have saved maybe one of my power-ups until the very last crystal, and then just try to, you know, at least take down a gate or something like that with that.
Gotcha. Yeah, we noticed that hysterical berserk you threw in there, and that round, I wasn't counting seconds, but it wasn't very many of them.
No, it was good. I mean, I had a shield maiden and a couple Scotties out there, threw the hysterical berserk on them, and they just went ballistic on that, on the gate and the crystal, and before you know it, the whole round's done. I think I even loaded up an exercise thinking I would have to, you know, do something else, and I never went to it because it went so fast.
Nice. Well, that's nice. Well, we'll finish on this one, Jason. Going into this boss, was there anything about Kimiko's strategy that surprised you as you battled with her?
No, I didn't really see a lot of things that really surprised me. Towards the end, there was a lot of minion crews, and so at the beginning it seemed like it was tanks, and then at the end it was like minion crews, and so I wasn't quite ready for that. So it was a lot of area attacks at the end to try to get those minion crews down.
All right. Well, thank you, Jason. Good job today, and back to you guys.
I cannot wait to see that matchup between Randy and Jason. They put on quite a show. I mean, I know Randy said he thought he could get another crystal. Jason even thought he could maybe get another gate in there. So that could be a crazy scoring matchup. But we're here to wrap up round number 1. Amber, any final thoughts on what we saw from all 8 competitors tonight?
Everybody put in an awesome effort. I hope they all take the time to like learn from each other and even like watch this and compare strategies, and then just bring just that much more into the next one. I love seeing everybody all the time, and I love talking strategy and helping people out as well. So this is super cool, and I can't wait until we come back again.
Yeah, and I mean, if they missed it, I mean, they can always go back and watch our first battle where our champion Barrett kind of gave his insights. If there's anyone to talk to, not only is it the Law Brothers, but it's our reigning champion from the winter. But that will wrap things up for tonight. Make sure you stay tuned with the follow on the Boise State Twitch page so you can see the second round and our championships here for the Black Box VR Spring Invitational coming up later this month. But until next time, have a great evening.